business, little real estate, generational wealth type,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Respect that.
Every man and woman needs. God damn, my daughter just hit me.
Yeah, she sounded like she uppercutted you real quick.
You throwing blocks, nigga. God damn. But yeah, we every person in the group, man, it's a goal to get a house, dog. Everybody need a house, man. That's how we gonna get out of this rat race. Can't pass no job down, but you can pass a house down. You know what I'm saying?
Oh God, boy, my kids run from the day room to the living room in less than 5 seconds.
Hey,
I,
you damn sure can't pass no apartment down, right?
that is a fact, boy.
Hey, and the younger you are to when you buy your house, the better it is. Cause right now, think about how much you paying for rent, Ragu. If you don't mind me asking.
19.
1,900. God damn. Yo, all right. I know it's where you at. It's the
Damn.
location. I know it's the location, but my brother, you got to get you a house immediately, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then especially for your kids, you know what I'm saying? They need some stability. When when you know you somewhere for 5 to 10 years, you just feel better about yourself. You know what I'm saying? And then they get to create memories at that spot and everything like that because they're young or whatever. But yeah, $1,900 for rent. Like I said, I know you in a crazy area, but yeah, you got to be putting that to your own pockets, bro. Because all right, we look at the way that we look at a house is the house is your new bank, right? You are taking out a loan for 200 something $1,000, 300,000, but you're gonna have to pay it back. But at the same time, your house is gonna go up in value, and every little fix, every little upgrade it's gonna help your value go up as well. And every dollar that you put in that doesn't go to your interest is goes to your principal. That is returned your bread, dog. So like a lot of people don't understand once you pay your house off, that whole house now belongs to you. So that's all your bread back. You get what I'm saying? So you can really make something shake if you paid off a $400,000-500,000 house, you know?
Damn. So you basically eating twice. You know what I'm saying, in one motion.
Yeah, I mean, because if you not paying yourself, I mean, if you paying rent, you paying somebody else's mortgage, pretty much. That's all you doing. But if you pay your own mortgage, you paying yourself. Cause in return, that bread gonna come back to you. You get what I'm saying? But once you pay that rent, it's gone. That money gone. But once you pay that mortgage, a percentage of that is gonna come back to you.
Oh, boy. Hey, because I be seeing some people, they be paying like two racks, but it be on mortgage, bro. Them niggas be having a 5 bed, 3 bath. You know what I'm saying? I just be like, God damn.
Ragu. I don't want you to be. This ain't no boating and bragging type shit. But you damn near paying both of my mortgages, bro.
Don't tell me that. God.
My mortgage in South Carolina is like 1,050 $1,050. My mortgage in Virginia is 1,100. That's think about what you paying 19. That's 22.
Hey, Rocco, $200 more, bro. You'll be paying my mortgage in Jersey, bro. In Jersey.
See,
Damn, bro.
so it's just a little mindsets like that because we get lost in this, you know, this mentality like, yeah, I want to, because when I was staying in my apartment. I was living good, dog. I had a pool down there. I had all the amenities. I can go run on the track. I can go goddamn get on the treadmill, do all my exercise. Got the ball, the power balls, all that crazy shit. But I was paying for it. You know what I'm saying? But if you keep that bread and buy your own shit, you buy, that's always gonna be yours.
Yeah, cause I can just imagine, man. 'Cause like my grandfather, man, he had his, and it's just I can see like not only with his kids but his grandkids, bro. And we all come out there for Thanksgiving and stuff. It's just, you know what I'm saying. He left something,
Tangible.
not, you feel me? Not just with the land, but with memories. He created memories with the grandkids that we can all remember, man. Damn.
So he created price. It's priceless. You can't put an amount on that. And he didn't do that by renting it. He did that by owning it. You know what I'm saying? He eventually had it paid off. So now it's only thing y'all gotta do is pay the damn the taxes.
That's it.
I ain't gonna I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been looking into land and them double wides, man. Them double wides are getting flyer and flyer, boy.
And it's funny
Woo.
to say that. I was just telling my girl about that yesterday. I was in the woods and all I see now is like 5 to 10 acre plots with these brand new nice, like they look like they from from a glance, it looked like a regular house, but if you really look at it, it's a damn double wide. But them bitches nice, bro. On some land, niggas got, and then they put the little, they build the ten carports right next to it. Man, that shit look nice.
Mm-hmm. I saw
You in the
they had
matrix? You in the matrix,
triple.
bitch? Yeah, you in the matrix. Yeah, they do got triple wides though. That motherfucker's colossal. Yeah, Ragu, you just now that you working on getting your credit up, you know what I'm saying? Once you get your credit up to 680, now you need to save you about, you know, I say 10 to 15,000. Which it can be hard, but think about it. You about to get them some income taxes and shit. So maybe save some from this year and stash, and then maybe next year use those. You know what I'm saying? Boom, that'd be your down payment for your house. So you ain't even got to really come out of pocket. Just use the money that you got wisely. That bread right there can change your kid's life. If you just, figure out, I ain't gonna go buy no bullshit this year. I'm gonna save this bread plus my bread, and next year with them taxes, we gonna go get us a house. Go my down payment right there.
Oh, we broke it down like that. Now it feels more reachable. You know what I'm saying? Because, if you just tell somebody that, it's like, oh. But now that you really broke it down, the income's like, okay, it takes this and that. Really, if you really want to be out, what's 10K? What's 15K? You know what I'm saying? Especially if you make it like 2.5 months. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, bro, breaking it down like that, it feels reachable, bro.
Man, I tell people all the time, if you got kids, and I know people got kids, and if you with your mom, your baby mama, and y'all about to get taxes, use those taxes to get you out of your situation, bro. A lot of people, man, what we do is we get these taxes, we buy a bullshit ass car, and we run that motherfucker in the ground, and then next year we broke again. You know what I'm saying? Or they just go out here buy Jordans. Everybody got Jordans and clothes, and went shopping, went to Jamaica and broke again. Like, we gotta make these things work for our kids. They giving us our money. They giving us this money that we paid, but they giving us back to us in a lump sum. At least put some of it up, or try to use some to invest to get yourself out of that situation.
That's a fact too. Hey, that was my whole thing for this year because I swear I learned from last year, bro. I got all that paper and was, oh yeah, I got it.
And it was gone.
Air trip,
Yo,
air trip.
I hey, I done told y'all I had made a YouTube video. Chico in the motherfucking building. Shout out to my brother Chico. Um, I had made a YouTube video with 5 of my closest people at the time. It was my girl's mom, um, me, my girl, my brother, and his girl. 5 of us, and one of my best friends and his girl, and I forgot the 5th one, but it was 5 of us. All we had to do every year is come up with 5,000 a piece. A couple now come up with 5,000 a piece every year, and what we was gonna do is put our bread together and buy a house every year with that $5,000. And this was damn near 7 to 10. Well, I say about 7, 8 years ago. Bro, we'll be damn near millionaires if we would have did that. Just following that little $5,000 thing. But people can't tend. I don't understand how you can't come up with $5,000, but you can go travel the world and shit. You get what I'm saying? It's like, yo, our priorities is fucked up. But guess what? I took my 5 ragu and I went and bought my house, bro. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm 2 houses in, so I already know this shit can be done. Now I just that's why I say, if we all pool our resources, like my brother Chico says all the time, we can make this shit easy, dog. We got the recipe, we got the crack. Now we just gotta goddamn put that shit on the streets.
That's a fact, man. Shout out Chico too, man. I mean, this ain't cooking. Um, but yeah, dude. Hey,
Top of
all
the
I can,
top. What up? Good.
hey, was happening. All I can do, bro, is just shake my head because bro, learning from what happened last year and just understanding everything in this room, bro. It's like I'm glad I see it now instead of 5 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Like when the shit really hit the fan,
Hey,
bro.
Rago, you in a good spot, bro. Just imagine
Yes,
being
sir.
in your late 30s trying to make those decisions, bro.
Ooh, brr. Brr. Shit get real.
Mm.
That's why I'm happy to
That's where
have
I'm
you.
at.
I'm happy.
That's
My fault. My fault. I'm happy to have you around, Ragu, because you gonna be the one where we can say, "Look at this. Look at this nigga right here, boy. That nigga 30 years old. That nigga goddamn got a S550 riding on them things. You know what I'm saying? Like you gonna be able to put it all to work and still be 30. You get what I'm?
For sure.
I'm gonna be damn near 45. Now we got a couple niggas that gonna be about 55, but it's cool. That season. The average millionaire is
it.
52. Average millionaire 52. So I mean, we good.
Y'all cooking this morning. What up, Sam?
Yeah, Ragu, you definitely in an excellent spot, my man. I'm learning this. I'm learning this at 39, kid. I'll be 40 in September. So you definitely in an excellent spot, though.
Yeah, Chico, we started it off with the Jim Rome this morning. It's kind of been rolling ever since.
Hey, Stu, I'm gonna pass you the strap, all right?
I got the fort. Chico got the back door, Chico.
Yes, sir.
And we on real estate today, Chico. Teacher Tuesday we on real estate.
Yeah. Hey, yo, listen, this for everybody. Like it ain't really too much. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, we follow, we watch the doors, we watch the mics. You know what I'm saying? We can all do this collectively. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I felt crazy just telling niggas a specific thing. So we can all just like the message this morning. We all pitch in. You know what I'm saying? We can get this shit done. Like we ain't gotta be specific. You heard?
Yes, sir, my brother.
Yeah, I like it.
Hey Chico, it's been nice. Besides the rain, man, I'm tempting to put some vegetables out. I got some shit growing in my closet right now, but I know we gonna have another. You know how that frost be coming, dog. So I got that green thumb.
Yeah, it's still February. Yeah, that's hella early. But you are down south. Yeah, one more frost coming through.
Yeah, I got probably got about 2-3 more weeks, man. I started with some. I got some cabbage, some kale. So I got some cold stuff that can survive it. But I also planted some peppers. I want my peppers right this year. Last year my foot was broke, so my garden was all fucked up.
That's sweet. Can't wait to have me a big boy garden.
Man, I was looking at these greenhouses the other day. I don't think I sent it to you, man. I meant to send it to you. Hold on. I found this the container, them shipping containers. Man, they got that motherfucker insulated AC ready to grow out that motherfucker, G.
Man, I sent you that down there 2 years ago, Stu.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's the same one. I know we looked at it, but now I didn't I didn't have the spot to put it at. Now I got the spot. I need something
Oh
like
yeah.
that. So I'm looking at it like for sure, for sure.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah, that's it right there. The motherfucker temperature control. You walk in that bit. Ah, man.
Yeah, this one
I
had a
think it was about 10
generator on that
grand.
motherfucker and everything.
All that. Hell yeah. That bitch was about 10 grand. I'm like, that's it.
Yeah, cause so the goal is I'm gonna get the house rented in Virginia. I'm gonna rent the house out, and I was gonna slap one of them in the back because I was thinking about putting one of those garages, but them bitches expensive. But if I could slap one of those back in the in the field I got back there and just do my thing back there, I don't know which one to be better. So options, man.
Hey, that's a good space, man.
Yeah, not if you ain't got the bread to do either one, but I got to keep growing. You know what I'm saying? I can't stop. That's where I'm at. That's the dilemma. Cause if I rent the house out, I ain't got nowhere to grow. So I got to figure out a way to continue.
Nah. We ain't doing that CMB. What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? Yeah. I'm finished shoveling, man. What we doing? Let's rock. What's going on? Yeah, what's up,
Not the shovel.
bro?
My bad. I was
Man,
Oh yeah, y'all finna
uh,
get hit.
man, listen, bro. So my wife was
She
coming
just
down.
missed us, Brick.
Yo, they all that shit came down here to us, bro. Fuck.
Did it start? Y'all already getting it?
Yep. Yeah, this shit started last night. You know what I mean?
Mm. But shit
And
dipped
it's
on us.
it's
I'm so glad it missed us.
it's sticking paws, like you know what I'm saying? And it's all over the place, man. Oh,
And there it is, folks. The market has dropped. Boom. Down 9% on my portfolio. That's what we was looking for, Chico, right there.
They call that a healthy pullback.
That shit don't look healthy, but god damn.
It don't feel good, but it's necessary, right? That motherfucker keep blasting up. Yeah, it's gotta fill those gaps.
The video at 707. 706. Yeah, boy. It's down
You know that
$16. 2%.
that pullback was gonna happen. That motherfucker hit 742 yesterday.
Ooh, imagine if you bought at 742. Ooh.
Ooh, your stomach is hurting you right now, especially if you don't know what you're doing.
Run!
Bobo bought in at 742,
Yes,
sold
sir.
at 700. You fuck this, I'm out. Go do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the CPI report's supposed to come out today.
8:30, it
Is
already
it
did. So that
available?
it must have 8:30 it dropped. I didn't see what the results was, Chico.
hey yo, I gotta my all right, my cash app, right? I'm trying to combine my cash app with my Robinhood, and I think I'm fucking up somewhere because it told me that I didn't do it, and I had to wait like not like 2 or 3 days. You know what I'm saying? Because I got bread over there with the Nike joint. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get all like everything all in one
Transfer.
spot with the yeah. I gotta get
You
with
ain't
the
do it when they was offering the bonus?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I just did it. I just did it. I ain't gonna let me tell you something. I ain't gonna front. I ain't know you could even do that.
Yeah, yeah,
I ain't,
that's you gotta be that ain't normal. That ain't
I ain't even know you could do
Yeah, but
that. But
they were matching or offering something for you transferring things in from any other brokerage. All January.
mm,
yeah, that was a normal.
yeah,
Hey,
like
but
that.
Brick, yeah, like most people once they get a brokerage, they don't switch it, but
Mhm,
like in this new age, like we notice like one like Robinhood is more of like a beginner's brokerage,
mhm, mhm.
and like TD Ameritrade or Schwab or something that's more of advanced where you're looking at charts and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
like I
nah, I don't
say,
So
do
what
that.
what you call cash out? That's like
that's for the
That's baby.
kids.
That's baby steps, bro.
Yeah, that's
Well, I ain't gonna
stocks for
lie, like
that's stocks
that's
for
what it is.
jocks right there.
Whoa. Cause hey, yo, like when I seen it, remember? Cause I did it when I did it last year. I said, yo, I got, you know what I'm saying? Got money going into Nike and shit, and I had a couple shares of that. Then when remember we did the Robinhood, and I did the Procter and Gamble, bong. You know what I'm saying? Like that right there, and I just never thought to bring them together. Oh, like I didn't even know you could do it.
Yeah, you got to be a next level to even think like that. You know what I'm saying? But now you know. So
Yeah.
Chico, I got a
Uh-uh.
video on the consumer prices increase. Do you want to check that out real quick?
Hmm. It obviously didn't reflect good numbers because I was expecting it to blow, or it's been building up to this, and now they pulling profits.
Oh. All right, here we go, folks. Numbers, please. Yes, January consumer price index out in a few seconds. All yields are a bit lower, and here we're hitting the wires. Headline number expected to be up 0.2% is up 0.3%. That's the hottest since SEP of 23 when it was up 0.4%. Strip out food and energy, even hotter, up 0.4%. Also 1/10 hotter than expected, up 0.4%. Well, you equal that going to May of last year. You surpass it going to April of last year when it was up 0.5. The year over year numbers also hotter, 3.1 on headline year over year. We're expecting 2.9, but did make progress versus the rear view mirror, which stands at 3.4. Now, if you consider 3.1, we've already been there. We were there in November of last year, and we were at 3.0 in June of last year. Finally, CPI year over year core, I think one of the ones I'm paying most attention to, 3.9%, exactly as the recent month, December 3.9, 0.2 hotter than expected, and 3.9 is the smallest year over year change since it was 3.8 in May of 21. Now, I don't always hit some of these indices, but I think it's important to hit it today. If you look at the headline actual index for CPI, it's 308.417, which means that if you go back to 1913, we've never had this index higher than it is right there. And if you strip out food and energy and you look at CPI core, the actual index, this one is seasonally adjusted. The headline is not seasonally adjusted. This one comes in at 314.43, by far the biggest it's ever been, going back to record keeping in 1957. So these numbers are hot. Interest rates have zoomed up. These are now representing some of the highest yields of the year by far. 428 in a 10-year. We see pre-opening equities, of course, moving lower, and none of this should be shocking. And this is a cautionary tale for those, especially Fed speak, continually annualizing 3 and 6 month rates as if it's set in concrete. This set of numbers shows that is not true. And the biggest tail risk of any traders that I talk to seems to be higher inflation. There it is, folks.
So
There
it
you go.
came in higher.
Yep.
That's what did it. Hey, but I read something yesterday, Stu, that said the higher inflation is not from supply issues and supply chain and all. Because even though the cost of making the goods have gone down, they haven't brought their prices back down. But they're now seeing opportunity to increase their gross margin.
My bad, Chico. I had a phone call.
And boom, the markets are open.
All righty.
the biggest dip of all, down 3.2%. There is the opening bell. Equities are lower. There's narrative here, which is pushing rate cuts further out into July now. If you just think, as Abigail was saying to me during the break, we started in March rate cuts just a few weeks ago. We're now down to July and a 40% possibility of a fifth rate cut. So four cuts now priced in. That emboldens the dollar. It causes the euro to drop by a half of 1%. 10-year yields are up by 8 basis points. The short end of the curve is where the monster moves are by 11 basis points. So a slight flattening there. And oil up by over 1%. The OPEC Secretary General, Khatam El-Gaith, says that its peak demand looks very far out. They see robust demand in China. They see very robust demand in China and phenomenal economic growth in India, according to El-Gaith. Okay, let's talk about stock.
That's the new spot, India, dog.
You said India?
Yep, India. You know they have the most people on the continent. I
Yeah.
said the continent.
Yes.
Oh, in the world. Yeah. So what these companies have been doing, Amazon, um, Google, I know they over there. Your boy Tesla, he just built something over there. They trying to tap into that market, dog, because it's like Africa. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it is
Untapped.
untapped. Right, right.
You can sell them everything from shoes to Pepsi Cola. Let's get it.
Yeah, so that's where they you know they over there trying to do their thing.
There's a huge precious
But I
mineral
was
market over there. Like there's a lot of precious minerals like cobalt and certain minerals that they use over there. Like there's a lot of mining fields out beyond what you call in India, where there's a
Okay.
lot of materials for building products like communicators or semiconductors. So yeah, this is why they're targeting that market. But these guys know a lot about semiconductors, and they have the mindset for it because this is what they really focus on.
Right, right, right.
Hey
Like
Shu, I
data
opened up
centers and all that stuff.
Robinhood. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, I told you I was down 9%. Didn't I call a 10% pullback, Chico? I called that motherfucker. I said, man, we need about a two. I don't want to see it, but we need it.
That was a good call. And damn, who knew the CPI was gonna come in higher? That's crazy. Everything I was reading last night was like it's gonna come in lower. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's how they can shake this motherfucker up. You know, you want to be happy, all right. Market too excited, all right.
But my question, Stu, is who had this report yesterday?
I don't know. Somebody did.
It was selling
Somebody
like a
else.
motherfucker.
I was gonna tell you yesterday. I seen Nancy Pelosi. She had. Remember we talked about her having calls on the video. She I think they were saying she up like 300% year to date on just in the video call.
She's worth 100 million now.
Yo, she
I mean, if y'all gonna give me the info and let me trade, bro, like of course. Like, that shit should.
well, you remember we broke this in here. The I think it was a senator or one a congresswoman from Georgia, and her husband was in the he was in the he was in the actual stock. He was like a stock market chief or something. They had they knew the information about COVID before they dropped it to the public, and they sold $2 million worth of shares or something.
I know somebody proposed a bill to outlaw, you know, the Congress from trading while they're in Congress. That's crazy.
Filthy. Yeah, I'm gonna make the rules. I'm gonna get the money away, but I can invest too. Okay.
Well, you're sitting in congressional hearings where they're authorizing, let's say, 5,000 more tanks by Lock Marquis to be made for the government, right? Wouldn't you go and buy some Lock Marquis if you just found out in a
Fucking right.
private congressional hearing that they about to get the contract? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
But the dope thing about it though, Chico, is all public. So it's it's up to us to see it and trade with them. That shit is public, bro. It's one thing about your stocks. It's all public.
So how about Northrop Grumman?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not
Northrop
that
is
close
a
to my history.
defense contractor. I think they're like Midwest, like Texas and stuff like that. But they're a defense contractor. I mean, I do look at Lockheed, and Lockheed is very impressive right now. But I don't even know about. I know about Northrop, but I don't know if they're publicly traded. Are they?
I'm not familiar with them as a company. You said Norfolk?
Northrop Grumman. It's
Um,
at 454 right now.
solves the toughest problems in space, aeronautics, defense, and cyberspace. Hmm.
So if this is where they're going, like, is this viable? I mean, like Eli Lilly, that's definitely viable. Uh, what was the other one? Lockheed, absolutely viable. But these guys are like tank guys in space. Are they not viable?
Shit, that goes to Elon Musk. He ain't Tesla. They gave that man the contract to shoot these missiles out in space. Mind you, he got satellites orbiting around this motherfucker too.
Bingo. Northrop Grumman makes satellite parts too.
Oh
Space.
damn.
The final frontier.
It says Northrop Grumman solves the toughest problems in space. Wow.
That's dope. I never heard of that. Appreciate that, my brother.
Me
Yeah,
neither.
bro,
I
I ain't
have
come
to
here to
dig
play around,
into it.
bro. I did not come here to play around. You know, it's a lot of people that be on here like the niggas do baity bullshit. Like, I'm not here to play around.
100%. Welcome to the critical mass. That's what we trying to get away from Bobo to the dough.
So it's not only a space company, it is a defense company. I think you can see that.
Space Force. Say less.
Come on, man. See?
Not Donald Trump Space Force.
It can sound funny all day, but it's really a
No, no,
branch.
no, no. I'm just throwing.
Yeah, it's really a branch of the
I
army,
understand.
brother.
But it sounds funny, but it's really a branch. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Ah, man, that's tough. I got Eddie. Where you at, Eddie?
So you don't believe in the Space Force, too?
Hell no.
So So your kids could come up and be like, "Daddy, I want to follow Granddaddy footsteps. I'm going to the armed forces. What branch, baby? Space Force."
Space Force.
So where? So would you be stationed on like the International Space Station and shit?
Yo, the way you just said that, bro.
What? Space Force. It sounds like some corny shit, but it's real, man.
Yo, they about to
Because
leave, son.
they say the
No,
next
no.
war is gonna come from space.
They trying to. They about
That
to leave.
sound like Buzz Lightyear. Space Force.
They going to Earth too. They done found another Earth. They about to leave us, son. Word. Intergalactic movement, kid. They about to leave this Earth for the people, and then gonna go to Earth too. You'll see. They about to leave us.
Hey, so Kareem, let me ask you a question. Have you seen Elon Musk rocket that shoots up, blast off the crew, and then comes back and lands in the same spot?
Nah, I haven't seen that.
Oh, man, my man.
But they have one that actually leaves and go into outer space and come back.
Yeah, well, it goes up. You know how when they shoot the rockets off, they go up real high and then it detaches, and then the other one shoots up, and that bottom part usually just fall in the ocean or
Yeah.
something like that. Nah, Elon done created where it don't fall in the ocean. That motherfucker comes back to the same spot it shot off.
Wow. Man, we
Well,
got the Brainiac kids.
you heard Putin speak on that, man. So
And you mean to tell
he
me
said he's the
y'all?
most powerful man.
Hey, Chico, they had people telling us that he couldn't get a truck up the mountain. Nigga, is you crazy?
Nah,
What did Putin say about him? Big up
he
them?
said he one of the most powerful men in the world.
Oh, I mean that's quick. That's
Talking
pretty
about
obvious. That's pretty obvious at this point.
yeah, I didn't watch the Tucker Carlson interview, but I seen like a quote, and it's just that he spoke so highly of him. Talking about Neuralink, say, yeah,
But nah, they over here bashing him because of the mushrooms and cocaine.
he
man, let that
really be
man get
doing
high,
it.
man.
He really be doing that.
That's what they say. They say people in the
You know what?
company, people in the company done said that they complained about him and other employees doing cocaine and mushrooms.
Yeah, that nigga probably be high tripping. That's why. That's probably why they. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, he got to tap into his genius. You know.
You gotta turn on the genius.
Yeah.
Hey, how you think he up to 3 in the morning building rocket ships, man?
Hey, there it is. There it is. Telling
Is you
you,
rolling?
I might be
man.
right.
Yeah, listen. Hey, shout out to Elon, man. You definitely got to be a powerful nigga to go send rockets, shoot rockets in the air. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to him, man. I
Man,
don't know. I don't
that
know
that
how
nigga
he
had the
did it.
power to turn off the internet over there in Ukraine and shit.
Mm.
Turn that shit off. Say, y'all niggas call me, man.
Hey, hey,
I don't
hey,
like what's
yo,
going on.
That
And
nigga
yo,
they
got star. He got
they
satellites
said that
floating
that
around him.
Neuralink. My bad, my bad. They said that nanotechnology, that Neuralink, all that stuff is gonna be the answer to cancer, bro. Pause. I mean, no pause, but pause.
Ping Joe.
Word.
Ping Joe.
yeah,
Get Joe in here, man.
please.
Hey,
Ain't no theory.
hey, I mean, I believe he might be he might be the nigga to come up with that shit. I ain't gonna lie. He got the capital. He got the people trust him. Like, you
Let
know what I'm
that nigga
saying?
cook, Eddie.
Yeah, yeah,
Shit,
facts.
let
That's
him
what I'm
cook,
saying.
man.
Man,
How y'all fucking with him, man?
that nigga if you come up with a cure for cancer, it won't be for black people, son.
Oh,
Word up, son.
Come on,
there
Listen,
it
man.
is.
you
Come
won't be in the
God,
price market for that. So like, and look, we're talking about. This started from Northrop Grumman. So you look up a medical company that does the right thing ethically toward its patient, and then we back that medical company. So
But
like, so somebody like Eli Lilly, look up all the development that is made, and you look at the latest drug or whatever treatment is made for cancer. What does it look like for the cancer patient? How much people are suffering from that? And you back that company. Northrop Grumman, you know that Northrop Grumman is not looking out for you because it doesn't put resources back in your community. So any defense company that's looking out for your community, you look out for them. But when we're talking about this, if the conversation strays like this, like, okay, we know we don't want to mess with this company because they ain't even looking out for us. So I got to look for a company that like really puts back in, even if they don't put back into my community directly, there is some part of this company that is representing me. There are several companies out there, but we got to just look them up and make sure that those are the companies that we're talking about on a regular basis.
All right, let's
So when you
backtrack
say,
quick. Hold on. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Brett.
put back or give back into your community, what are you proposing exactly for these companies to do?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, brother. I said we're
Anything.
collectively looking at a company. We look at companies that are putting back in the community, right? And collectively, like they buy programs or they even educate people in the community. I'm not talking about a white company or any company that's doing some adverse things to us, but there's a collection of companies that do right by their communities. They may be companies that you've never really heard of, or maybe like a real estate company. But there are companies out there that really are equitable to people that look like us. And we got to really learn how to back these companies to make them viable.
No.
That's
You
what.
100% right. I remember during COVID when all the damn, I hate to say that. What's my boy name? The guy, I can't even. When the whole thing in Minneapolis happened.
George Floyd.
Yeah, George Floyd. Remember after that they were starting to say promote, companies that invest into, your community. So that is true. That is true. But I wanted to ask you a question about Eli Lilly. Do y'all know what that is? I don't think people know. I'm probably sure you know what it is, but I don't know if the group
I
of
do.
us. All right, cool. So
Break it down,
can
Flo.
y'all break it down? Now I want somebody else. Can anybody break down Eli Lilly, or do I need to play something real quick?
Play something for them, man. Play something. I ain't going to sound like I know
Play
everything,
some.
man.
Okay.
And that's not my
It's a
information, man. I
medicine
got that from
company.
somebody else. So I'm just saying, that's
It's a
not my information.
pharmaceutical company.
What do they specialize in?
I'm about to give it to you right now.
gonna learn today.
Right now.
Man, ain't coming with black people, man. You learn
Hey,
today what?
they they're headquartered in
Just a
Indianapolis,
study that came out
Indiana.
showing a new drug called retatrutide looks to be the king of weight loss, based on this brand new study published today in the New England Journal of Medicine. Now, in order to understand this new drug, we first have to remember something about Mounjaro, aka tirzepatide, which is both a GLP-1 agonist and a GIP agonist. And by the way, Mounjaro is still so fresh that it is yet to be approved, FDA approved, for weight loss. Right now, it's only FDA approved for type 2 diabetes. In the Eli Lilly labs, the revolution in weight loss drugs races ahead. This is about pushing the envelope further in this research, right? Correct. It's using old molecules as the benchmark and trying to make things that are better. Today, the company announcing data for its newest drug, an injection called retatrutide. We've been working to harness the body's own mechanisms that tell you when you've eaten, and they get your body prepared to metabolize food and tell you to stop eating. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Daniel Skavronsky says Eli Lilly is on the verge of a breakthrough. We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery. In retatrutide's second clinical trial, obese patients lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks. I started losing weight within about a month of being on the drug. Cynthia Jesse was part of the trial. And while some patients were given a placebo, she believes she was given retatrutide itself. I have to say, it was life changing to lose almost 60 pounds, especially someone, again, almost 300 pounds. Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
That's what they
There
were
are
talking about.
analysts who
Video
say it'll
before
be
we
the most.
talking about. All right, everybody get the grip.
I got it, but they legalizing crack now.
Man, this is crazy, dog. So that Manjaro drug, you take it like a shot. I know people that's about to get this shit. That's why I know what's going on. And instead of getting the surgery, they getting this shot, and they losing a lot of weight. But y'all just heard them say that it hasn't been approved yet. So how the fuck is this going on?
Because the drug is called Bizarro. So
So,
when you become the product and you become the subject of the product, that's how they can get over with
oh,
that.
so not
So they
fat.
making these
So
drugs that you could depend you come dependent on just to stay slim.
Big Brother Brick. So not feed the rat, get him fat, and then hit him with the juice to get him to get him slim like Nutty
Nasty
Professor.
word, nasty
God
word.
damn it, man.
It's in the water.
Whoa, they got us bad. This is bad, man.
Eli Lilly stock price is currently $738.
Yeah, look at the last. Give us the last couple. Give us the review, please, sir.
I'm sorry, you broke up. What you say, Stu?
Can you give us the forecast? I mean, what with the old what it was a couple weeks, months, and years.
Oh, let me open it in Robinhood. I'm just looking at it on the computer. All right, so Eli Lilly has been rocking and rolling. So it's up 23% for the past 3 months, up 15% for the past month, and up 1% for the past week. So year to date, they are up 26%. So it's been climbing up, I guess, on this. Are they the ones who make Ozempic?
Yes, I think they all involved with that too.
So they found out that Ozempic causes people to lose weight. So they moved it over to the weight loss drug and renamed it. So,
Yeah, that's that whole study that they've been doing. But see, like that video said, it hasn't been approved by the FDA. So I'm still confused. I don't know.
I'm saying that
Because
jab
it's
wasn't approved by the FDA.
Miss everybody.
for temporary use, emergency temporary use authorization was issued for the vaccine.
so during the pandemic, it was a lot of people that were sitting in their cribs, and there was a lot of people that was watching these celebrities taking this Ozempic drug, and Ozempic went crazy. So this was a big seller for Eli Lilly. during the pandemic. And after the pandemic, Ozempic became the hottest drug on the market. And I mean the hottest drug on the market. You have people like Christy Teigen selling this drug and all kinds of other people selling this drug. So if we looking at stuff and you want to play consumer, look at what the market looks at about consumers. And the one place the market looks the best place at consumerism is drugs. How do drugs filter the market?
I know one thing: we have America's in the biggest obesity problem that's ever been in the world. So we gonna need some shit like this.
Well, it's not needed
What's the
if they're
side
not
effect?
poisoning you on the other side, but
Right. Because wasn't Ozempic originally for something else?
type 2 diabetes.
Mm.
So non-diabetics are taking this drug for weight loss. What is that doing? So you're making a big loop, or you're making a big demand for this drug, right? Not the people that are receiving the drug that need it for diabetes, but people that are using it and exploiting it for other reasons. So they're making their money hand over fist on this drug for not even the reasons that it was designed for.
That happens a lot, though.
Now, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy or anything like that, but this is this is something to look at, right? If Eli Lilly is making drugs that are working, now how does that help us, right? Eli Lilly makes devices that can assist you, like when it came to the pandemic and the respirators. This is a company that's developing them or getting the licensing for them. So yeah, we definitely want to be abreast of these companies.
Eli Lilly sound like a furniture store or some shit.
Man, I thought it was so. Wait, I thought it was like a like Jim's clothes or something.
Did he just say Lululemon?
I thought it was something to that.
That's how they dress it up. It is a pharmaceutical company.
That shit do not sound like no pharmaceutical. That shit sound friendly as hell, don't it? Oh, little
Yeah.
Eli.
Even the logo look like PHA type shit.
Wait,
Like you
Eli
buy
Lilly
clothes or
sounds
some
more
shit, maybe.
welcoming than Glaxo Welcome.
Hell yeah.
Revenue 28.54 billion in 2022. Wow. They're headquartered in
They crank.
Indianapolis with offices in 18 countries. Its products are sold in approximately 125 countries.
Yeah, they crank.
Okay, I have an unethical stock. It's one that's kind of tough for me because they do a lot of stuff with, you know, intelligence, counterintelligence. They work with like the CIA. They work with companies to develop systems that understand systems. So all this AI stuff, they develop stuff like this to talk to computers, but also to learn. The company is called Pelletary. Pelletary.
The world famous weather report. Let's get it.
Hey, yo, it's Frank coming live from Newark, New Jersey, the loudest nigga on the block with the guns up. Wait, hold on, man. Hold on, we ain't doing this the right way, man. Yo, you are now tuned in to the world famous. So dope, you gotta say it 5 times. World famous CMB weather report. I'm gonna kick this motherfucker off the right way, man. It's Brick coming live from Newark, New Jersey, the loudest nigga on the block with the guns that go pop. They go what? Boom, 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 boom. Yo, it is a whopping 33 degrees and snowing. Yes, it's snowing. It looks like a whiteout. But the high for the day is gonna be 41. The low is gonna be 29, man. And that shit ain't fine because it's gonna snow all the way up to 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. This, yeah, the sun gonna peak out, man. I hope it won't melt this shit, man. But man, anyway, back to the best stage on Fanbase, YouTube, Rumble, everywhere, man. In the motherfucking world. I'm out.
All
And we're gonna
right, all
double up
right.
on what the brother Brick say, man. We're gonna double up on what the brother Brick say. It's a snowy day, but we cooling out, man. Shout out to the CMB, man.
Alright, man. Say, man. I'ma act 1, 2. I'ma act just like Lil Bando do, man. We coming straight out of Fort Worth with it today. It's currently 43. It's sunny outside with a high of 65 and a low of 42. Back to the best stage, my family. CMB. Creep on building with the critical mind.
What up, though? It's Chico tapping in from the Motor City, man. It is currently 32 degrees, 34 degrees. Feels like 28. We're going up to a high of 40, and we dodged that snowstorm. But we do have some snow sprees, possibly later. But we're not getting the heavy snow like you guys up north. But shout out to the critical mind. Stay dangerous.
Yo, it's your boy Pro coming from Charm City. We got a mixture of snow. 5 minutes later, it's rain, sleet, back to snow, rain. It's a mess out here, y'all. Stay warm, stay safe on these roads, but more importantly, keep building. Shout out to the CMB.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's your boy MVP, man. Don't forget the ragu. I'm right here in Virginia, man. Listen, where I'm at, it's 36 degrees right now. The high's gonna be 47. The low gonna be 35. I looked outside. It ain't nothing but snow, man. So, bundle up, man. Be careful out there on that road. But this is the Critical Minds building, man, and it's Teaching Tuesdays, man. Pull up, man. Gonna get some wisdom as well. Back to the stage.
Yeah. It's the cheap weather. I was just coming out of Columbia, South Carolina, where it's currently 52 degrees, feels like 46. It is sunny. We got a high of 61 and a low of 35. Back to the best stage. God damn it. We ain't playing.
Ba, 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 ba.
Hey man, where it is, where it ain't. It's your boy Young, aka Mr. I Told You. Man, I'm chiming in from North Memphis right now, man. And right now it's 46 degrees with a high of 50, 50 what, 52? It's sunny, it's shining out here, man. We chilling today, man. Y'all know what time it is. CMB. Go.
North Memphis.
Yeah, yeah.
North Memphis, hey, you come out with that North Memphis chant, you're an OG for real. You know what time it is.
Well, I guess it's my go. This is Vaughn Harvey calling you from New York. We're at New York City, where it's currently snowing with a low of 31 degrees and a high of 37 degrees. It is pretty snowy outside with heavy, dense snowflake falls and high traffic problems. Be careful out there driving and drive safely. Back to the CMB.
Hey,
There it is.
you done that
Man,
before.
what network you work for? This nigga named Vaughn Harvey. With a voice like that, boy, goddamn, man, I'm gonna have to go ahead and sign you up, independent contractor basis or something.
I forgot. I think that's everybody. Kareem, the God. Jersey in the house.
I thought that's who that was playing at first. I had to look. I'm like, dang.
Did we get the chat? I ain't hear Miss Lynn. Where Miss Lynn at? Oh, she in the chat. All right.
Okay, I'm here now. I'm here.
Okay, there she is.
Whew, I was on the phone with a lady trying to get her insurance information, but she said the print so tidy on the card she can't see it. So she gonna call me back, but let me go. All right, currently in Dallas, and it is 42, high 63, low 35. And then we have China. He's in Baltimore. It's currently 33, high of 47, and a low of 32. Back to the best stage everywhere, anywhere. CMB.
We all we got. Thank you, Miss Lynn.
Welcome.
Well, folks, I think that's gonna wrap up the CMB. Oh my goodness, CMB weather report. Chico, where you at?
I was just sitting back and listening, man. Man, we really got some real radio voices, man. From Miss Lynn, the Stu, Chico, Kareem. Hey, man, shout out to y'all, man. This is organic, man. Y'all boys good. They real good.
Hey, OG, what they say? You keep shooting the jump shot. Eventually, you gonna get good.
Hey, man, you shoot 100 of them bitches, one of them bitches
Man,
bound
Crow,
to
that's
go wrong.
crazy, man. I must ain't got
My
no I
bad,
must ain't
my
got no
bad. I
radio
ain't hear your
voice.
voice this morning, baby. I ain't hear you. You know that's legendary right there. You feel me? Sometimes when I hear your voice, I be looking over my shoulder like, damn, is we in a dark alley or what, my nigga? Sometimes it be too real.
My man, calm down with all that aggression, my man.
It be the part where he calm it down and he get to whispering on you niggas like this. Yeah. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Shit getting spooky.
Shout out to the critical minds. Let's keep on building, man.
Love y'all, man, for real.
Yeah.
Love you too, my brother.
You already know. CMB.
Like my man,
CMB.
like
What's
my
good?
man
What's good,
Kevin
y'all?
Gates
What's
said,
good?
if I tell you that I love you, boy, you can't do nothing wrong.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Chico, you need me to play something? What you got over there, my man?
I'm trying to send it to you now.
I bet.
Good morning, Steve. I heard you come off your mic. Good morning. Welcome, welcome.
Good morning. How you doing? How everybody doing?
Salute.
All right, here we go from my brother Chico.
Can everybody hear me good too?
Yep, you
You
good. We
good?
good. We about to play this video. 1 second, my brother. Be Your Best from ET. Here it is. Shout out to Chico with the motivation of the day. Some slaves said, I don't care what we go through, we're going to survive this. 400 years of slavery, we're going to get through this. And you can't get through it 1825. You can't get through a writing class, and you got tutor after tutor, resource after resource. The problem is, you ain't never felt no pain before. You're soft. It's a soft generation. You quit on everything. Our people did not quit. Harriet Tubman not only made it, she went back and got some more. She said, you know what? I made it, but I'm going to walk all, listen to me, shh, not ride the bus. I'm going to walk all the way back down to the South to get some more. And you quitting on 1825? Now watch this. You quit after you, listen to me, you get a sleeping bag and you wait for them. You wait for the first WRA instructor to come in and you come out your sleeping bag, I need help. You quit after you do that. You quit and you ain't even tried yet. Listen to me. Pain is temporary. It may last for a minute or an hour or a day or even a year, but eventually it will subside and something else will take its place. If I quit, however, it will last forever. Listen to me, I'm telling you as I leave. I was homeless for 2.5 years. And the problem with most of you never felt no pain before. Y'all spoiled. Y'all spoiled. Some of y'all spoiled. It's bottom line. Your parents have done everything for you. You never had to do nothing for yourself. You're spoiled. We're going to keep it real tonight. Some of you are spoiled brats. Every time you ever got in trouble, somebody in your house got you out of it. Every time you done something you're not supposed to do, people say, Eric, your mother's a tyrant. You're right. She kicked me out. You're right. She's mean, but she developed a man because she put me out there and said, you're going to have to grow up. And some of you have never learned to grow up. And so every time something get hard, you quit. You call mama. I dare you to take a little pain. I dare you. I dare you not to go home. Somebody said, I don't go home, I feel bad. So go through it. You ain't going to die. At the end of pain is success. You're not going to die because you feel a little pain. I'm not eating like I eat at home. That's why you're about to go to the next level. Because if you keep eating like you ate at home, you'll keep being a boy or a girl. It's time to become man, woman. So don't worry about a little pain. My greatest asset is I was homeless. So I can't feel a whole lot of pain. I've already been alone. There's not a whole lot of hurt I can feel. On a little paper, on a little chest. So I leave you, listen to me. We have gotten to a point where it's midterms and we're moving forward. The days of you getting money, I'm not saying we quitting, but I'm saying the day has got to go from external to internal. You have to give it everything you got. No more TV, no more parties, no more playing. Most of you won't be successful because when you're studying and you get tired, you quit. I'm here to tell you today, if you got somebody came in my office the other day crying, I said, look, don't cry to give up, cry to keep going. Don't cry to quit. You already in pain, you already hurt, get a reward from it. Don't go to sleep until you succeed. Listen to me. I'm here to tell you today that you can come here, you can jump up, you can do flips, you can be excited when we give away money, but listen to me, you'll never be successful until I don't have to give you a dime to do it. You won't be successful until you say, I don't need that money, because I got it in here. So if you want to make six figures, you can't just be talking about you want to make six figures. When you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And when you get to the point where all you want to do is be successful as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it better than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you got to be willing to give up sleep. You got to be willing to work off for 3 hours and sleep 2 hours. If you really want to be successful, some days you're going to have to stay up 3 days in a row.
me because when I was homeless, I knew something was wrong. I knew that wasn't the best of me. And one day I said, "Will the real Eric Thomas please stand up? Will the real Eric Thomas please stand up? Stop being this high school dropout. Stop giving up. Stop sleeping on the street. Stop walking up and down Fecal Avenue like you ain't got nothing and get your GED. Stop being afraid to take a test. Stop being afraid to go to college because your daddy didn't go and your mama didn't go. Stop being afraid and be the best Eric Thomas you can be. But listen to me, it's going to be hard. It took me 12 years to get a 4-year degree, but I got it. And guess what? On a degree, it don't have dates. So if it took you 4 and it took me 12, it don't show up nowhere. But I'm exactly where I wanted to be because I realized I got to commit my very being to this thing. I gotta breathe it. I gotta eat it. I gotta sleep it. And until you get there, you'll never be successful in life. But once you get there, I guarantee you, the world is yours.
There it is, folks. E.T. Stop being soft. Shout out to Chico. That was dope, my brother. Appreciate that.
Hey man, don't quit, man. We got too much in it.
Yes, indeed, my brother. Yes, indeed. Chico with that money looking like, man, with that money looking like.
All right, it's the world famous CMB stock report. Let's get to it. A lot of red rum. The CPI came out today, which is the Consumer Price Index, which measures inflation. Apparently, those numbers came in a little tick higher than expected. So we got red rum everywhere on the market today, which is cool because we've been running green for about 5, 7 days. The Nasdaq is sitting at $55. TSM Taiwan Semiconductors 127. These are all in the red. WCBR is 27.59. Amazon is 169. GM down to 38. AI is down to 28. Zscaler is down to 242. Datadog is in the red at 132. AMD is down to 168. Nvidia is in the red at 713. MPW's 347. Rumble's tumbled down to 699. Crocs is in the red down to 105. Waste Management is lime green at 198, crushing earnings. Nike's down to 104. Apple's down to 184. Netflix is 553 in the red. Tesla at 185. Facebook is at 461. Microsoft is down to 407. Disney is 109. Ford Motor Company, oh, Disney just went green. Ford Motor Company is 1260. Alibaba 72. GE is 138. DraftKings is sitting at 42.44. AMC sitting at 438. Delta Airlines is 39 bucks. American Airlines is 14 bucks. Square, which is Block, is 65. TKO Holdings is 86. Celsius is 58. Penn Entertainment is 22 bucks. Uber $68. Google, also known as Alphabet, 146. GoodRx 632. Carvana sitting at $51. Dillard's is 404. Elf Beauty is sitting at 167. Dutch Bros is 26.93. Let's take a look at the crypto space. As you guys know, Bitcoin crossed 50K last night. Let's pull it back slightly this morning to 48,634. Dogecoin is 0.08. Remember, it's halving season for Bitcoin. Get in before April. The market is pulling back today, which is not always a bad thing. But shout out to the CMB, man. Buy your pair, get your share. Back.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the brother Chico. We're gonna pick it up with some hip hop history. for the day, February 13th. One of my favorite albums of all time, Tupac released his fourth album, All Eyes on Me, today in 1996, as well as the Fugees released their second and final album, The Score, today, February 13th, also 1996. Happy birthday, Randy Moss. It's still Aquarius season. Let's rock.
Instant classic. All eyes on me.
Hell yeah! Shout out to Dave with that.
That was a two disc, right? Or that was one? That was the two disc album,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That was legendary too.
That motherfucker was like $30, wasn't it?
Hell yeah. He was the first one to do it. He said, I'm out selling y'all and my shit double y'all's. That nigga was good.
Yo, that was revolutionary because like CDs didn't even have that long of a run, and he did it on a double album. Like that, just that double album thing, everybody started emulating that, just that aspect. And it was so dope for that era. Like for a young kid buying CDs and you get all this stuff in the back and the bonus stuff, and you can see them like writing the lyrics and all that. Like that
Yeah.
was crazy. So that whole experience, man, like people don't know what they missed.
That was like my favorite part of the album. The booklet, reading the lyrics and
Hmm.
all the dope shit. Like you said, it would be in handwriting and just, custom shit. It was dope.
Yeah, we missed the album cover. These kids will never know about pulling that cover out the CD, looking through it, reading the credits, all that shit.
A fun fact: when that motherfucking All Eyes on Me came out February, it was a massive, like 8 foot snowstorm just hit Bosnia. We had just got there, probably mid-January. The little abandoned building we was staying in was like some type of mill, but that motherfucker ain't had no roof on that bitch. But the motherfucking the PX man was riding around and had I don't know how many copies of that All Eyes on Me. And I had, the booklet up in my Humvee and shit. I was driving the captain at the time. He's like, Private, we're not listening to no fucking Tupac. Every time you get out, we
Yeah,
listen to that
that's
motherfucker.
fire. I
I
could
made a
visualize
make
it as you saying it too, bro. I could
I,
visualize that.
I made a makeshift CD player, had some speakers on the side of an MRE box and an old, like it wasn't old then, but like a car radio with the CD player. Made it out of MRE box. Used to be jamming in the Humvee. Dun, 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 dun.
That nigga said the
I ain't say you ain't no
MRE
bitch.
You
box.
The
crafty, bro.
MRE box.
Yo, he really used that GI Bill.
Yeah.
For real.
You made your own boombox, bro. That's
Yeah.
legendary shit, man.
My business as a rider, rider, rider. Ooh.
In the middle of Bosnia, jamming.
That sounds like some old A-Team stuff.
He was ready for that action.
Hell yeah.
Paint the picture.
Son said, this is the soundtrack of Whoa, boy.
I mean, when the first time you pop that shit in, like you just knew, like, oh shit. Like this shit
Instant
here,
classic.
nigga.
This shit
What?
hit
Hey
different.
yo, hey yo, hey yo. Soon as you hear that, I won't deny it.
Woo.
I'm a street rider. You don't
Dun,
want to
dun,
go.
dun,
Doom,
dun,
doom,
dun,
doom,
I
doom.
got
dun,
all less than me. Yeah. Word. Yeah. I want money, hoes, sex, and weed. Phone first, weed. Yeah. So, all right. So, look, real quick, while we got a little brief intermission from Teaching Tuesday. Out of all pop albums, All Eyes on Me and Me Against the World, Machiavelli, Tupacalypse Now. What was the first one? Strictly for My Niggas. Um, which one can we say is the best pop album out of all of them?
Me Against the World.
Ooh,
Ah,
ooh,
that's probably the best, but you can't top All Eyes on Me. Like
ooh.
it's just too much
That's
shit.
production and everything.
Machiavelli wasn't no slouch.
Nah,
I was about to say
Machiavelli,
No,
Machiavelli.
Machiavelli
Machiavelli
wasn't
was
no
Oh,
slouch.
serious.
Machiavelli wasn't no
Machiavelli.
hoe.
Ooh, wee. Yo, Machiavelli
Machiavelli
was
was
that.
just something very heavy. Like it just did
That was that
something
pressure.
specific to you. Like you knew after you listened to this, I can't go back to listening to stuff that this is not delivering what this just delivered to me. I know there's something missing. So Machiavelli just put you in a totally different mindset. You really asked for something more. Smile? Oh, come on, man. And that's only the commercial songs. Yikes. Machiavelli was
Hey, we got a segment that we putting together. Is the Da Vinci Code of lyrics, of music lyrics, right? Because I said this I think Saturday. It's certain musicians, right? Um, fucking Marvin Gaye, Tupac, Michael Jackson. The list goes on and on. Like these, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna stamp this. To me, these artists were musical prophets, bro. Like what they Sam Cooke, go back that far. You know what I'm saying? How, you know what I'm saying? At a time when America was on edge of the black and white, the racial, you know what I'm saying, wars and things like that, the injustice of black people, you had people that stood up in music. You know what I'm saying? You got people like Michael Jackson who told you to look at the man in the mirror before you can even talk about somebody else, per se, air quote. You know what I'm saying? Like how you gonna talk shit about me when your motherfucking closet got so many skeletons in it? You know what I mean? Like he made you think.
But it's the
Pop
other part of what
made you
Mike
think.
did too, man. Like Mike made you see that it's a facade that we have to play. They didn't never see Mike as some intelligent dude. They called him everything in the book but intelligent. And when your man came up at the end of it and he called his last performance, this is
This is it. This
it.
is it.
You got a problem here. Guys, we got a problem. He said, in 1987, Sony thought I was dumb. So in 1980, I started buying shares of stocks. And they thought I was dumb. And every year I bought double the shares that I
well,
bought the year previous. And at the end of it all, I found out
woo.
that I had enough shares that I owned 50% of Sony. They were very mad at me. Why would they be mad at you? Because I own 50% of the controlling party of Sony. Oh, that's the part you didn't understand. So, right. Pac was only smart when he sounded like he was a thug or a weapon. But when
That's
he
a
said
fact.
what he said in Machiavelli, oh no, this nigga's a problem. No. This nigga's a problem. See, he's going back to that Black Panther stuff, and we can't have this. COINTELPRO, start again, guys. Get into this music stuff, guys. We can pretend like we forgot this stuff ever happened. When people want to have arguments talking about, oh, don't put it on the
Hip
culture.
hop
No,
police was real. Hip,
COINTELPRO is still going on. It's in their music.
yeah,
They got us.
yeah,
So
hip
yeah,
hop police was real. People think that hip hop police is like a phrase and just to talk or just to call niggas that snitch or niggas that's, you know what I'm saying, tell them the half of what's going on in the rap game. But that hip hop police, it was really niggas out here set to target certain rappers, Jim Jones, Tupac, who else? Come on, give me some more.
come
Snoop,
on. But how you gonna forget
uh
about Lil Wayne, man? He was in New York, man. They
Lil
really
Wayne, Lil
targeted
Wayne,
him, boy. They
Lil
really
Wayne.
targeted him. I was working in the Beacon when they targeted that boy. You knew what
Mm.
you was going for. You knew you set that boy up. Let's get him now when he relaxed. I'm in New York, bro. Like I'm in New York with a whole bunch of other gangs. Like, what? How am I supposed to come out here? Y'all ain't coming. Y'all not coming here to protect me. Like y'all coming here to. Oh, y'all coming to set the game up. But when he said in Machiavelli, like it opened up a lot. Why is Scarface not a big rapper that everybody know about? Because he was talking about something that was too heavy. Scar, like, I never seen a
Mm.
man cry till I seen a man die. He greets his father with his
Mm.
hand. Rehabilitated life. Glad to be the man's
That
child.
that
The world
story
was
that
different since
that
he seen
story
it
still
last.
in
Come on.
rap game. Hey, hey, and listen, I'm saying this respectfully, bro. Like I'm not disrespecting you. Do you do comedy or like voice impressions and shit like that?
I do.
I knew it. God, cause yo, you sound just like these niggas, bro.
Boy,
You
good
sound
too.
like
He good.
Robin Pop. Yeah, he good. He good. That boy good.
Dude,
But yeah, bro.
but Scarface, come on, you heard that song before. You heard that album. But we're
Yeah, he
hearing
best
him in
ever time in
Machiavelli,
the rap game.
right? You when you heard him in Machiavelli, like, oh no, we about to get delivered something. We're about to get delivered something. Scarface just has this dimension to him. You know when he step on the album, you're gonna get something totally different. It was like freaking Clarence the Third, right? When in the Tale from the Hood, when he showed up on the screen, you knew he was about to get delivered something. When Scarface stepped
Mm.
up, you're like, oh, this spooky rapping ass nigga, man, yo, this dude about to pour it in. Scarface is no joke.
Hey, yo, that's just like the joint. That's like the joint. Jay Z, Mac, and Scarface got on. They in the studio, right? He get a word that his son, that his man's son get killed. He put that in the whole rap, like, and the way he did it, it correlated with the whole song, like it fit the song. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's and you know what I'm saying, to bring it back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna land on this. We about to get back to Teacher Tuesday, but at the end of the day, right? These musical prophets, bro, like we sleep on them because we think some of us think that they're here to entertain us, right? And I'm gonna say this real quick before I land. Michael Jackson, that man had an aura about him. Like he had a I don't even know another word for it, but he had an aura about him because I'm gonna tell you something. Go look at that concert that he was doing when he had the gold onesie with the black shit under it. Go watch that. And go watch how this nigga stood there for 2 to 3 minutes, stuck, one spot, didn't move, looked like a nigga wasn't even breathing. Yo, people, human beings, his fans were falling out. When the last time you seen that? When the last time you seen an artist with that much power? Cause that's power. You know what I'm saying? That's why you know some of these artists have something about them. And one more. Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye. I challenge some of y'all to listen to a lot of his what's going on. Trouble Man. Listen to those songs and try to decipher what he's saying or what he's talking about. Flying high in the friendly sky. If you don't know, you don't even know what that song is talking about. But you gotta listen to the what he yo. We gonna do the Da Vinci Code of music lyrics one day. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't know. Maybe we could probably throw it into the Freestyle Friday, or we could probably throw it into Saturday. But we supposed to be doing something on Saturday. But we gonna do it. And I'm telling you, once you start listening to what these people are saying, what these artists are saying, you'll know like yo, these people were sent here for a reason.
Yo,
Word. I'm gonna
yo,
land on that.
Brick, man, you could have just stopped on your boy Sam Cooke, but you came all the way down this road, man. You should have just went to Sam Cooke because you could have talked about everybody through one guy. This is why they targeted Sam Cooke because he said, "Yo, we have to understand what we really are to this game, what we really are to music, but what we are as genius." And he understood that, like on a profound level. This dude was bringing Martin Mal. He was Ali. Yo, this Netflix ain't. If you want to talk about Black History Month, throw that thing up in the chat. That Black History documentary about Sam Cooke,
Hey
right?
yo.
That's what we need to be pointing at, right? The
Yeah.
evidence is right in the bottle.
I said, no, you ain't lying. Hey, bro, you ain't lying, man. Yo, hey, matter of fact, man, I just gave you a follow, man. I fuck with you, bro. Hey, yo, that's real shit. Because at the end of the day, right, you gotta understand something. At that time, at that time period, us as people, we couldn't be boisterous like you had Malcolm Martin, you had Ali doing it in sports, and you had Sam Cooke. doing it in music. It wasn't
No,
too
brother,
many
no.
people.
It's how they segment history. Nina
No, that's
Simone,
what
we
I'm
can't
saying. But
forget
that's what
about
I'm
that.
saying.
Nina
That's
Simone
what
is
I'm
here too. That was a very
saying.
powerful voice, and she was in Europe. So back and
Say that.
forth.
Say that name one more time.
Nina Simone,
Okay, Nina Simone. Okay. I
right?
got
And
you.
several more. Eartha Kitt. But this is how they segment history. They make it look like it didn't happen at the same time, right? All these people with the freaking what's his name? Harry Belafonte. All of this is
Harry
happening at the
Belafonte.
same
Yep.
time, brother. It's just how they segment history and make it seem like it was Sidney Poitier. All of this is happening at the same time, right? So it's how they segment history. Yeah, Sidney Poitier started to be an actor long in the beginning, but what we normally judge by is how we see the videography of it, right? If you see broken or old, distorted looking film, you think it's older than it really is. No, man, that's 1930. That's just a camera. They just used the wrong camera. But I guarantee you, if they showed the best of camera, you'll say, "Oh, snap! This is color in
That's
1930s.
something.
Where this came from?" Because they didn't use the right technology. They didn't use the best technology to show you what was happening bad. They used the best technology to show you their grimy deeds and make themselves look good. So when you see the little documentary footage, like how you got color footage of World War II? Yeah, because we
Yeah.
saved the good cameras for this part.
But I mean, at the end of the day, cause you know what I'm saying, like it from what you saying, what how you talking, brother. You've watched some of the documentaries that I watched, and that World War II documentary. You could tell it was in black and white, but you know they colorized it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Cause you know like of the technology that they have today. But you're right. I can't dispute that. You know what I'm saying? Like you had a lot of people out there that was pushing the movement in they lanes. And what I mean in they lanes, in they, you know what I'm saying, as an athlete, as a musician, you know what I'm saying, as a, you know what I'm saying, a civil rights leader. And from I cause I ain't gonna front, I did watch the Sam Cooke interview. It seemed like he leaned more towards uh Malcolm X and what he believed in versus Martin. But he still we on the same playing field. You get what I'm saying? Like, and his whole story, right? His whole story is crazy and wicked because if you have a good sense, you can tell that this man was set up. Like they targeted this man with that woman and saying how he died. Like this. I mean, I'm be real with you. I thought Sam Cooke was the guy with the grits. That's who I thought that was. But then when I seen it on Netflix, I turned it on and started listening. I'm like, yo, this nigga, he about something. He was like, he really, you know what I'm saying, started a movement in his lane. And I mean, and see, this is what CMB is about. Like real talk. Like we got our own lanes, but like Stu, the homie that Stu put on earlier, and I need you to send that to me, Stu. What the dude that we listened to early this morning, like early this morning, first thing he played. Because you gotta have more than one skill in order to be up there with them. You can't just say you got one thing and you think this one thing gonna take you off. Pause. You gotta be in the area where you gotta learn a different language. You gotta have more than one skill. You gotta be able to delegate and to, you know what I'm saying, move people around, and you gotta be a people person, right? You gotta learn how to say, yo, Sto, everything that you played this morning, my brother, yo, it was on point, and not expect nothing back. You know what I'm saying? And those are the key things that I keyed in on when he was playing that because that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? It makes sense that if I learned another language, maybe I could make more bread because I could be out here being a translator. Shit, in a few minutes, niggas gonna need translators from the hood with these young niggas because they gonna be making so much money. They gonna be traveling and they gonna need somebody to, you know what I'm saying? Because Google, I don't think it perfected it yet. It's there, but it ain't perfected it yet. I'm telling you, man. Like yo, man. And it's too later on. later on, you should play that. You should play that joint again. You know what I'm saying? Because we got more people in here. Well, because at the same time, I think all of us need to hear that. Because yo, CMB, we form like Voltron, man. We form like Voltron. We all got different skills. You feel me? So now, by us having different skills, guess what? We combine them together with our powers combined. What? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that shit, man. Come on, man. We just gotta realize what we got. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta take off.
Yo, you cooking over
Word.
there, Mo. You cooking, boy. Make sure you save me a
Nah,
plate.
nah, these my, you know what I'm saying? This is my family, man. I feel like, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like it's my duty to keep their spirits up because, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We gotta keep that force. You know what I'm saying? No pause. We gotta stay on course. Word.
Bro, it's heavy out here. Yeah, we definitely need people like that. You know what I mean? It's heavy out here. Like, and if anybody told you it's easy, like, yo, stop. Tell them to stop lying to you. Like, it's heavy out here, and we don't get the support like that. Especially as black men, we don't get no support system. So these little corners of space, like this little percentage of a percentage of a percentage, like of space, like you better appreciate this.
Nah, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna just say this, and I'm not digging up or you know what I'm saying, ripping off old wounds, but at the end of the day, a lot of this shit that's been going on inside our camp, it's a hurtful feeling because you 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 you've grown to become attached to certain people, or you learn to, you know what I'm saying, deal with certain people. You learn different people personalities, and it's like once you call somebody your brother, or your sister, it's like that's hard to just let go to say I ain't fucking with it no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I think we're stronger together than apart. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? Some people ain't gonna make it, and some people just can't go. But we're stronger together, man. For real.
You hit it on the head, brother. I say that Voltron thing all the time, and I often say it like I'm Keith. Activate interlock Steinatherms connected impercells
Oh
up.
my
Megaforces
god.
are a goal. Let's form Voltron Force. Form feet and legs, form arm and torso, and I'll form the head. Go Team Voltron.
Yo, he's good. He's good. He sound like that nigga Keith. That's the Black Lion. He sounds just like that.
Hey, that was good.
Oh shit, man. Word. But yeah, man. Nah, I appreciate y'all, man. What's up,
Yeah, he
creator?
was
What's going
cooking,
on,
boy.
man?
He was cooking. Like, golly, I came in, boy, like a 200,000 degree room, boy. You on fire, man. That was some good references, really going back to show the older guys and how they took over. You know what I mean, or how they
Yeah.
accepted. You kind of left out Jim Brown a little bit, but it's
Jim
okay.
Brown, yeah, Jim Brown, he's cool.
Whoa, Jim Brown.
Yeah, Jim Brown was in there
He
too.
did it with football, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, yes, but I mean, just this just goes to and somebody brought up Nina Simone, which is another good one, and I mean we can even go back to Dorothy Dandridge, and oh man, it's another one I can't even think of.
Hattie Daniels.
Yep, 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 and just going back and how man, oh boy, you just said so much. I mean, you really kind of went, really said so much. But you look at today, and who is that today? Who's the Sam Cooke of today? Like, who can we look at to say, okay, that's the Nina Simone of today?
They trying to.
We don't.
You know what artists I look at that speaks um who tries to speak to the people, you know what I'm saying? And not because he's a younger guy, but he tries to do it in a way where people would just definitely listen. Kendrick Lamar. Word. I feel like a lot of the songs he have, he actually does. He has a couple of songs actually. What's the name of the song? I got it right here. I got it written down. Hold on. Sing About Me. I'm Dying of Thirst. Poetic Justice. Yo, those songs are talking about something. You would think that he's just poetic justice. You talking about, you know, you just talking about drinking and getting drunk and you know what I'm saying, falling into a, you know what I'm saying, trance of being drunk. No, he's really, you know what I'm saying something in the song. And I believe I salute guys who do that because at the end of the day, if you put it out there, if you just put it out there, like, listen, we tired of this shit, and we tired of the abuse, and we tired of the injustice of our people, they gonna start they gonna shadow ban you. They gonna put a cover over you so, a lot of people won't hear you. And that's how it goes.
Yo, J. Cole and this kid Lil Yachty. And now I never really listened to Lil Yachty, but a young kid, 24 years old, put me onto this Lil Yachty guy. And he has a song called Secret Recipe. He has several cool songs, but this song called Secret Recipe is just ridiculous. His lyricism, his delivery, but what he's saying is like, wait a minute, hold on. And then he says a line in there. He's like, go over my words like highlight markers. My only, he said, my only celebrity crush was Nikki Parker, but that's not the point. He's making some big points in this song about how powerful his mindset is. And we don't really look at that in hip hop because we're not, and just like Ramo is saying, I mean, yeah, just like Brick Mo is saying, like, we don't look at these guys. Yeah, you definitely have to have one of them genius bars where we dissecting lyrics and lyricism, but the mindset of these individuals. Dude started the song, he said, allegedly, they figured out that I'm the secret recipe. He said, the baddest O is going to test the E, then blame the high for wanting sex. Wait, he said, I never want a piece. F all my ops. I support Malcolm X. Yo, but the dude, like, he's going in, but his lyricism is so crazy, but his metaphors are ridiculous and his mindset. We don't often get a time or allotment to examine what these individuals have been through, but their genius to even cultivate or culminate these ideas of advancement, even when they're going through something heavy. Right? This dude ain't talking about he ain't talking about smoking crack or smoking weed or popping. He's talking about this level of my perception in myself. And we don't even get to see it like that.
Surprisingly enough, Kendrick Lamar's fan base is primarily, believe it or not, we love him, but his fan base is primarily white folk.
But that's okay. But that's okay. You
That's
know why?
okay, yeah. So that just gives you a testament to what he talking about and what, if it's accepted or rejected.
Uh,
They
That's another
packing them
thing that Lil
stadiums to
Yachty
see
said
this
too.
rapper.
He's like, yo, the people that's buying my albums don't look like me. He's like, yo, I'm big, and none of y'all bought my album. None of the people that look like me bought my album. It's little kids, little suburban kids, and little white kids that's buying my album, know my lyrics word for word. When I go out in the concert and I'm doing these dances, I'm doing this because this is who my audience is. My audience don't look like who I represent. And that's the biggest deal. Like, we don't even represent the people that we should be representing. And a lot of our genius gets stuck out here in this paradox of what we call the world. And then we complain like, oh, why are they going to white people? What do you mean? You're not even supporting me. You don't even see me as a genius.
I think some of their antics are more or less like they look more at their antics than the message that they trying to promote. Because I'm gonna be real with you, Little Yachty. Only thing I could relate to Lil Yachty is, he's a shoe collector. He collects shoes and he wear them. And I respect that about him. But the antics outside of the music that he's rapping, it's like, come on, little bro, like, we ain't off that. So I mean, it's like a seesaw in my opinion. That's how I look at it, like a seesaw. You promoting a message, and you saying something, but then at the same time, outside of that, you doing wild and crazy shit. I mean, we got a lot of people that pull stunts just to get heard. You know what I'm saying? Like, prime example, Charleston White. You know what I'm saying? He pulls antics, right? But he has a message behind his antics. But sometimes those antics and those messages could be like overshadowed by the certain things that they say or certain things that they do.
You the system of capitalism and consumerism work on emotion. emotions, right? So when we start to feel things, or we start to feel angst or anxious, what does it say? Like everything in popular culture that's targeted toward women tells you to go shopping when you feel angst. So a lot of people that have been raised in households where this is the primary idea, yeah, consumerism is going to be sold to you, not by the media, but it's going to be sold to you subconsciously. And everything in our mediums have this subconscious selling point. If you watch television, you got 47 commercials before the end of the show, right? These selling points are all around you all the time. So it is in our popular culture. This is why the mainstream songs get played more than the songs that are on the B side that make way more sense than the A side.
Right. The B sides. You say that, boy, but yes, those are the sides on the albums that we listen to the most. That last song that wasn't even supposed to even been on the album, and that turned out to be the song that we love the most. That's that pure song. This was a young lady talking yesterday. It's talking about how she liked the songs where artists made the songs, but it wasn't so polished. And then after she heard it, after it was so polished, she didn't really feel that energy in the song no more, right? Like it when like you made an album, and I like it when it came fresh out the studio, fresh, hit the street. You know what I'm saying? It was mixed okay, maybe didn't have that, top flight mastering or whatnot, but it had a certain energy. But then soon as you hear it again after it's been commercialized, if you will, then it don't resonate the same. The vibration is not the same because the intent for who I'm trying to send this particular album to is not meant for you no. It's not meant for you no more. It's meant for those that want to spend that dollar. So yeah, man, it's just to give credence to like you said, these artists. And I'm just looking at it like I really don't see that being somebody really putting their career up to discuss or have conversations or even promote conversations about relations between everybody else. That's just not. I mean, it's entertainment, and the Sam Cooks and the Martin Luther Kings, and they just don't really exist like that no more. And I think that's for a reason. Even the powers that be, what would you want to invest in somebody that's going to be talking about, your downfall, so to speak? Would you promote your own downfall?
It's kind of ingrained into how this music culture is, right? Even with that conversation, music is not even, if it's the same genre of music, they'll tell you it's different, right? Or they'll tell you it's the same. The message that Sam Cooke delivered and the message that, let's say, Boosie Collins, totally different message, right? You would call Sam Cooke's music soul music. You would call Boosie Collins' music funk. But they would put it in the same category because they look the same and call it the same thing. And you have to roll with this package because we don't have a vehicle to put our own music in, right? So we got to follow their packaging, and you just put it like that. So Boosie Collins' thing come out as R&B slash funk, and Sam Cooke just goes into an R&B category, but it's not R&B, it's soul music. But how do you consolidate soul music and funk and then just call it R&B? But then you consolidate R&B and just, where is it? Oh no, it's hip hop and R&B. Wait a minute. So we're being sold these packages and we keep on accepting them, and you're going to see what happens later. But what is hip hop now? It's not hip hop anymore. So it's that, like, when we depreciate the value of our artists, then you get what we have right now.
So remember, I'm sure y'all familiar with James Brown since you going back to the funk and the soul era. I know you familiar with James Brown's business acumen and how he owned his own radio stations. Let me repeat that. He owned his own radio station. So when he made a song hot off the press, that record made it to his radio stations where he can now distribute whatever it is he's talking about amongst all people within that area. That was a power play, super power play, right? I don't need y'all radio stations. I'm making money in my own, and I'm sending my music to your people. See what I'm saying? They listening because now that becomes a problem because you indoctrinating our white folks, our white kids. Now fast forward years later, which wasn't that long. You talking about funk? right? Boosie Collins was, he worked for James Brown. He was one of his band, one of his band members. They was one of his band members. So come right out of that funk, that soul era into the funk era, and now you don't have that same business acumen because those suckers was just worried about being famous. I'm just I play the greatest guitar and I learned from you, but I learned the entertainment side, not necessarily the business side of all of it. And
You see
so
what
that kind of
you don't open up Pandora's box. You don't open up Pandora's box. See? So James Brown, you want to talk about James Brown? Boosie, Jimi Hendrix, and see, that's another person that's not supported. Look, James, it wasn't because of James that Jimmy left. It was because of Little Richard that Jimmy left. Now, see, we ain't talking about that funky guy. Little Richard was groundbreaking too, and
yes,
he
he
had some of
was.
the best
Yeah,
fools
boy, we
step on
going.
stage with him.
You digging, man? We digging
Come
down
on,
this hole.
you know, open up the crate. So Little Richard, James used to be on the stage with him too, right? So all of these guys, this timeline that they tell you is distorted because they only tell it to you to keep you segmented to buy what they're selling you. It is a selling point that all mediums do. When they sell you something, they have to polarize the individual. They have to only talk about them and their own plight. They're never going to tell you about anything that was going on around them. They're never going to tell you the connections to them. They're going to tell you it in a segmented way, making it look like it was only them going on at that time. No, it was billions of things going on. Dreamgirls tells you about this whole payola thing, right? James Brown buying up his own, but we got to get rid of James Brown because he doing some crazy stuff. And Ray Charles did it the first time, and he messed up CBS. So we don't want nobody doing this again. Sir,
Mm.
I want half on this here. I'm making you guys a lot of money, and I think it's okay if I get the percentage that I want. I'm the artist, I'm the band, I'm the backup, and I think it's just only okay if I get the payment that I deserve. Ray Charles did that. They made Ray Charles not play country music. We want to talk about stuff. Pandora's box, I told you. But let's go back to Jimmy. Jimmy left the U.S. to go to England to become a legend and influence way more music. He infused so much music, he did almost the same thing that Bob Marley did. And Bob Marley Bob Marley is a legend from Jamaica. So England was in love with him, but when Jimmy came over, the world changed. They said, wait a minute, this motor scooter is doing way more than Marley ever thought about. The Wawa bar is stuff that this dude invented that he gets no credit for. No credit. All of those pedals and those wah-wahs, he did that. We don't talk about that. We don't really talk about the level of our black genius. We do not. There is no podium. There is no place that we have that encapsulate what black. You could call NAACP, you could call MSU, you can call them all them awards. But they always add up to, oh, well, you didn't get an Oscar, did you? You didn't get a Tony, did you? You didn't get one of those E's or B's or G's, did you? So this guy single-handedly changed what rock and roll sound like. He created a whole new genre of music. He created a whole new sound of music, electric funk. This dude was doing some stuff that nobody understood. And we never even accepted him until it was too late. You know who owns Jimi Hendrix now? China. Huh. I can't make this stuff up, guys. Can't make this stuff up. I don't even get paid for this.
So they bought out
Can't
his
make this stuff up.
publishing.
It's
So they bought
publishing.
out his name rights.
No, they didn't buy out his name rights. His father gave it over.
Oh wow.
His father was married to a Chinese woman. Like I read this autobiography about Jimi Hendrix like 5 times. Like I cried through the whole book like 9 times. Like they murdered this dude. They murdered this dude. Literally murdered this dude, and nobody investigated it. We don't even bring up the freaking fact that one of our legends was murdered. We don't. Because he didn't look like us. He was weird. He was a druggie. We take all the freaking idioms from popular culture and pour it on our people when they don't look like what we expect them to look like. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It seems to never let up. But please, you got to keep your head up.
You made a good point about we don't acknowledge the technology that we brought to the stage. So when we talk about Black history, right, and those people were Black, right? We don't talk about that. Like I just mentioned, James Brown. If the youngsters knew that this sucker, not just sliding across the stage, you understand, but his business acumen, what would that do to those ahead? And you made another good point about they kind of segment when they talk about these folks. Because I ain't gonna lie, I would have never known that all those, I had no clue if you're not in that era, and that's where time is either your friend or not so much. You see what I'm saying? Time will blind you if you're not knowing or you don't have people to pass down, what happened in those generations. It don't matter no more. Granny's, 70, 80 years old. You get what I'm saying? And what Granny did 70, 80 years ago don't matter now. It's all about right now. But just talking about what the accomplishments that Little Richard pulled off, not just the racial accomplishments, but the actual technology. Even with Jimi Hendrix, what you was talking about, what he invented, how he created. See, we'll never know that. We will never ever know that. And I'm speaking on the point of how we got out of. We were talking about this yesterday. How we get out of inventing, how we get out of creation. Like our only claim to fame is what somebody else offers us, not what we created on our own. Like you remembered having a lab in your, remember having a lab, having science labs. That was a whole thing. Like, you really wanted your kids to be smart or to be, scientists and doctors, and those were actual toys for kids, and that's not so much in today's time. That's not really celebrated, and that goes back to the history. So if I didn't know, and now Little Richard's gone, obviously Hendrix is gone, James Brown's gone, Boosie's still here, the other a lot of the funk masters are still here, but to discuss and talk about the actual the creation of the technology that they had to do, because they wasn't getting a lot of cooperation. So I have to make up my own shit, because I'm being fought on every end, and through that fight, I still succeeded. Right? I still made it. I'm still here. I did it for you to even get to the point. Little Richard. I mean, oh man, my blind guy, blind genius. Stevie Wonder, blind genius. But we don't talk about that. We don't. Those are not the discussions that we have in our community. That's just what it is. That's not what's being taught in school. That's not what's being taught in music class in school. You see what I'm saying? So if it ain't us doing the teaching, then we can't really do no complaining. If it's not us passing down, that information to the generations, then we really can't do much complaining. It's sad. I'm a pawpaw now. And so if I'm armed with this knowledge of our past successes, then I can pass that knowledge down and drop that information into my kids and grandkids, and then it goes so forth and so on. Hey, don't forget. But that's not the case nowadays, man. I'm just being real. Everybody's kind of in their little insular world, and these discussions that y'all having right now those are not the discussions on a prevalent basis. That's just not the going talk, if you will.
Ocean
And
sell.
that's
That's
sad.
why.
A lot of shit you just said in 5-10 minutes, I never knew. That's crazy. Just 5-10 minutes. I didn't go to school, and I am aged. So that's sad that it should
Hey, salute to everybody. I'm gonna say one thing, cause I've been listening to y'all been rocking. I've been doing
years.
some digging. I've been doing some digging about Jimi Hendrix. They said he was a part of a trio, and his bandmates it was two members. Is a Mitchell and a Reading, and they are suing Sony Entertainment Music Company in London uh for their royalties, because Sony's tried to say that they signed away their rights right before Hendrix died in 1970, and they're saying that's flawed and that's not right, and they're now suing Sony and the Sony company in London for millions in royalties that they didn't receive.
Yeah, that's Mitch Redding. Yeah, Mitch Redding. Yeah,
Hmm.
that was one of his bandmates. The band was called The Experience. Right. Yeah. 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 They've been suing them right for a long time. So Mitch was there when Jimmy died. right?
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I
reading
was
on that.
reading on that. The book is called A Room Full of Mirrors, right? So Mitch was there when Jimmy died. You the one that called the chick over to bring the drugs for Jimmy to take. Now the drug that Jimmy took was freaking banned for 35 years. It was a sleeping drug. It was banned for 35 years. But Jimi Hendrix was a revolution. And I'm gonna tell you two facts about that. The thing that you hear when your radio, if you have a system, a sound system, and you hear certain sounds come out the left side and only certain sounds coming out the right side, and the distortion in the middle, Jimi Hendrix literally invented that. He was playing around and he turned up the sound system and he was enjoying the distortion that came from it. So he turned the system down to one side and he liked what it sounded like when the guitar was playing on one side. He turned it up and turned it down to the right side and started playing the drums. Recorded the guitar, and brought it all together separately. But sonically, when he played it together and recorded him putting his lyrics on it. When it came out sonically, yo, this dude was a sonic genius. His power and his amplitude to sound was the crazy thing about him. It wasn't that he played music. It was that he was manipulating sound. And his whole thing was about the manipulation of sound. He wasn't trying to affect people on this level of surface. He was trying to affect you sonically. He wanted to distort the way that you felt. And this was the genius. He was experimenting with your feelings. And that's the level that we don't talk. This passion I'm talking about, oh, why you go passionate about it? Nah, we gotta be this passionate about what we are.
So
Yo,
can
this dude was a
can I are you saying that Jimi Hendrix understood the power of frequencies and sounds with the megahertz and how to manipulate them? Is
sir. If you keep digging, you'll see it too. When you start looking up how long did he play guitar, this dude played, and he had this whole thing about this Fender Stratocaster. You could have bought any other guitar. Why you kept on buying this guitar? And he got an old Fender Stratocaster. Look it up. It was about sound with this guy. It wasn't about music. It was about sound and what it did to people. His mother was the love of his life, and when he lost his mom, and she loved the way that he played, his father only took on pushing him to play because of what it did to his mom. But when his mom died, his world changed. Ah, Jimi Hendrix is my son, yo. That's my.
you know what? When you talk like that, I kind of think of as well as BB King of how he used to guitar Lucille.
Lucille, come on now.
Hey,
Yes,
hey,
it kind
hey,
of reminds me of what you're saying because he used to love to manipulate the sound as well.
Right.
So yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
So
hey, yo, but
that's
to
where he
be,
was getting that from, right?
hey,
He listened to
hold,
BB
hey,
and how BB
Harvey,
would
hold
play
on,
around. Go ahead, go ahead.
hold on. If we pay attention, music frequency always has. It doesn't matter what type of music it is. The frequency always has an effect on us. We always talk about how when we in the car on the highway, we put a certain song on, that foot get a little heavier, or we going through something. You know what I'm saying? The music that we're playing, it somewhat has like almost an emotional effect on us. Those frequencies that's being played, whether subconsciously or unconsciously, right? Because sometimes we don't pay attention to it. We just think that, oh, this shit dope. But it's art. It is artists out there that know how to freak with the sound. Producers that know how to freak with the sound to make it sound a certain way so you can feel a certain way. And that's been going on for how many. All right, how many times niggas done got into something with somebody and we put on some thug shit? We put some 50 Cent shit on, or some Pac shit on. We gonna go get this nigga. Know what I'm saying? Like that's how music subconsciously fucks with our brain. And a lot of us didn't know that. I didn't until I, you know what I'm saying? I got with my brothers and sisters. Yo,
crack the code, the Da Vinci Code of music, man. Word. Pull up.
You're talking about a montage. It's a montage, right? The music of the event, right? You're setting yourself up for the moment. Let's get ready, guys. Come on. Get all my cells ready for this moment.
Nah, you ain't lying about that, cause I'm tell you one of the crazy montages ever. And Stu said this a while back. If you was on a hustling back in the day, and you put on some Young Jeezy, oh my goodness, you,
They make you
you can be.
drive down the street at 100 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying?
I put it on for my city, on for my city.
You can be the smallest dude in that neighborhood. You'll think you the biggest dude while you listen to him when you doing your shit.
But it's
Trapper die.
what he puts in his lyrics, right? How many times he say I am, right? He puts the things in his lyrics. It's the sound wave. It's what you expressing to yourself. It's what you telling yourselves. You about to what? I'm 6,000 feet tall. So if you read some of Jimi Hendrix's lyrics of some, like one song in particular, I could say Hey Joe. Hey Joe is a very cool song, but a song that's very obscure, most people don't know about, it's called The Wind Cried Mary. And he's talking about how he lost the love of his life and how he expresses that. The open is after all the jacks are in their boxes and the clowns have all gone to bed. You can hear happiness staggering on down the street, footprints dressed in red. In the wind cries Mary. Now, the metaphor that this cat used to explain what he was explaining, and he explains what he was explaining, right? After all the jacks are in their boxes and the clowns have all gone to bed, what do you think that means? After all the bull crappers got out my way, and all, I got all the chicanery out, and now it's just me and you. It's not even me and you. Because you can hear happiness staggering on down the street, footprints dressed in red. This thing is over. And the wind cried Mary.
I ain't gonna hold you. You can take that in so many ways.
That's deep. Yeah, that's deep. No
That's
pause.
deep as hell because they can
Wow.
be interlude into the business they in, and he can be talking about his self conscious as well. But hey, it's how you.
Right? The artistry is subjective. So like this dude was powerful, but his lyricism, his manipulation of sound, this guy was all around the whole package. Of course, Sony is going to try to keep all of that. And this guy, Michael, was going overseas, so he knew Sony from American stands, European stands, Asian stands. He
American.
knew it from every standpoint. He was in every market. So this dude was a big threat.
Hey, yo, look. I'm gonna just give a little brief interlude to the Da Vinci Code, the code and music lyrics. Now, Marvin Gaye, right? I'm gonna just take this song because this song affects me because I was there at one time. You get what I'm saying? That's why I can relate to this song so much. And when I sat, because my mother, she told me one day, she said, listen to Marvin Gaye, Flying High in the Friendly Sky. And I'm like, all right. And every time I would get lifted, I would listen to the song. And it's like that shit, oh, like it, it, you become so more relatable to the song when you're in that experience. Now, I'm not gonna lie. But the niggas say flying high without even leaving the ground. No rest of the folks. Oh, my bad. My wife looking for her cat. I'm looking at her. My bad.
Oh shit,
But
we ain't even here.
rest of the folks who try to being weary. Oh Lord, I've laid their bodies down. Oh. I go to the place danger awaits me. Oh Lord, and it's bound to forsake me. Oh Lord, so stupid minded, I can't help it. Stupid minded, but I go crazy when I can't find it. In the morning I'm alright, my friend. But soon as the night hit, I'll be in pain. Oh pain, oh the pain. But the song, I mean, reading the lyrics don't do it no justice. To hear that song, you can tell that that man is on cloud 16 singing this song.
What's the name of the song?
You know, flying high in the friendly sky.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yo, he
You
said,
know
he
what
said,
song makes that point very much more simple for you, Brick?
mm,
Get to this. Marvin Gaye says, and he says it in such a tone, he said, "Girl, you've been gone a real long time. Oh, I nearly went out of my mind. When you, just that right there, just how he opened that song up. His lyricism and how he delivers what he delivers to the moment. Now, I don't even know, I'm gonna look that song up, but I
mm-hmm.
don't even know how he started it. But you gotta
I'm
emphasize
looking it up
how he
right now.
started it. Now, you know, Get to This is a bad song and it's groovy as heck, but how he delivers it is everything about that song. You feel exactly what he's saying. So I can only imagine when he's speaking in the song you're talking about, he cutting you up
You
because
gotta
it's
hear
a,
you gotta hear the music that's playing behind it. It's not a, it's like a sorrow beat. It it's like a sorrow beat. You know what I'm saying? It makes you like you're coasting. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, the way he's delivering it. Oh man, yeah, I'm a Marvin Gaye fan anyway, but oh
Do
Yeah,
y'all want me to play the lyric you were just trying to say?
yeah,
We're
please.
on two. We're on the two.
we on YouTube. We
Okay,
on YouTube.
okay. If you're on YouTube, so I can only do 10 seconds.
It's 15 seconds. Do if you could just play.
Do they got that? Do they got the lyrics only? I can get the one with the lyrics.
You could, hey, you could just play the first song, the beginning of the song, like the first 15 seconds. After that, no, son, you gotta dead it.
no,
Okay,
they don't have that problem over here. You can play the whole song,
No, we on YouTube.
but you can't play the whole song.
No, get a strike for that. The copyright strike.
Oh,
What? How they do that on Clubhouse then? That's crazy. Have
I have no idea. But
this
yeah,
what while I'm playing it for the few seconds, somebody just be kind of mumbling in the background.
I
Nah,
sing this shit. I sing this shit while I was playing. Go ahead.
okay, okay, all right. Here we go.
Flying high in the friendly sky.
In the friendly sky,
Flying high
flying high,
without ever leaving
leaving
home. No,
cloud nine. Ooh, ooh.
rest of the folks are tired and
Rest
weary.
of the folks are tired and weary. Oh Lord,
Everybody's down. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
and I
now is
know.
that soul music or is that R&B? What would you categorize that as? Not what it's
That's
categorized
so. Hey,
as.
hey, bro, that's so because listening to that, yo, I ain't gonna say I wish we wasn't on the tube, but when we have a minute to listen to that, that shit hit you, bro. You could be smoking an L and listening to that shit. You be like, damn, son. Wow. Like, you know what I'm saying? One of them type shit. But and I have a tendency to, I could over exaggerate. But bro,
I
that shit right there,
I would
that's
consider that definitely soul music. The high in the first couple seconds I was playing, I can already imagine like, man, if I was riding down the street with a like what you saying with a shit smoking on some good green, man, just cruise.
hey, Joe, look, real talk. I used to be on cloud nine, riding, sunk in a seat. You know, I had a chair all the way leaned back. You know what I'm saying? Just riding, coasting, listening to shit like that, bro. Like that would be that type of music, those type of songs be the songs that I listen to when I'm out riding, you know, aka mobbing. Like I don't I don't do the kick your mother what? No, I
But
gotta be in the mood for that.
I ain't gonna hold you though, Brick. A lot of them songs back then, that certain artists they did them songs like that, it'll be smooth as hell, but they got a mean ass message in it.
That's
But
what
you just
that's what
gotta decode that bitch. Just like when that song Get Down 110th Street, I didn't know what the
mm,
fuck that meant at first.
yes, yes. Hey Joe, we still got the Da Vinci Code going on for music.
Oh, okay, my
I'm a,
bad.
yeah, no. I'm just saying we gonna tap into that pause and we gonna decode some of these songs and some of these lyrics, bro. Word up to show how powerful these artists were. You know what I'm saying? With their music and how crafty they were by putting songs together to have a message and for people to listen to at the same time, bro. Word.
You know what I think about too, Mo? I think about how many of these artists, like male and female, what was the catalyst to keep them apart, right? Why they really did drugs? Because the game was sour, like a pickle, be like. Why they really did drugs? What was the hardship that you were trying to overcome when everybody thought that you were doing so great,
Hey,
right? The game that was really keeping them
let me put
separate.
you on something. Let me put you on something. Right? At the end of the day, a lot of artists get high for one. For one, it's the pressure. The pressure of the industry, the pressure of a lot of responsibilities that they have or have taken on while being in the music industry, right? But you also gotta understand that they had traumas before that. So imagine going through something or having something happen to you. You have that shit weighing on you. Now you are exposed or they opened up, pause, to a different way of thinking, a different way of feeling. Oh, I ain't gotta feel that no more because of this. Oh, give me that bag. Let me hit that real quick. Ooh, now they going, they coasting. Now they don't have nothing to worry or think about because they in the trance. I look at being high as like being in a trance. You know what I'm saying? Whether you taking yourself um to the astral plane or you taking yourself somewhere outside of yourself. You know what I'm saying? You definitely are you are elevating outside of yourself. Word.
And you know the crazy thing about it though, Brick, you can get put in a trance without even being in an intoxicated mode.
I heard that. I heard that. I heard that. I heard that. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what it is, but I've heard that you can actually uh it's a how can I explain it? It's 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 certain things you can do with your body and without even taking anything, and it'll take you there. Like it's already in your brain. Like that shit that we feel when we get high, it's already in our brain.
Exercise is
The
one of those
chemical
things that
that
makes that thing happen. Right? It's an endorphin that releases from your brain. Yeah, exercise does that. So that
hmm
adrenaline overload that you get, that endorphin overload that you get, that makes you want to exercise even more. That's one of those things, right? The breathing exercises. That's one of those things, right? These things can be accessed quite often. But my point wasn't about the drugs. It was about exactly what you said: the pressure of the industry, right? The pressure of keeping them separate. If they ever, how many times did Marvin Gaye sing with Tammy Terrell? How many times did Marvin Gaye sing with some other extraordinary musical songstresses, right? Why did they never have bigger collaborations? And like, you've seen a lot of old 80s bands and stuff like that be able to collaborate on these big wide venture cross industry guidelines or like A&R or AMC working with this other music company. I'm just throwing out a spitball names. Working with several different other companies and several different labels. You've seen bands do this, or like those rock bands and other groups do this. The Beatles, morphing into other groups. Why wasn't that same opportunity afforded to the genius that came out of like groups like Motown and what have you? You saw mediums like the Five Heartbeats. How many times these groups and these bands were used against each other? Right? What's that? Cadillac Records, right? You had to go way out there and create your own thing, and they still blackballed you, right? So I'm not just speaking about the drug use. Why did they have to choose those options? You know what I mean? Because the medium in which they were in was so pressured on creating this other image that wasn't the person that they really had on there.
Because they didn't follow a path. Like they didn't they didn't conform to certain things. That's why they was blackballed. You get what I'm saying? Like they was put against other singing groups because that was more entertaining. Oh, the Temptations is better than the OJs or whoever at that time. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. Like that was like the point of these niggas. We got them and we can control them how we want to because the industry outside of that controls what people listen to and the music that they put out. Like you get what I'm saying? So that shit go hand in hand.
On an economical front, like even with these artists, right? How many things did they sell besides the music that they sold? Movies, like soundtracks. They were part of soundtracks. They were part of movie scores. They were part of commercial campaigns. All of those things are elements to how much these people had selling power. So yeah, I'm talking about an artist, but I'm not talking about just an artist. I'm talking about the real, true selling power. These people sold more than just music, right? And we really have to look at it like that economically. Like Marvin Gaye sold more than just music. He sold you an idea. He sold you a car. He sold you opulence. He sold you a lot more than music.
Told you a
Sold you a
lifestyle.
lifestyle. Bingo. So putting them in this echelon of understanding, like this category of grandeur, like we have to think about it in that form because this medium, this vehicle that is their record label is thinking about them like that. They're thinking about it 27 ways from Sunday about how many marketing brands that this individual can bring me. How many ways can we make money off this individual? Yeah, it's one song, but we can chop the song up. Look, everybody's doing it today. They call it Instagram. They call it Snapchat. They call it freaking what's that other thing? CapCut. They got a name for the stuff that they did way back then. This stuff is not brand new. It's just put in a different package.
Nah, that's a fact because this I let's take for instance the talk of the town now, Taylor Swift. Like she can't do no wrong in nobody's eyes because of her fan base. Think about Beyonce, Nicki Minaj, how they have cult followings. So it's like whoever comes to them with a marketing plan and to say, yo, we want you to endorse this. Hey, Chiefs, don't lock the door. I'm coming back in that way.
Hey, hey,
Um,
hey, my bad.
go ahead, bro. Go
I was about to say, I think Swift about to take a drop just because what she said just recently about some I guess some national situation, and she got backlash behind it. She, I guess the quote she said, "I'm a real Christian, but I support uh I know we on YouTube, deciding to do another decision if you're pregnant." How about that? You get what I'm saying?
got you.
Yeah, so she said, but her quote was, "I'm a real Christian, but I support it." So she getting backlash behind it a little bit now.
So she already. So let's talk about that, right? That cult following, that church. And even when we can even, go from her to TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar. Joe Osteen's in the news because a transgender just came into his church and shot some folk, but ended up dying. Right. So now these folk are in the news. Joe Osteen got 45,000 members in his church. And I start doing the numbers. Let's just do $1 a week on a member tithe, right? That's 45 bands, right? A week if he was just getting $1 from each member. That's powerful because that's weekly engagement. And anything that I put in front of you, even whether it's, good publicity or bad publicity, is publicity. It's keeping engaged, it's maintaining engagement. I say Rick Ross and some of these other rappers, right? Rick Ross ain't really making records no more, but he's maintaining his engagement. Puffy. Now, Puffy, his engagement is a little bit different because it is damaging to a degree to his brand. His brand engagement, hey, I need you to be in public eye and keep people engaged in your brand, right? So that we can keep people engaged in whatever it is that you promote. So whether that's gold, diamonds, Ciroc, a weed brand, whatever it is, right? We're associating with Puffy, but if Puffy's associated brand, if the majority of the people not supporting Puffy, then now it's all okay until until the people that supporting you fall off. Taylor Swift has multi-million people around the world that support her and what she's doing. Now she's been doing that to the point to where I can take my whole album that these other records companies had, redo my record, right, myself, so that I own it free and clear. It's 100% me now. Re-release it and hit better numbers than when it was when I first came out. Now all that money that she making is hers. Okay, let's fast. Listen, I'm gonna keep trying to go as fast as I can. Show money. That's her money. She's selling out shows all over the world. Every time she come out with some type of concert, she's selling out. Beyonce, same way. They have a cult, what you said, cult following, a rabid cult following. So certainly there are going to be some people that, disagree with what they say, and a percentage, may fall off. But at the end of the day, they are a rabid cult following. So she can almost change views. It's almost they have more power than actual politicians, which we can really, make that point, which is why they was on James Brown's top, because you own radio stations. And again, it goes beyond you just infiltrating my children's minds. You actually you have power with not just your people, but my people too, because you can indoctrinate them on whatever. If they hear it all the time, every day, it's programming. It becomes part of pop culture at some degree. So now, same with Beyonce, same with Taylor Swift. She can say one thing, right? Make one statement, and that can change the course of history because they have so many people that follow them that will do what you notice they don't get into politics. As many people as they have behind them, they don't really get into politics or any racial issues or things. They just kind of keep it music. The minute you step off of there, now the people that powers that be could possibly step in and say, hey, you know what? No, you're not going to use that power for that. That's not what we agreed on. We agreed that you was gonna use your power for music only, and better be for your people. Beyonce, talk that ratchet shit. Talk what you talk.
I can I jump in real quick? I ain't gonna hold you.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Woo. I'm trying to catch one part just to go over with you. Damn. The the part when fuck, I don't forget. Go ahead, man. Go.
No, probably where we talking about where they had the power, where she could say one thing and change the trajectory of all of them could. Now LeBron tried it. He kind of hinting at it, but you notice he don't say much if y'all into sports. He really don't say much. He'll give a little symbol, and then people will be in uproar. Well, then why didn't he just say? Because he understands the power of his influence. He's not just him. It's not just LeBron. It's the people that follow him as well. So if if Beyonce decided to come out and say something, her pushback would be a little bit different because her skin is different. You get what I'm saying? Clive Davis can only come in and protect you for so much.
Okay,
So
I
that's
know what
where
I was
that.
about to say now. My
Go
bad.
ahead, brother.
The uh the perception of people listening to entertainers for political reasons only. That's pretty wild. It's been, of course, we know that political parties use celebrities. They pay them for to say, hey, we endorse whoopie whoop. They do it every 4 years. They have they certain celebrities that you will see supporting certain candidates. That's not normal. I mean, that is normal. What's not normal is they keep thinking that the people go off celebrities. Now, don't get me wrong. That's the perception that's on mainstream media. That's what it is. And like I said, it's over 326 million people in the United States alone. So if it's like 30 million people that follow these celebrities and live their life through celebrities on a day-to-day basis and believe in what they say in a commercial and make them want to do it, just you know what I'm saying, that's still a small percentage, but that small percentage dictate the airwaves that people watch on a day in or day whatever time you do. So the perception is look like that it is that, but it in reality is not. It's just the perception that it is. I could put that inside of what we call illusions. I think that's just an illusion. People that really have common sense and understand what's going on know that celebrities are just being used to just dictate shit because the quote unquote they popular. And there's people love to follow the popular person, but that's not the majority. But this majority of people we talking about, they have the airwaves and the TV waves. That's it. But that's not the majority of United States though. It's just the look of it.
So you saying it's a perception that they create.
Yes.
It's a perception. And so you notice that a lot of the artists, so back in the day, it was real, our music was real political, fight the powers that be. We've had those artists. We don't really have those type of artists anymore because it rubs people the wrong way when we have that what? We was just talking about the shows. So I don't want to talk about, fight the power. And I was just talking about Kendrick Lamar's, his fan base, Master P fan. We know who the fan base is. So I can't make you feel uncomfortable, right? And my show in my music because you want to come to my shows, right? And when you come to the shows, I'm singing the same music. I don't want you to feeling like you a devil. You know what I'm saying? You're a white devil, and then we transfer that onto the stage, and then you singing, I'm a white devil, or he's a white. He talking about you. So a lot of them don't get into that they don't get into politics. But to your point, you saying that that's really not is really not an influence like that. It really doesn't translate to a degree just based off of the voting constituents. Now maybe the popular vote, maybe, but the voting constituents is what I'm talking about. The people that's actually going to get up, go out and vote. Meaning these celebrities are bringing in millions. They got millions and millions of views, millions and millions of selling millions of albums, millions, bro. But that's not translating when it goes political. It really don't translate because I'm here to get away from that. If I want to I'll go listen to the politicians. Now the ones that do that, let's just say in country, right? That say the country, like the guy that came out and like fuck Taco Bell and Nike and Walmart and all these different places that was kind of following or agreeing with a certain type of agenda. You notice that his rhetoric only drew a certain type of people. Only a certain type of people want to go to that concert. Certain type of people want to listen to that music and figure it, is suitable for work, if you will. That's a small percentage of people. It's not going to translate with, necessarily me or us, right? He could, he's talking, he's kind of on something, but that's not really what I want. When I listen to my artists, I'm there to get away from all of that at the end of the day. I don't want to hear, I don't want to go all day being political. And then when I go kick my shoes off and, wiggle my feet, put my feet in Epsom salt or whatnot, and roll up my cigar. I don't want to hear that all day. I don't want to be bombarded with that negative rhetoric or that rhetoric, whether I'm for it or against it. I just want to be relaxed. You was talking about, I'm gonna go to another little point real quick. You was talking about Marvin Gaye. And Marvin Gaye had writers, and those writers knew how Marvin Gaye's vibe and his tone and it was something I can't explain it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Just the way he moved, his swag, right? They had to write according to Marvin Gaye, and he, would ultimately say, "Yeah, I like that," or "No, don't like that." One of them was a song that Elder Barge wrote, "All This Love Is Waiting for You." He wrote that specifically for Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye said, "I love that song, brother. I absolutely love it." His wife said, he said, "Man, after he died, he told me, that Marvin Gaye didn't like the song." That was what the music exec said. Yeah, he didn't like the song or whatnot. And he met with his peoples. Marvin or L got to meet with his peoples and said, "Man, that was a freaking lie." He said that Marvin Gaye listened to your songs, bro, the songs that you used to send him. We as a family would sit up and listen to these songs like they was already out, like just literally. But I'm saying that to say influence. How other people wrote Marvin Gaye, he probably wrote some. Obviously, he was a writer, but okay, Smokey Robinson, big writer in the guy. He was one of the biggest writers for all of them guys. Blackity black black. But it goes to say the influence that these people had as a result of the writers that they had and what the writers were going through and what the writers could. I can feel what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I know how to write for you because you're one of us. Now, fast forward to today time, we got a lot of white writers, a lot of white producers, right? They not us. They these others. You talking about Yachty. That's one of the main ones. Yachty's a writer, right? But his producers be white boys. That's why it sounds so kind of, so kiddish, so nursery rhymish, right? They don't have that thing that we have, and they'll always have they honorary somebody. So Taylor Swift can say whatever she wants. She done already made the bag. She done already proved that whatever I'm comfortable now. I can, I can come out and be a little political now. Let me test the waters now, because you 20 years removed. You've been doing this for years. Now, if that was R. Kelly or if that was somebody who, already on the fence type shit, oh man, they get canceled immediately because they've already infiltrated us through the media that this guy is bad. So popular America already got their mind made up about this guy. Freak the music that he did. Freak everything that he's wrote for everybody else, right? All the genius that he's called, the success that he's made happen for everybody else, right? I can't put he wore that jacket. He created that jacket. He got to wear it. But there's others who were involved in the demise, if you will, of our music community that we don't even put the jackets on them. They don't get the jackets put on them, and it's not us running these companies. We're not owning these companies, but they don't bring those guys out, right? They don't out them. The Clive, that you can say what you want about Clive and Leor Cohen and Jimmy Iovine, and you can say whatever you want about these guys. It's like they got a force field around them.
Your creator, I think that speaks to a larger idea, though, that people don't want to be seen or considered victims, right? When it comes to this whole, the community that you've come from, I don't want to be perceived as a victim. And the industry kind of gives you so much power that you don't perceive yourself as somebody that can be victimized. So you perceive it as, and I'm just speaking loosely, so I'm just my own opinion. I don't want to get any firebombs, but it's perceived as you have this level of power when you actually don't. And we often take this approach like, oh, and I hear a lot of young artists say, don't blame the artist or the industry, it's not about the artist. It's not about the artist. You got to understand the industry in which you're in. It is designed to make you look this particular way and to take this air of victim away from you, right? And make you feel like you have this vehicle of power when you don't have any control of that vehicle, because it's written in the contract that I own a percentage of your likeness. Everything about this character that you're developing, I own this character. So you don't have any claim to fame at all. They own that character. You didn't even write the guy out like Chameleonaire played it genius. He said, I was told some information and I utilized the information to get to this level that I am. Now I own this character that I've developed. So that's a bigger space that we don't really get to speak at, because we often talk about this from a level of being the guy that's going to buy more stuff, or gal that's going to buy more stuff, like this consumer idea. You got to kind of look at this from a different standpoint. And when you look at it from a standpoint, like, holy crap, they did get us. Holy snap. Wait a minute. All of it? All of it. Every last bit of it. Because now you're a commodity, right? You can bring in a lot more things from this one gig than other things. Think about social media. They didn't just make this stuff up yesterday. They're expanding on it. This was their business idea from the start. If you look at it, it's right in front of your face in plain day. Dissect this character. How much can we get out of them? That's why these mediums like Instagram and so certain things are so popular, because this is how they dissect the character. I want to see what shoes you're wearing. I want to see what brands you're wearing, what food you're eating. All of that stuff is selling points. And the individual that's looking at this individual or this brand that they just created, we talk about all this stuff about oh my gosh, straw man, we got to put this stuff in practice. Don't just read it, activate it, right? This stuff is happening for real. It's happening for real. The straw man stuff and all that stuff is happening for real. And they're putting it into corporate vehicles. Look at the whole picture. Don't just look at little segments of it. You got to look at the whole picture, and you got to take yourself out of it. Don't put feelings into it. And if you're looking at these corporate masterminds, you'll get it. You'll get the whole thing. But you got to look at don't look at it as your feelings attached to it. Look at it as a marketing brand. This is my vehicle. This is my tool. This is my product. This character that I made is a product. That's it. And when they look at it, how much can this product make? That's it. That's how they're looking at it,
You right.
right? Any character that you named, any artist that you name, how much more could they make? Think about that song that Prince did for the Batman film. Now, most people, what song Prince did for a Batman movie? Okay, guys, go back to the
Yeah, it
1980s.
was called
Yeah, it was
Bat
called
Bat
Bat
Dance.
Dance. Yes, Prince
Yeah,
did a song
that was
in the
one of them.
Batman
He
movie,
did the
and
actual
he was still being
album.
called Prince, right? But this is not the point. The point is, why didn't anybody know that? No, because he wasn't selling you a song. He was selling you an experience. And he knew that that was a part of the Batman experience. And the only time you will be able to experience that is if you see.
That's a great point. You're right. So it sucks when somebody tell you that here you are a living being, and you so most artists don't understand so when you read the business of music, the music business, it's a book like the music business Bible or whatnot. The first thing that it tells you is music business is 90% business. 90% business, right? And if you a novice, if you just getting in, you really don't know what that means, because now you really need to go back and learn business. See what I'm saying? If you're not even a business individual, if you're not a business person, you're not a business minded person, then you can't conceptualize what you just said. It's not gonna register. You thinking, hey, I'm a hot rapper, I'm a hot singer, and I'm just trying to get hot. I just want to be rich. I just want to be famous. The business part of that, again, 90% of that is business. The other 10% is that rich and famous that you talking about. And that's what the companies manipulate. That very fact right there, that we are on 100% business. You trying to get famous. Hey, we put the contract in front of you. Business would say, hey, let me read over the contract, or get somebody that can read over it and interpret it. And then let me counter offer. Here's your counter offer.
Right, but it's a
Right.
it's a force play, so it's a psychological play at first. Right, you got to know who you playing with. So if you didn't teach your kid chess, they go in there blind. right? And they're not a samurai, so this ain't no blind fight. This is a blind battle. it, if you go into any of these opportunities and you believe that you have more understanding of the opportunity than the person that's presenting it, you already lost.
But still knowing business is business. So if I present you with a contract, I wrote the contract. So I wrote it to benefit me. That still's not gonna knock you from interpreting said contract that I wrote and countering with, oh, I see this nigga think he's slick. Oh, okay, well, watch this. Okay, I see him. And in the language of the contract, okay, well, here, I'm gonna send that back to you. But ultimately, you're right. I'm trying to come into a fray. I want you to spend money on me. I want you to invest in me. And that's a high risk investment, super high risk. And I'm just saying, in this entertainment field, even in this social media field, where they say everything that you do on my app is mine, like a majority percentage of that is mine as well. And I don't think we realize that. Meaning, if we come up with music, we come up with some genius something, that's fan bases too. That's what we signed up for.
Is
You know what I'm
there
saying? The
an
licensing.
agency that oversees, like, you know how, like, there's agencies that, like, sports agents that help them to maintain their status, and oh, I'm going to get you this other opportunity, or I'm going to get you this opportunity over here, or I'm gonna make sure you have this opportunity. Is there an agency that oversees all black entertainment, or, like, I mean, like, certain black mediums? Is there agencies for that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's a great idea, but I would venture to say that if not, we need, and if there is one, we need more than one. But there goes back to that we. Who is we? When we say black entertainment, with that black entertainment is not an entity. That's a bunch of individuals, right? Because we could say, African, we could add that in there. Reggae, we can add that in there. Jazz, but these are now different cultures. But is that all black entertainment? Is all rap black entertainment? Is all entertainment that black people do? Black, you see what I'm saying? There is no one entity as far as that music brand or even that music genre. It's just a culture of people that indulge, if you will.
So, like, let's say just straight media, as far as content that is specifically used for visual and auditory entertainment, not rap or music or anything like that, like educational, movies, sitcoms, so forth. I know most people probably seen the Shay Shay deal with Monique, and just thinking about that, like how a show can sell more than what a show sells you, right? We if you watch television and you pay attention when you watch, like, everything in the show is a selling point. The couch, the blankets, the throw rugs, what they're wearing, everything's a selling point. And
The
especially when
cereal
they put
box on the counter,
exact, I was about to say
the
that, brother.
soda
What they
cans in
put on their
certain
counters
places.
and what they put in their mouth is the biggest selling point. So when I talk about commercialization, I'm talking from this standpoint of observer. Like, I don't know why I have this strange gift, but I've always been this individual that's been like kind of this, from the Flintstones, that thing Kazoo, right? This alien, this Martian dude that's just standing on the outside and just paying attention to things that nobody's paying attention to. Like, you didn't see that? You didn't see that? So all of these things are right in front of your mediums. And we don't encapsulate that as artists, business people, what have you. Like, we don't encapsulate that part until it's thrown in your face. Like, this has been a show that ran on AMC for a long time. It was called Mad Men, and they told you the secrets. They told you the secrets, and I believe that the wholehearted thing is that we get so vested in saying we're going to control blackness, but we forget about, we need to make them buy the stuff back that they've been selling us for the longest. We can't just buy. We can't just be all black and we be isolated. And yeah. I'm with us being about ourselves. But these cats got to buy some stuff too. Y'all need to be buying the stuff that y'all been selling us too. No. If I'm producing food, you need to be buying it too. I don't want to just be. I want to. Yeah, I want to be isolated from you, but I want you to be my. Now I want you to be my consumer.
Word. You throwing, hey, Vaughn, you definitely cooking my dude. Hey, listen, do me a favor though, bro. Leave out and come back in, pause, because you got an echo when other people trying to talk. Man. it's gonna mess up the audio.
Yeah, that was a real good point, man. You making some really super duper great points. So to your point about we need to search. So you gave a statistic of how many people's in America, roughly, we'll say roughly 400 million, but you said 336, and that 36 million is roughly us, the black community, those that identify, that they statistically, according to the census, identify as black, right? According to what they wrote down as 36 million. And if out of that 36 million, we don't have a trucking company, right? Then how can we make demands or declarations to people that like we don't have the infrastructure set up to even, let's just say, to even serve these people that we want to serve, right? Not just going to buy because it turns back around like, all right, we'll let you serve us, but the trucks that we about to buy, we about to finance them from them. So it's goddamn all over again. You still become the worker, if you will, instead of, the banker, right? Being the
But
one
isn't
that's
it
really
is
on
a
top.
creator? Hold on. But isn't it designed like that? Then they set forth to put it that way for us to always have to come back to them.
You're nothing but a
Yeah.
customer.
Yeah, you're cut. Well, the king, the king gonna always say that. Whether it's a society king, a bureaucrat, or a parliament type situation, or oligarchy, whatever it is, it's set up. The society is gonna always set up for the people at top, right? For the people down here to give to the people at top, and everybody down here are, if you are the middleman to the king and the people, you are landlord. You're a duke, right? I'm giving you certain permissions to rule over a certain land. You don't own it. I'm just giving you certain autonomy over the land to my benefit, or to the crown, if you will. And it's the same with every civilization, every society is set up that way. And some a little more brutal than others, where you got the communist type situations, China. And, and be quite frank, I'm really looking at things, and it's like America's almost two-faced in a sense where you talk shit about China and these other countries and what they doing, but at the same time, you owe them, right? You owe them to the point to where now you using we, the people in our country, as collateral because you owe. And they like, let's put in perspective. China is like 1.5 times our population. Actually, 3 times our population. So they could come over here, wipe us out, and populate us 2 times if they wanted to. It's that deep. So now, with that being said, that's why they trying to, some people trying to fight, China's influence. But how can you fight it when we look in our homes and everything we have in our home was not made by us? It was made by China. When we go to Walmart, the food we eating is made by these suckers, man. They've made it that, and we are nowhere within that fray aside from maybe being one of the workers, the trucker. You know what I'm saying? We're not financing commerce abroad. We're not financing these ships coming over here, bringing like we're not the people in the middle.
A creator doesn't China own our debt or
Well,
half of it or a quarter,
they
something like that?
own a portion. Obviously, they bought into a portion of our debt, as
Mm.
anybody smart will, because we already owe you. So these wars, we don't understand that these wars we fight, somebody got to make them bullets. Somebody got to make these planes and these tanks. And we're not really doing, that's not what we do. We got to go to them, and they not doing that like straight up. I'm not just cashing you out. You get what I'm saying? This is on credit. Hey man, listen, I got you. Just go ahead and make them right now. We fighting. It's a hard fight. And they're like, sure, we'll make it. And they thought China was third world. You understand, at the time we was doing this. Well, now they done went from third world because we do owe, and they threatening like, hey, if you don't do something, we gonna do something for real, for real.
Hey,
And they're
yo,
like,
we're not
ooh,
doing that. China, United States is at the hip. You got one, can't have the other.
one can't have it exactly. So you owe me. I can't wipe you out. I can threaten all I want. You need me, bro, and I need you. I know I owe you, man. And you like, hey, man, god dang, I didn't give you already a couple already, and you, hey, I know, but what you won't get no money if you don't help me, right? You won't get
So
anything
like
if
hand over fist type shit.
hey, so now when they talk war now, I'm like, this ain't, they not great do nothing. Nobody really great do nothing. It's really a war of capitulate to the way we do things. Capitulate to my dollar, right? Capitulate to the way we run things. Now the freedoms and liberties that we had and we kept people out, not so much anymore, which is why TikTok is over here. And the last fight is with Huawei. I don't know if you're familiar with what Huawei is. It's a phone, right? That's comparable to it's the shit. I'm just gonna tell you, the technology that they've embedded into this phone is remarkable, to say the least, because they've managed to reverse engineer Android, which is a Samsung device, which is Korea, right? To Samsung is Korea, literally. And then as Apple is to America, but Apple is Apple America. When China's making these parts, if you don't have certain people making certain things, you won't have a product at all. And that's really the war right there, which is even with the chips and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? When you got somebody got you by the balls, it's like, ooh. And then you try to run to Korea or run to Taiwan and undercut us. Instead of me paying you what I owe you, you rather undercut me, right? All right, well, I'm going to undercut you. And like you said, I own some of your debt. And let's just say this, the mortgages that are in America, they're not necessarily owned by the mortgage. Yeah, that's Chase Bank, but Chase Bank has shareholders. And if the shareholders are 51% Asian, right? That's East and West, in the India community, in Russia and China. You get what I'm saying? The shareholders in these banks that hold our mortgages are 51% them. Who's really in charge?
Hey,
Who's
but
really making the
speaking of India, they up next, right?
they here. All of them been building. So we like, hey, Mexico's trying to come over here and we, there's an invisible, all borders are invisible lines, if you will. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
these civil cultures were already here. We got this narrative that we've been brought over here for, our population was brought over here. That's false. Everybody wasn't brought over here. Now I can go back in my history and know that my great 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 grandpappy was from Guinea. You understand? And my great 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 granny was a Irish or Welsh type or Irish type of woman who bought him. You understand? But that tells me, well, if she bought him and they was a thing, then that had to be, some type of a. I mean, he got in her ear like, look, I need. This is the way we have to play today in order for us to survive. Like we can't be a white black couple in this day and time and survive. So it got to be like, hey, I got to be. You own me to a degree, but I own you. You hear me? I'm the man in this situation, regardless. But because of societal norms and the way things are, we got to play it like this. And if that didn't happen, I wouldn't be here today. But I'm saying that to say all of us didn't come via that route. Some of us were already here. Some of us were already navigating this land, and we come over here, and now again, if the narrative is created by the populace or the ruling class, then shit, we die with this information, and that's all I know. Going back to what we was talking about with we was talking about Jimi Hendrix. We will never know this if somebody didn't write that book. If the people that were right there with him didn't, don't fight before they pass away. You get what I'm saying? And then soon that's what they want you to do. They want you to pass away. So now the fight is gone. And now we just left with my narrative, right? I can wipe this YouTube clean. I can even remove books if I want to. Or I can write a new book, popularize that book, and the old book means nothing no more. You don't know who's true or who was false. I'm just saying that to say, man, we say black and we say that loosely, as if, we're one entity when we really not. The entity, the conquering entities either gave us that name and we just accepted it. We can call ourselves dirt tomorrow if we wanted to. And if that's what we want to be called, that's what we going to be. But we haven't come together as one entity, right? Running and playing like everybody else in the world, right? One entity so that we can play. Everybody I know that ain't gotten a fight with America doing better than ever before. Everybody that negotiates with America, they do better than ever before. The only one that ain't doing better in that fight is us. They not giving us millions and billions of dollars at all. We have to really earn it. And I still see every day how we being disrespected, how we being slammed to the ground, how they treat our women like they not worth a quarter. My granny, the whole nine. So yeah, we smarter now. But this knowledge that I give has to be now passed down to our kids, and then that's got to be passed down. That has to be a thing to their kids, which is why we see so many Migos out here. That's why we see so many Indians here in the city, because they came in simple. Oh, we just want to go to college. We'll be your doctors. We cool. We don't correspond in the hood unless we got a corner store or gas station. We don't really need we don't need you for nothing else other than the revenue that you have, and that's sparing. So we have to create institutions where we can now be in position to loan to people that need. The rest of the population, you said 36 million, right, is us, and then the rest of that 300 million is everybody else. Well, shit, we should have institutions where we can finance to the rest of the world. They need loans. It wouldn't be so difficult, and we just now have to take investment into our future self, doing 30-year mortgages, 40-year mortgages, with the hopes that this mortgage is going to pay out. And we talking compound interest. We know we're going to get majority of that money in the beginning anyway. But those are not investments that we make. We make investments into everybody else's investments. Hey, I got a great investment on the table. You need to invest in Coca-Cola. Oh man, fuck Coca-Cola. You get what I'm saying?
I ain't trying to stop you with it, but you rocking. But I don't even know when to stop you, man. I ain't
My
gonna hold
bad, bro.
you.
My bad, bro. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, you cooking, man.
Yeah, man, my bad, bro. Go ahead. Anybody
Talk
on
that talk,
in the
my brother.
audience?
Talk that talk, man.
Okay, I knew I was gonna get point. I wanted to get. Uh, let's go back to when you was saying we don't know who all that's black or whatever. Cause when you said you had 36 million, I looked up. It said 40, so it's different now.
Well, I said roughly. That's why I was saying. He said it was like 336 million people, and I said roughly that 36 is us, right? All the black people. So we talk about another 4 million. We at 40 million right there, right? But that's roughly.
Yeah, well,
'Cause we
I was getting. I don't really think they know how many of us are actually here,
That's my
or
point
if
right
they do,
there.
they purposely don't.
They, bro, how many of your brothers ain't doing no census? They not
Nobody
messing
not
around
checking
with
them
that.
census off, and they not
Come
letting you
on,
know,
man.
cause my brother, he high and he on the run. My sons, he don't care about that shit. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like that census shit ain't giving us an accurate number of how many people or how many of us, air quote, are here.
Or even the immigrants as well. Look how many of them flooding in here, about the millions. And we know they here, right? Because they've now become the second class in this country,
Thank
right?
you.
They've become the
I've been
second
saying it for the
class in this
longest.
country. See, and they did that slowly but surely. It wasn't like a mass one time. No, they started long time ago, and slowly but surely they taking on these jobs, even as immigrants. We were hiring them because they were affordable when they were immigrants. Show me an affordable immigrant today. I
Mm.
do real estate. They not cheap. They want 200-300 a day now. Minimum 150. If you lucky, a honey bun. And this is them just getting here yesterday.
So we talk about the dudes that sitting up by Lowe's and Home Depot just standing outside waiting to get a job. That's what we talking about.
They making 150 a day minimum, bro. Not playing. 200 a day when you pick them up. They not playing. That's why they out there. You get what I'm saying? That's money. See, if I need that guy, I gotta pay that guy. They don't be like, oh man, $10 an hour. He gonna laugh in your face. $10 an hour, he gonna laugh in your face. He'll wait. He'll forego the day because I know tomorrow somebody gonna pick me up and pay me what I want, right? And they're gonna kidnap me. They're not gonna let me go.
Yeah, cause you the ride. You picking them up. They. Let me tell you something. And I'm saying this respectfully. Since they've opened up the gates, it's been more like they all had sections where they would go to stand to go get work. But it's like now they go to the Home Depots, the Lowe's, the Ace Autos and all that, man, Advanced Autos and all that, standing outside telling you, bro, yeah, pick me up. Like it's like I don't. I hate making this. I'm not. I don't mean. I'm not gonna make that reference. But it's like You know, they stand outside and they running up to your car. Yo, papi, I got do, I got do. They see you with paint. Yo, papi, I got paint, I got paint. And you like, yo, back up, man, I'm good. And they've become more aggressive. You get what I'm saying? Like being as though these gangster, not a gangster open.
Right. Now, see what the gangsters, you said the Gates, but the gangsters were kind of low key. So when we talking about the Migos that was coming over here, they was family oriented. They was cool. You know, they really didn't want no trouble. That was how they were able to infiltrate. They wasn't starting much trouble, right? They're not coming in neighborhoods selling dope. You know what I mean? Running the neighborhoods down. They actually building the neighborhoods that were ran down and that, you know, niggas was selling dope out of. So instead of the black folk, you know, taking this house that they were selling crack out of, and you making hundreds of thousands of dollars out of it, you don't have enough common sense to buy the damn house. Buy the property, bro. But you're not gonna do that because you thinking about this low money. Now the Migos coming in now are different. They're a little more younger, a little more hungrier, a little more aggressive than their prior counterparts. Right? They will rob you, they'll steal from you. The integrity is a little bit different, but who cares now? Because we have an influx of competent immigrants, right? That's the across the board. You're always going to have a percentage of degenerate in anything you do. It's going to always be that percentage. But what I'm saying is their percentage of degenerate was minimal because that goal was different. We coming over here to make money, send it down to Mexico. Plus, they dual citizenship. We can go to Mexico, crossing the border whenever they want. Come back home. I was in Mexico. Well, where was you at? I was in Mexico, man. I'm back now. I mean, oh man, I was in Nicaragua, right? I was in San Salvador. I'll be back in a week. Like I don't know too many of us that's where we at as a people. We can't just bounce somewhere and then come back. Where would they deport us to? The jails. That's where we get deported to. The prisons, right? Those are our countries. As far as America is
But
concerned, our
creator,
country.
a creator, hold on. But at the end of the day, even in the jails, they still have their own section. Because, and I'm gonna be real with you. The last time, the last time I was locked up, ICE, right? They're more, they're more capacitated than regular American inmates. They have to make a special section in the county for these ICE motherfuckers, and it's a lot of them. Some of the see, all right. Well, some of us know the process. Quarantine, you know what I'm saying? Get locked up, go to quarantine. After you get from downstairs, go to quarantine. After quarantine, go to gym pop. Quarantine is one or two or three or four, maybe five the most. But when you look over in the ice section, it's filled up.
To the
They got
brim,
bunk beds. They got bunk beds,
and they not sending them back. You heard
bro.
about what they doing with the immigrants. Not to cut you off. You heard they get $3,000 a month.
Oh Jesus, hell no, they not
Yes,
sending them
sir. They
back.
giving the immigrants. You can pull it up right now in New York. The New York mayor, and I'm sure he's kind of forced because he's a black mayor, but I'm sure he's forced. But these Venezuelan immigrants now some all over the country get like a $3,000 stipend. I know I'd heard 1,000 in New York, so they get a debit card, cash, real deal money. This ain't like food stamps or nothing like that. This is real deal money.
And they
So
get
they can
paid three
now
times a
imagine an
month off
influx.
that car.
Now imagine an influx of immigrants, right? Who came
Worried about
here.
cars, man. That's it's bigger than that cars thing, dog. That money ain't about nothing, dog.
No,
But
I'm
Here's my
just
point.
going off what he was just telling me.
No,
but
no,
that's but
listen,
that's
listen. Here's my point is they have now they have an influx of revenue that they already know how to come together and unite. So
yup,
now they have an
yup.
influx of revenue. So whether we go buy food with it, clothes, whatever, they thinking that they're gonna be like going out buying trikes and hair and nails and Cadillacs and shit. And that's not what they're getting ready to do. They're gonna take that revenue, they're gonna come together, right? And they're gonna make it useful. They're gonna go buy this shitty land. Like I don't want to be here in New York. So let's go to California, maybe Northern California, where land is cheap. Let's go to Arkansas or New Mexico, where land is cheap. We can get acres. Let's go to Colorado. where land is cheap and we used to living outside anyway.
A creator. Does anybody know the the expiration date for this money to be cut off, or
Nah,
is it?
man, they
They
ain't
don't
said
have no
nothing.
expiration yet, Brick.
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, they
Black is about
giving
to
it
be
to them.
the new permanent underclass to take over his
Yep.
head.
And be
Yeah.
honest with you, we don't know how long this been going on either.
Exactly. That's just we
Nah, we
just
don't.
now hearing about this. So they may have implemented some programs where, hey, we're gonna help you. You know, they in some type of hotel, even in New York, but this is just not here. This matter of fact, I know I'm all over the place, man, because these things come to my mind. In Chicago, the immigrants in Chicago said it's so rough here, bro. We don't want to be here. They acting sedity like that. Like, nah, they offered them in New York,
Oh, so
right?
they starting to think they better than.
Hey, in New York, they were eating food. They had food pantry. So you know how me and you just gonna go out and feed people. We pick some spaghetti or whatnot, and you know what I mean. We gonna go feed the people. Them suckers said the shit that they was eating, that they was getting fed to at these different pantries and shit was slop to them, was trash to them, which is why they implemented that $1,000 a month. Here, go get what you need. You don't like what we feeding you? Well, we're gonna give you $1,000 stipend every month, and you can go feed yourself.
A creator
Now hold on, creator.
hold on.
I ain't gonna lie to you though. We don't get the right perception of these people that's coming. It's two different types of people coming when they come. It's people that paid to get here, and it's people that snuck in and that came in that had no money. So the people that's had no money, they are getting treated kind of differently. They getting sent to warehouses and shit like that. But the people that had the money, they are getting put up in the hotels and plus getting paid money.
But hey, let me ask this: is this a political move?
Well,
Yeah,
Like,
I
is
would
this a?
have more
for sure.
constituents
It's a
if you come
democratic
over
move.
here and I'm helping you, and now you can
This
vote.
this this political shit.
This the Democrats getting a new another voter block. If you niggas
I
don't want
wouldn't
to
even
vote,
I wouldn't
we
even
gonna
Yep,
get
say that.
them.
I wouldn't
yep.
even say that. Just say it's political. I wouldn't
No, no,
even
no, no. It's not a Republican thing though.
it's a both
No, it's
sides
not.
messed up with they
No, it's
dropped the
not.
ball.
Don't bite the cheese.
It's I'm
What
just saying
cheese? Miss
this
Lynn,
is
jump out the
sloppy.
way. What are you talking about? Don't bite the cheese.
No, I'm just saying Kareem, on both ends this was mistreated wrong on both ends.
We live and direct, y'all.
So look, okay, it's real simple. It is. So I'm a country, and I'm a business, and my employees have made it difficult for me to do business. I have debt that I need to pay, right? And as the years go on, I have to start thinking about our future viability of my country, the future of the working class. Now, granted, there are a lot of benefits for you to be a business. Is really what the Republicans say and America says. Hey, be a business. I don't want to take care of y'all asses. There are so many benefits and grants and things of that nature. If you're self-employed, thank God I don't have to do it. I don't have to take care of you. Take advantage of those. So if we don't do that, and we've been in this country longer than anybody, that would be crazy of us. Is what I'm saying. These institutions where we can finance ourselves, all of our solutions, any problem that we say that we have, I always come back with the answer. Well, do it yourself. Well, this is wrong and that's wrong and this wrong. Well, do it yourself. Well, I can't do it myself. Absolutely, you cannot. It's going to take you uniting, cooperating with your people, the very people that you want to help. So to your point, who brought that up about them helping? It's going to always be political, but financial more than anything. Because again, I need more people to come in here, and the wiser that you black people, y'all not the same ignorant folk, white and black. My population is not the same as it was. They're a little more woke. They woke up. So I can't spend them on certain things. Well, these new folk don't know. They attached to that American dream. I want that American dream. I'll do whatever for that American dream. I'll walk from San Salvador to America for that American dream. Now, if that ain't passion and determination, I don't know what is. We in America, we feel like we entitled. We don't work hard like we used to. We don't wear the steel mills. We're not learning, the trades and things of that nature. We feel like that's beneath us. And we don't went from that point, right, to really struggling when we came out of the slavery era, we'll say the era of slavery, to now we were thriving under segregation. We were thriving under that. It was until we got to integration where things changed. We stopped building and wanted to integrate into their schools, right? That little box house in Mississippi that we was learning in, yeah, I don't want to do that. It was too hot in there. It's too hot and stinky. I don't want to walk to school. I don't want to walk a mile to school no more. I want to go to the school where everybody wearing Gucci and Louis and Nikes, and you get what I'm saying? That was us integrating into their world. I don't need no bank. We don't need banks no more. And the fear that they was going to destroy us, that percentage that was going to go against us. So I always say, I'm gonna land here. If America, they say, hey, if you could ask America for anything, what would it be? Me personally, it would be to let us be. That's all I would want. I think we have propensity to generate revenue, right? We have propensity to do whatever it is we feel like we want to do. But it's when others violate us, that's where the problem comes. The problem comes others violate us when we protect ourselves from being violated. When you show me how vicious you are and I show you how vicious I am, it's a problem. And you help them. You get what I'm saying? When we giving them some straightening, get out the way. That's all I ask. Get out the way and give me the same rights, right, that you're giving everybody else. And if not, tell me to my face that you're not gonna do that. So when a police officer who is just a man who's working a job, civil servant, disrespects my granny, you understand? And we want to pull up on him personally and do some straightening because he actually lives somewhere, right? And his gang ain't around him, right? Don't help these motherfuckers. That's all I'm asking. Excuse my American. Don't get in the way. That's where our problem come in. When we want to give people straightening, they got people that get in their way. We can't get nobody no straightening. So that's where it comes into we need to be one entity. And that one entity needs to invest in the future of our community. Real talk. That's not leave. That's just because I'm pro me don't mean I'm anti you. It's just I'm pro me, like all of you. You ain't pro me. If I was, it'd be shit. We'd be way ahead of where we are now. So you're pro you. Let me be pro me.
Yeah, I said the wrong, definitely said the wrong word. Uh, and I definitely mean segregation. I created to your point. Like what I was talking in another room, and we were talking about like blacksmithing and just our understanding of materials and our intellect and utilizing that. Elijah McCoy is somebody that I speak about a lot, and his intellect of the rail systems and clasping and oiling and all of the stuff that he contributed to the railway industry. We don't we really don't revel in that stuff anymore, and that's something that's an industry that's very powerful. It's like just knowing how to metallurge, just knowing the technique of smelting, and that's an industry that's what like is wide open.
Smelting, glass making, you know what I mean? Plastic forms. That was so you see what the trajectory was on, the same trajectory that China was on, the same trajectory that every country was on. They have to manufacture, but then we stopped. We hit the pause button for integration for the sake of that toilet inside the house, the sake of that new refrigerator, sake of that lifestyle that they showed us that was easier when I financed it to you, right? Because they came out again, compound interest, amortization. You don't have to pay for it all right now. I'll give you credit. I believe you're gonna pay me. Hey, if I charge you 100, pay me $130 back. Is that cool with you? Sure. 30, that's just $30. Exactly. It's just $30. And guess what? You don't have to pay that whole 30. I'm gonna break that up. But if you late, okay, I'm just saying if you late, I won't just be that $30 I'll charge. If you late, I'm gonna charge you 35. So just don't be late. If you're never late, don't worry about it. And I'm gonna charge you an annual fee for every time that you don't pay this balance off, right? But don't worry about it. You go, hey, it's all in there. As long as you pay this $100 a month for the next 30 years, you okay. You can do that, right? It's just $100. Like, yeah, you know what? You're right. Yeah, yeah. Come on, y'all. We selling the house. We moving out of Mississippi. We moving out of Pine Bluff. We moving out of these different areas that was us because the men right? The men, we can't depend on our women to do every damn thing. It's just what it is. The men stopped being men. We stopped building. We stopped having labs. We stopped being self-made because we were forced to. We were like in a position where we like, well, I'll show you, right? And we showed them. Now we wasn't in that position to, you're not in that position to, well, I'll show you or show them. We're in a position now where I'll show you when we talking to us. Nigga, my car harder than yours. You got 20s, I got 22s. You got a 18-inch cube and I got a 24. You get what I'm saying? Now the competition is between us on frivolous things. We're not innovating like we were. We were forced to innovate because we were segregated. We were separate from what they had. Not saying we weren't still mingling, right? We're still coercing with each other. It's just a separate way of doing things. Now, I even read another reason why they had to integrate is because white ain't white. Some niggas don't realize that them white folk, bro, really brutal on themselves. The Irish and the Italians, the Portuguese and the Spanish. You understand? They not really
Let
what.
me
Well, Bishop,
I can actually vouch what you saying because one of my best friends, he's Italian. He like 6'8", 300 some pounds. And we used to joke with him and say, "Oh, you white," and he would get upset because he's Italian and Dutch. I mean, him and his dad, they don't consider
They
themselves
don't play that shit, bro,
white.
at all.
They are Italian and Dutch,
They
and they
know what they
serious
are.
about this shit.
Yeah, they don't play. A lot of the ones that know who they are, don't play that. You can't just call me because white is a construct. White is that construct that America kind of took on, but it was a British type thing. Somehow or another, I can get the history on it, but you gotta understand it was even in Britain, it was black folk we were everywhere. The Moors and the Hebrews was all over as far as culturally and a civilized type of society. But let's just say fuck civilization. I'm Genghis Khan. I can go wherever I want. I conquered everything. I got access to whatever. I can go wherever I want and do whatever I want as a king. If it takes me 3 weeks to get over there, or a month or two, or a year, okay. You get what I'm saying? They have the capacity. They were talking about Mansa Musa's brother, right? It was kind of like a mystery on where, what happened to his brother. I've heard several stories. And then as I read these stories, I'm like, this fool had the power of the world in his hands. He can go wherever he wants. I don't want to come back to the pressures of being the president. Back then, wasn't no internet. Who gonna come over here and find you? Where you at? You see what I'm saying? Ain't no GPS. I can just stay here. I go to a land, and it's a land full of beautiful women, all kinds of resources. I got all kinds of gold and bread. I realize that don't matter. He probably was a woke type of woke type of leader. None of that shit means nothing to me. Once I touch down somewhere and I have all the resources that I need, I'm good. Money means nothing. But these people that I found that have embraced me, and I'm bringing my culture to something that they don't even know about, and that's how they trying to figure out how these places have the same technology as places in Egypt, places in certain Mali or Morocco or whatever they're saying, because these niggas was leaving and doing. If I can build a house here, I can build a house anywhere in the world. That knowledge never leaves me. It's just wood. So wherever I go, if I was in a higher, if I'm a billionaire and I go to a city that's only bringing in hundreds of thousands, I'm going to bring that same genius to this town. I'm gonna do the exact same thing that I've been doing. That knowledge is the value, and then you pass that knowledge on, which is how the immigrants are thriving. The knowledge is the value, not necessarily the institutions. So if it's just a normal thing to teach our kids calculus, meaning they come out the household knowing calculus, my father was on my teacher's top. I will never forget. We was in the third or fourth grade, right? And I didn't know my timetables. And he was just like, I'm thinking this is what they teaching because when, my daddy taught it to me. And then he's like, well, he taught this to us. right? In third grade, fourth grade, he was appalled that in the third and fourth grade they weren't teaching the kids multiplication of a certain type of degree. He was appalled for real. I brought home work. He was like, "This is for kindergarten. This is for babies." He was offended. Went to the school himself and gave them the business for real. That was my father. He was hell. Gave them the business, and they implemented it on the spot. They changed everything. It didn't go through no bureaucrats. It didn't have to go through the superintendent. It didn't have to do none of that. It was just simply the principal said, "You know what? You're right. From third grade, we're gonna start teaching them the multiplication table up to 12." And it's been a thing. But I'm saying that's what we lost. Now we've integrated into their schools, right? Into the schools that we want them to be in, because we in these, we want to be in the areas, and that's ultimately why we get in the areas, is so our kids can go. I don't have to pay for private school if I'm in an area. I'll pay more for the house because I'm in an area where the schools are top flight. That's the way I used to look at it, right? I got kids. I don't want to pay private school for 3, 4 kids. You understand? I'd rather pay, you know, this a month, and I'm in proximity to the best schools, best hospitals, best eating and dining. You get what I'm saying? It's more valuable for me to live in that type of area because I want my kids to be on a certain level. But I'm thinking, and all this is a plan derived from integration. You get what I'm saying? I'm thinking, I ain't even thinking of it. I'm still me, right? I'm pro black, I'm pro me, but the plan is still going in. I'm oblivious to this integration thing. So yeah, it's I'm just fully. I hear, I'm kind of new to these social media places, and I never knew that we even had uh things like this. It's in the mailbox. Yeah, these places, and now I see all these geniuses, and just in every field, and it's just like a basketball team. What is it? We really have to pinpoint how we have all this genius amongst us, and we not come together as an and a also.
As I said earlier, brother, they're looking for black to be a permanent underclass to move everybody up the ladder. The only people that's going up the ladder is the black woman. You and I and the rest of the black men, we're in the fight for our very existence. They want to keep us at the bottom. Don't believe me? Just watch.
So then we got to come together as an entity. That's why I like, hey, separately, we are all individuals. As a unit, it has to be an entity.
Yeah,
Separately,
I've been.
we great. But together, we got to show, like you just said earlier, the Voltron. Each lion is golden, boy, but when those lions come together, what's our mechanism look like now? How powerful are we then? How are we moving, and how is it advantageous for the future of us?
Bruh, like you are cooking. Like if you guys would allow me, please. Has anybody ever seen the series called Avatar: The Last Airbender?
You know it.
Okay, please just allow me. And I said I'll never do this again, but I will do this right now. This is Uncle Iroh.
We have to understand the greatest thing that we have amongst all of these people is our creativity. But the power of one can settle many things. But collectively, we can do way and much more. There is a nation, the Fire Nation, came to destroy much. But even under that impression, I was sent to take back Ba Sing Se, but not to take it back as destruction, to liberate it. And under that cloud, we formed a secret society, the White Lotus. Many nations coming together under one band, under one understanding, to take on the greater difficulties. Our minds and understanding are one thing, but our hearts are another thing. To collectively understand what your heart agrees upon is the mission.
Yo, you be sounding just like the
Yes,
motherfuckers.
sir. Yes,
He
sir.
knew those bars were so
Crazy,
good.
man.
Man, that was
Yeah.
on point. We couldn't have. He couldn't have summed it up even better than that. And hey, that last Airbender was genius. And I think that's what got me is those. It's like that was talking about us or anybody that's going through that struggle. But that's man. I mean, it couldn't have been summarized more poignant than that right there. And I ain't ashamed to say it. I'm so serious. It could not be summarized more potent than that right there. That's what's got to happen. And that's just not even, that's for everybody. Like I said, I see it with when I say immigrants, I ain't just talking about the Migos. We have Nigerian immigrants, right? And they looking at us over here, they looking at it like, boy, y'all have no clue what y'all got over here. That's the way the Nigerians that I'm dealing with feel. Right, boy, this is an opportunity for me. Y'all tripping. We ain't got time to come over here and act a fool. That's not even what's on our mind. We trying to thrive. And I'm not trying to leave my country. I'm just an and a also of my country. The Kenyans, the Jamaicans, the Haitians, the Dominicans, all the Caribbean, the Black Migos, the Brazilians, the Portuguese. We really loaded around here. I mean, for real, loaded. But we've been blinded like, oh man, y'all ain't nothing. We ain't nothing because we just boast our color, right? We boast that flavor and that we boast our creativity. But it's nothing if all that energy, all that genius, we can't come together to do that, to be that one that, like he said, that's crazy. That's the most challenging thing that we have as a community is literally humbling ourselves, right? To people that you feel like are not as smart as you think they are. I'm going to repeat that. Our problem is humbling ourselves to people that you feel like is not as smart as you think they are, or even they should be. I gotta feed you a Martin Luther King who has the narrative of I don't do no wrong, or I gotta feed you a Gandhi or a Jesus because if I give you the same game and you know that I like to gamble, right? You're gonna look at me different. If you know that I got a drinking, not just like to drink, but I might have a drinking problem, you might look at me a little different. I'm gonna say this and I'm done. Trump came in and kind of, I'm gonna say he's the needle point of that narrative, right? You Everybody can't pull that off like he pulled that off because he in spaces getting game that nobody else is getting. He's deliberately placed himself around people to learn certain things and how to deliver information that's given to him. He's great at that because it ain't just him, it's his team. And guess who his coldest team is? His family. That's deliberate, right? His daddy was deliberate. Like, nigga, yeah, of course I'm gonna help you. You my legacy. Why wouldn't you? And you my boy. So why wouldn't I help you? Why wouldn't I give you a head start? That's what you're supposed to do that's the whole point of the legacy. You were had deliberately. So you're gonna take over what I'm doing. You're gonna be the blacksmith or some form of this blacksmith business. You may not do the physical labor, but you can do the books. You can be the driver. You can order the part. You can do something. But just to totally be like, oh, dad, oh gosh, and we allow that? Nah, man, that's how the legacies get disrupted. We just let them be. Nope, not at all, son. Sorry, it's gonna be rough. You hate me now. You gonna love me later. That's better than them going down a road of the police, right? We have them give us statistics that say, a majority of us is going to at least go through the incarceration, right? That don't mean you're going to sit in jail, but they basically, grabbing and tagging, if you will. And it's just like we have to take care as the men. When I say we, I'm talking about the men. have to take over the narrative. Now, those of us that are a little aged, we have the knowledge, and then we have to speak this narrative so that the youth, right, it's embedded in them. And so now he has a responsibility on these things that we talking about, right, actually practicing. That don't mean it's going to be perfect, right? We're not perfect, but we can practice. So now I don't have to look at Martin Luther King as being perfect now. Is he doing what I need him to do? Is he elevating our community? That now the pressure is off that man to try to be Jesus. TD Jakes, now the pressure is off. If he like men, that's his thing. Did he give you glory? Did he help your life and all of that? And listen, I ain't for nothing. I ain't against nothing. But I'm just saying you can't be with somebody and and they brought you to glory or whatnot, and then you find out that they eat cotton candy too much, and now all of a sudden you feel differently.
You know what, creator? I feel like we gotta really take this thing to another level. We gotta get on this like NASCAR, right? And not in the sense of doing it fast, in the sense of the compartmentalization of what happens at the pit, right? A bunch of people jump out at the pit and they start working on you, right? They work on your tires, they work on the air, they work on compression, they work on your speed. They bring your car back to this level of performance. We got to get to that point that I don't see my information as the most valuable information. I see it as a part of the new information that you may need that'll help you later on. Your view of things as my subsidiary is the primary view. I need to get behind you, tune you up, that you can go out there and work in your optimal, most peak performance. I got to be okay with being your pit crew. And we got to get to that. My information is not the most optimal information. Yours is, because you're living in this time frame. And I need to understand what you can deliver to me, because my DNA is being refreshed. Like if we take it back to science, DNA is brand new every time it's reborn. When you met your girl, you had a baby, that's brand new DNA. What are you talking about? Some of my DNA is already corrupted. No, this is brand new DNA. That's how the delivery system works. It just works like that. Now he can learn a lot more than you ever learned in your whole life. Now, all I have to do is be the pit crew for this dude and make you the best thing that's learning ever. And then you can be the best heir to the future. But most of us, we're not the pit crew. I'm trying to be the driver.
That's what it's got to be. So that's the mind frame that we on now in today's time, right? So we not it's just not this room, but every room we go in, we are really even on these apps. But certainly we can be in other spaces if we want to, talking about other things. But we choose to be here. We could be anywhere in the world, but we right here with each other. So since we gonna be here with each other on hours of the day, right? And we know that we are on positivity and forward mobility for our community. You get what I'm saying? That don't mean again we race now take and just make this a fanatical event, but we could set certain milestones, right? Just to kind of implement into our to actually start executing some of these things that we discuss, right? With zero pressure. It's just zero pressure. But really, it comes down to the youth, like you said, the new DNA after us. What are we programming them? What are they being programmed? If we're not arming them and there's been an influx, I'm knowledgeable enough to know there's an influx of human beings, wherever they come from, an influx of human beings, right, that speak the same language that's populating America, then I need to be prepared for that influx of human beings coming here to America. Where am I going to be on the scheme of things? Right? Are you going to try to work? If you're not smart, you'll be working for them. You see what I'm saying? We'll be the ones out there running up to them talking about, hey man, I can do the work. I can do the work. Come on, man, come on. If we not smart and we don't plan, right, and change the psyche, right? We can't or implement certain psyches to our kids. What are we talking about with them? What are we putting them on? Is it basketball and finance? I'm not good at math. I know you're not, bro, and I suck too, but we got to do it. You know what I'm saying? It got to be that. And we'll figure it out together. We got devices in all our homes. All our kids got phones. They got tablets. We got computers. I remember a time it was number one computer in the house. And shit, we had that on layaway. Now everybody got computers, and we damn near not no further ahead than we were 50, 60 years ago. So now where does it change? It's in the information that's being disseminated. It should be a thing for kids to know certain things within our community. I don't care what's going on in somebody else's, but I do care what's going on in ours. So absolutely, they should already at some type of age, whether it's in entertainment or in the games that they play or however, a certain level of math and cognitivity should be established, right? A certain if they go to kindergarten, then they in kindergarten is deliberately learning certain things. Forget what the kindergarten teachers and what they curriculum is. We have to establish that curriculum, or they'll say that we not doing well. We don't thrive in their curriculum when we really do. We smart. When we get out of school, people ain't going like by number are homeless and just stupid. These are the same people being hired by companies. So apparently they have the wherewithal. It's a disconnect within the curriculum. So that curriculum needs to be financial literacy. The focus on financial literacy. The focus on real and within that is amateurization. It's not just calculus and these other things. Those are ands and also. We're going to put practical math within your realm. So when you become an adult or when you become a teenager, instead of you thinking to want to go work for McDonald's, you thinking that you and your buddies are going to come together and y'all be be real estate investors at 15, 16 years old. You see what I'm saying? The mind frame is different. What are we putting them on? I don't want to put them on raise my kid. It's the worst feeling in the world to have my kid going to work for somebody else. For me, maybe somebody else, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, I would love to be in a position. And everybody, I get it, is not entrepreneurs and not business people. And that's cool. But you are a teacher and a nurturer. So what are we going to teach your new generation so that it's their benefit for you and not a hazard, not a detriment? You just giving them everything. It's just your first child. And you can't believe you done had a child and it's your first boy. And it's just me and him. And I give him anything he wants and he turned into a little girl. Not physically, but just his emotions and the way he relate with things. Can't nobody tell him nothing. He has no humility.
I used to do this technique with my kids after they go out and they be out all day, and I hated what they come back in with and music and stuff that they was listening to all day. I'm like, oh boy. I was do this thing called zero songs. A zero song for me is a song that is completely about anything um, that has nothing to do with anything you was going through, right? And it just zeroes you out from all the stuff that you've been thinking about all day, and it's like, wait, this song is so odd. What is this?
I like that.
So one of the guys, his name is Gregory Porter, and he had this song called Lion Song. But if you look the song up, you have to look up Be Good, right? But his voice, it's this whole thing that we were talking about earlier about vibrations. What are we setting the tone for? Am I setting the tone for achievement? Am I setting the tone for greater thinking about yourself? Like I was telling somebody before, I had three kids with autism. So I had to always set this tone of you're driving towards something. You make sure that you can see everything in front of you. The zero song was that technique was I want you to clear everything out so you have a clear path to where you're going to. So Be Good was one of those songs, but he did this other song called If Love is Overrated. And that song became a bigger zero song than any one of them. Pardon me, I'm getting overclimped. Um, because it's just the purpose of like you said, what we pouring into them. And if that's not a daily exercise, we got a problem. What you're sending out to the world comes back. Like, and if we're not thinking about that, that's a heavy load. Like, I'm the only one that's thinking, no, this can't be. So I do get dismayed with that as well. Like, am I the only one thinking like this?
So nobody's teaching us on us. You talking about mental health now. You know what I'm saying? We're really getting into mental health. And that's something we really don't discuss in our community, man. We really have for a lot of us is half retarded. I know I am. And that's my thing. I had to embrace it. Instead of being like, man, trying to act like I'm just just smart or whatnot. Nah, I know I'm half retarded.
Let's
Absolutely.
let's
We all
let's
geniuses
let's
in
let's
our own right.
refrain. Excuse me, and don't mean to interrupt. Let's refrain from using that word, please.
Okay, we'll do.
Thank
Uh,
you.
but I'm gonna say this to say that the words that I use and the way that I use them can only offend those that's using it in the way that they use it. So what that word means to me is, and maybe to billions of other people, it may feel some type of way, but respectfully, that's my word, right? And I would feel the same way. And I don't think they flag like that. So I'm letting YouTube, Fanbase, Clubhouse, and any other one know when I use that word, it don't mean what you defined it to be and what you even imagine it to be when anyone says that word. And I take offense to it when you think of it in the definition of what we used to think it was, right? That's not what it is today. That's not what it means when I speak it. I'm just letting it be known today. Yeah, I ain't thinking of it like that. It's just simply a word that I use, and if I spell it different, it's gonna mean the same thing. And what it means is we off. We all have a tick. Everybody has a tick. And that's just like saying um, that don't exist. So whatever we want to call it, however we want to, turn it into the semantics, respect to the room, that is what it is. Everybody has something. When you deal with people and you find out what theirs is, you have to make a conscious decision. Is that something you even want to deal with now? Whatever that is, not necessarily physically and that ain't what we talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about for those that's listening. We talking about that thing that you've discovered when you thought that dude was everything, and now he got a strong personality, right? And that personality goes overboard. You have a decision to make. Same with her, right? No one wants to put them in check, right? Yeah, that's a problem. It's a mental problem. People not knowing how to deal with certain mental instabilities. Yeah, everybody got issues, but the best thing about knowing your parents is they know that. And if they real with they self, they know that you're an extension of one of them emotions. You're an extension of one of them ticks. And when that tick exposes itself, it's that parent, if they real with they self, they can show you if they were trained, right, how to deal with that. That's why I accept all my flaws. I know exactly where I'm messed up at and where I ain't. So you know what I'm saying? I ain't really used to my apologies. I'm trying to stay talk cool. I'm not really used to doing that, to be honest. I'm used to just talking the way I talk and trying to think about not saying something to offend people. It's a little, challenging. I'll just say, but I'm trying. But I know, and I have to say certain words because it gives you. So when I say that word, I want y'all to understand that it don't mean what you thinking it mean. It mean strictly mental, and whatever that insufficient thing is that you do. You might be OCD, right? Extremely OCD. That's abnormal. You might not be so ace. You might be ADD. That's abnormal. But if we know that, right, then we can train on how to correct it. And if somebody were real with themselves, they'd be like, dang, you know what? When I write, I'm gonna be real with myself. So when I write or I type, I'll leave out a word. Unconsciously, literally, I just discovered this, and unconsciously I will leave out a word. I might be typing too fast and thought in my head I'm saying it and reading it, but it doesn't translate when I type it. And then I send it. Because in my mind, in my eyes, that word that was missing was there. That's my thing. It is what it is, right? And I got like 100,000 other ones. But what I'm saying, if I had somebody in my life, my pops was there like he was supposed to, or my mom was there, or my grandpa, I could really deal with these people and they can be real with me. Hey, you know what? I deal with the same thing, and this is how I fix it. This is what I do to try to combat it, right? I never thought of it that way. Because a lot of us are, internal. We don't want to let people know, our vulnerabilities because they're going to use your kindness as a weakness, so to speak. I think if you're strong, though, you can use your weaknesses are what other strong people need. Because I need to know what We all dealing with it, and I need to hear how you dealing with what you dealing with as a person on top, right? As a CEO, you still human. How do you deal with that, right? These different things that you dealt with, these different instances that you dealt with as a child, right? Or in relationship or in school or you was a baby or whatever that situation was. But you still ascended past that to manage. You're still dealing with it today. Most of them still dealing with it today. It's just how I was taught to manage it, the discipline that it took to get me to manage whatever that tick is. All our kids have these ticks. I see it in them. Either can't read, can't math, don't have comprehension, right? And it ain't because they dumb, because you're not. I can teach you. When I teach it to you, you learn. Well, why ain't you learning from your teacher? I just showed it to you in 2 minutes. That's the problem. It's the teachers. They not can't relate with what I'm not even focused in on what this person talking about because his head look funny. The way he dressed may not be the way, you get what I'm saying, where their head is at, and they can't penetrate because they don't want to penetrate. We've integrated into their system. Our system is not going to correct itself to capitulate to somebody who's not even supposed to be here, if that makes sense. And I'm not going to tell you that. They not going to tell you that. But that's basically what it is. Well, they did my kid like this, and why don't they send the bus over here? And why don't they? Why don't? Why? We know what that why is, because you're really not supposed to be here in the first place. And everybody around here is pretty much cool with what's been going on. You the only one that's the problem. So we got to know our ticks, man. And when we find out what these ticks are, we got to be real with ourselves and be like, okay, I got an issue in a certain realm. Either I can't read, and instead of being like, dang, I can't read and not let nobody know, it shouldn't be like I don't know, making people feel bad type thing. And then now they can't really be the best them because they don't know how to deal with certain emotions. Everybody might not meant to be smart. Like I'm not the smartest, but I might not be the strongest. I might not know, it's a whole bunch of things I'm going to be deficient in that individuals are going to be great in. But if we all come together as one, right, now we're sharing all this knowledge on to fix these mass ticks that we have in our community, right? So now that in the future, we moving differently. When we run into somebody who's got to read, what, you can't read? Come on, bro, I got you. Don't even trip. Instead of, you can't count. You don't know what. No, it is that'll not happen because it was already nurtured from birth. When we saw them ticks and them kids, we curbed it. We knew how to, you know what I'm saying? If I know me, if my kids is doing it, I know I've always came from that standpoint. Like, dang, I know, boy, they acting like that because I know how they acting like that. That is me and they grandpa or they grandma. I can't hate on it. All I could do is show them, hey, this is how I deal with that. And this is how you need to deal with that. Or however, I'm being a little coof now. But you know what I'm talking about. If I need to get on your top or whatever, you're the parent. You know way more than them. They are a result of you. Now, intentional parenting is a big problem in our community. What I mean by intentional parenting, I mean you had your kids, and it's just not about them looking cute when we go out somewhere. It's intentional. Every moment, what they learning, everything that they being fed, everything is intentional because it's intent for them. One day they're going to be an adult, and they're either going to be a detriment on you at that stage in life, or they're going to be a benefit. And that's all about how you set it up.
Well said, brother. You know what I'm saying? Well said. That's the creator, ladies and gentlemen. We got to find a medium, and he gave a lot of good views. Anybody else would like to express themselves in regards to this topic that we're speaking about? Because it's very important. I know that brother's very passionate, about what he was saying, and it's all, and he said nothing but truth there. So salute to the creator. You know, we have to be more diligent. This upcoming election is going to do a lot of things for this country, and you're either going to be in front of the task or we're behind it. And at the end of the day, this is not for just the next 4 years. We have to start now as black people to place ourselves in a position of the fight because we're getting took out of the fight. As he alluded to, I've said it on countless occasions, and I've got a lot of pushback. Oh man, the numbers are lying. No matter whether you want to know if the numbers are telling the truth or the lie, the simple thing is they're trying to make us a permanent underclass. And I'm not talking about the whole. Some of us will get out, some will prosper. But the great existence of us, the lower tier, the poverty-stricken people, the people that's under what you would call poverty, as far as the money they make on the annual, they're the ones that are going to get lost. Those that got jobs and those that have their businesses, they're going to be just fine with this. But if anybody's left behind, we're all left behind. Because as you can see, their number one thing is unification, unity amongst each other. They don't bicker. They may bicker, but we never see it. And I live there. A bunch of them live in our community. Not saying that they are the perfect people, but they have one common goal. I'm trying to get something. You're trying to get something. Let's get it together. That's the only thing that stops us from being in the same place. We are the number one people consuming the products in America. More so the black woman, correct? So it's not that we don't have the money. Now, what's sad is that you can get people that don't have enough money and by our powers combined, look like they're doing better than us. We're in an individualistic state as far as I got mines. Pull yourself up by the bootstrap. We're in competition with each other now to the point that we're in competition with our women because they're on the rise. They're having their own businesses, owning their own homes. But still, even with that progression, there's a regression of us as a people together. If it's not done together, singular goals look nice for individualism, but for community, family, we'll be left behind the eight ball. And everybody else had that notion. They put their differences away and they stand together for one common goal, the betterment of us. Because like I said yesterday, and I'll say again right now, by the year 2050, you won't even know what a black person looks like if we keep going on the trajectory that we are. The time is now. We have to be the shining light, a beacon for our people, men and women, so that when we pass the baton to these babies that's behind us, they will have something to fight for. I live in what they call a sanctuary city area. So if it's not the sanctuary city, once that gets filled, outside of that, they place these new people that are coming here. Now this is nothing new. It's an election year, so that's the only reason why it gets magnified. But I don't hate them for coming for opportunity if you don't want to take advantage of the opportunity. See, that's the one problem, even in the poverty-stricken state. When you get the handouts that people have gotten so much long, you don't have the same zeal and desire to do for yourself. If they told most people today that they were going to stop, they got 6 months to get their affairs in order. They got 6 more checks for welfare and food stamps. What would happen at the end of those 6 months? With most of those people, like, man, they're going to cut us off, so I got to do something now. You got 6 months. What would they do? Some will say, well, fuck it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I can go back to my mama's house or whatever may have you. But these people come on over here with nothing. And yes, I know, like the brother Joe said, they're giving them monthly stimuluses. Well, they're only good if they use them properly. Because we saw what happened when we got them. They give you a little $1,200, they give you a little $1,400, they give you a little $600, they give you a child tax credit every month. But then when they stop the party, where's the money? What did you use the money off to keep your head above water? The moral to what I'm saying is, We have the money. We just spend it in the wrong places and invest it in the wrong things. Looking good, designer clothes, nice cars, nice whips, no foundation. We have to think more of the long-term essence as a people, and the feeling starts with the black men. We have to get back in place. I was having a conversation with a few sisters at my job the other day, and I was like, y'all some hard-working women. She said, well, damn it, can you talk to the men? We tired of working so hard. Now, they was being facetious when they said it, but they meant it in some sarcastic satire type of way. Most women don't want to have to hold the superwoman cape on their back. But if you don't have nobody to do with you, you have to do for yourself. And we have to change that narrative. If they women don't go through that, they come over here the same, downtrodden, give me your tired, give me your poor, give me your disenfranchised, and America will hug her in the bosom. But if you have a will and a drive, we'll give you the startup. How long are we going to keep complaining about the startup? I said the same thing. Oh man, my taxes. Da, 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 da. All right, if you know your money going towards it, let's get some kind of return on your investment by doing your due diligence. My brother Chico always say in this room, we should be in place that we're owning some of these things that we can hire them to do the labor for us. And I heard somebody just say a little while ago, if we don't fuck around, if we keep fucking around, we're gonna be, hey yo man, I know how to do this. Poppy, let me get a job. And that'd be the saddest thing because we were already here. We done fought for everything that they didn't have to fight for. Matter of fact, our fight made their fight even easier. So I don't want to rant on by myself. There's a room full of people, and I will let anyone that want to speak, speak. But this is Teaching Tuesday. Let's learn something together that can help each and every one of us off of this application in a real life existence. I'm Kareem the Truth, back to the stage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. CMB Teacher Tuesday, where everybody at? Yeah. Okay.
We about to go out here and dust this daggone snow off the daggone car. It's over now. It has passed. A little quick dust up, a little blanket.
Hey, can I play that Zero song? I think it's definitely needed.
Remember, y'all, we still live on YouTube. We're not trying to get another strike.
So can I sing it?
Uh, I have
That
no
was a joke, brother. That
issue.
was a joke.
Well, a quick bit of other news at this moment, at this hour. One Kanye West just posted a picture of him and the head of Adidas, the CEO of Adidas, and said there might be a possible deal with him and Adidas for his upcoming sneaker. What do you guys think of that?
Shit, that's what he wanted, right? Shit, salute to him getting it. That's what that's. I think that was his goal at the end of the day, wasn't it?
This guy is weird, man. I'm really serious when I say that. People talk about the genius thereof. I mean, like it's like an enigma with some shit attached to it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Get your money, bro. I'm all for anybody getting their money, but like, bro, at some point, my man, you just be spinning your heels.
Seems like the only way they listen to us blacks is we have a temper tantrum, especially if we got a following behind us. Seem like everybody taking that, using that tactic too. Jay-Z used that tactic, and look, Beyonce got a record getting ready to hit, right? Seem like the only time they listen to us is when we have temper tantrums. That's what I see. And
I'm
that's just
mad.
but it's like it is a domino effect amongst other things. But even with me sitting in these corporate jobs, it's like the enemy will look directly at me and know they not paying what they supposed to be paying, and they paying the inexperience what they supposed to be paying. It takes me to do a counter offer. It takes me to say, okay, I'm gonna leave y'all and do it right when y'all put me on some of the most major stuff that I done made a lot of money and know that I got the client by the pocket. So if the client loses Chantella, then y'all know y'all lose the account. So that's when I have to make my plays and say, I got another company that wants me. But since I did that, now y'all want to offer an additional 15 grand when y'all should have just did that from all the other work that I was doing. But for some reason, black folks got to use the chair. We got to use the chair syndrome, the Alabama syndrome, where we got to pick up the chairs and bust some motherfuckers in the head. And that's the unfortunate part. It's like, why can we just not negotiate? And you see me for all the work. My work is speaking for itself, right? Well, you don't want to just do that. You want me to bust you in your head with that chair. I don't know why they want to be busted in the head. So that's what I look at. I look at it as the bust in the head effect because I'm seeing too many artists doing this now, and they using certain moments to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like Jay-Z did it like that at the same time. At the other one, they taking Killer Mike out. He didn't got awards. And then, but then they come through and they taking him to jail. You know what I'm saying? On the same day, it's like I want you to have this high, but I want you to feel this low. Everybody is playing a game with everybody.
He was detained. He didn't go to jail. They just detained him.
But still, it embarrassed him. Like you could have did that Monday.
Yeah.
You had to do it Sunday when I'm about to get these awards. It's like you just gotta make me feel embarrassed in some kind of form of fashion. You know what I'm saying? It's like Mahomes. They could have talked about his daddy all throughout before football season. They could have went found his ass and everything. But now what they gonna do? They wanna wait till this boy get number one. Okay. Now they gonna make the other one, Khalees, feel good because he got the little chick. Okay, she's a number one hit, this, that, and the third. Now they gonna make him look good. But your little mixed little boy, you had to go find his daddy. And then all the KC ads that y'all showing, his daddy had DUI. His daddy got pulled over by another DUI. Right when somebody is having a high moment. Why y'all didn't do this the whole time before? I'm just saying, I look at trends. I look at patterns. And then you start realizing y'all just be playing the same game. Y'all ain't changed the Roman game up at all. Y'all just play the same play. You might twerk it a little bit, but y'all do the same play. So that's why you got black folks now that's on that side. And so they playing the game back on them. But to us black folks, we like, no boy, if you don't sit your ass down, you know you ain't finna get this 40 acres in the mule. Now you know you not finna get this. But I started looking at Ye like he doing the same plays now, because it is the same plays. You know what I'm saying? Now you back with Adidas. Now you gonna get, because they finally listened to you, because people wasn't listening to you. You had your little temper tantrum and it worked, right? Because Adidas numbers did go down, even though everybody been wearing Adidas for a long time, but them numbers did go down because he had a little pull, you know. And it could be some other stuff that's going on too, but I just see that like you back with them now. Okay, so that the first thing that came to mind for me as a female, that's what little boys do with their mamas. You got a little temper tantrum because mama ain't listening to me. She's spending more time with everybody else. So the only way I'm gonna be able to give my mama and my daddy's attention is I'm finna go do some fuck boy shit, or I'm finna go do some. I'm finna have a temper tantrum. Now, mama, you hear me? Cause you ain't hear me when I was coming in there nicely. That's what I see as a woman. You know, I just want to add that little part on there. That's what I see.
And you're right. Um, it takes for us to get out of pocket or get out ourselves, and then you hear. Then the voice get recognized. I just don't like that. If you going to go, see, the thing for me is you make all that noise to go right back to square one.
Yep, to
Now,
go.
don't get
Yep,
me wrong.
that's
It's a great thing that you're going to speak it. But see, with us as a people, it's almost like anything else we do. We get they have this belief, like, are they angry now? Wait a minute. Give it a little time. They'll settle down. They're going to march. They're going to protest. They're going to yell. They're going to scream. But as the weeks and days come past, we just got to hold the fort. They'll get calm again. We throw them a bone. Well, wait a minute. Someone's going to jail. Someone's getting indicted. And then we hush up again to the next time out. And I like how that you explained that is when we get angry, then you get heard. And it's fucked up that you have to take that position, but you're not going to hear me if I come due diligent and nice. Like, you're a professional and I'm a professional. We deal with corporate America every day. When something is wrong at our jobs and we try to be professional and with a candor with it, you don't get the same effect if you raise your voice. Well, hold on. All right. All right. Now let's cool the bro. Okay. They get all they tongue twisted because now that black fear that I'm about to explode on you in a professional way, not physically where I'm going to lead to me getting assault charge or nothing, but even the aggression changes the narrative of the conversation, especially if you know what you're talking about. But we can't do nothing nice. We can't be easy with anything with these days. But I mean, I just said only issue I have with him: get your money, whatever may have you. But you seem like you did all that just to go back to start one. You had a deal in place then. Now you're getting a new deal now. Is the deal that you're getting now will be better than the one that was? And the sad part about this whole thing about sneakers and clothes and all this other stuff, we have to deal with them and can't get away from them. They can't be the black sneaker. That's just for the black sneaker. Made by us, for us, and by us. Distributed by us. We have to work within the system, as I always keep saying, to have our shit. So hopefully it works out for my man. It's just that I just feel some kind of way that you did all that ranting and raving against them same people, and then you're right back in bed with them.
Hey, Lyndon B. Johnson did that play too. If you look back at that the story they did on him, this the first thing. It's kind of funny, but this is the first thing white folks do. Oh my God, the black folks are getting stirred up. They're getting a little angry. And when they get angry, do we have a black leader that we can pull in? And who they go get? They go get King, right? can we negotiate? It's unfortunate. Even with the Million Man March, they thought they was gonna go down there and do a January 6th. But it just goes to show you, you had a million black men that didn't tear up. You didn't have a million people on January 6th, and just that little small few tore up some stuff, right? But the Million Man March went, the way it needed to go. It's probably with some little small stuff that happened in between that we didn't get a chance to hear about. But they do know that if they get too many of us angry, it's gonna be some furniture moving around. So I just feel like black folks is starting to realize, like, we finna use this tactic. But what also happens is it has a domino effect on all of us, and it hurts us in some of these other categories that we work in. Because when Obama became president, we couldn't just be happy that we finally had a black president and a black house that was built by black slaves, right? They had to go dissect and find out his daddy is this and his mama is this. We couldn't just have a happy moment. Well, it did affect a lot of us in corporate America. It affected they stopped, giving us raises and bonuses. It had a domino effect, right? The insurance game on my side was mad that he made, the penalty and all this. So when you do decide to have your temper tantrums, just know some of us gonna be the sacrifice. Some of us may lose our jobs because at the end of the day, you under somebody else's kingdom, and you trying to play this game under somebody else's kingdom. And even though it's working out for you and you get what you want, what you did too is also going to affect everybody else in some certain circumstances, certain jobs. You know what I'm saying? Because we are under these people. That's the hard part about us not having a nation. You feel what I'm saying? Because we got our own nation, we got our own setup, then it's a little bit easier. But when you continuously working under them and they pimping the pen or whatever, a lot of us, it's a domino effect. So you do have to watch what decision you make when you have them people when you have big followers, because the low man, the low woman is always going to be affected. You know what I'm saying? With decisions that get made at the top. So anyway, I just want to put that part in.
Clap, 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 clap.
Moving some furniture around, no.
It's gonna be some furniture moving around.
I mean, I know myself. Like, I'm a loud person by nature, and I have to find my corporate voice when we're in these meetings with these people. Just by the energy that our energy is feared by people. We gonna do a whole lot of we ain't gonna do nothing to nobody, ain't gonna hurt nothing. But we're passionate about what we speak about. But that ruffles the feathers. All right, Johnson, relax. Okay, guys, we're gonna take a break here. Hey, Johnson, you get where you're coming from. But some of the others is like you're a little aggressive. I just want stuff to get done. I want to get my point of view across. And that's the difference that always realize, because they have to make up ways to curb us, because they fear that if we get into said place, like you said about the Million Man March, I was there. Very great time. Beautiful atmosphere. A lot of energy of all us in one place. But what happened was they deciphered how to stop anything else from happening, because I believe that they should have did it once a year, like a annual event, to keep the flow going besides the 1 year thing. I know it takes a lot of planning, hotels and all that other stuff, but I think we should have did it more than the once, because 5 years after that, you didn't see any. Or what did we get together all these million people for? For a kumbaya moment amongst us? How did the black community get affected by these events? How did the black woman get affected by these events? How did our children get affected? Because on that day, it was a lot of, we're going back to our communities and blah, 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 blah. And I think they played a part of having that not succeed as well, because that was a fear. Lord knows that we would took that same amount of people and ran up in the Capitol or any other, the Senate or the Congress office, many of us wouldn't have made it home. They ran up in the Capitol like nobody's business, shit it all on the steps and everything else. Yeah, they going to jail. but they all made it out. It's the fear of a black nation that's going on in this country. But there's the fear is starting to lessen because now they got people to come and do replaced us. They're trying to replace us, ladies and gentlemen. For the longest of my 45 years, it's always been a war between the black and the white, Hispanics and everybody. There was other minorities involved. But the major war was between the two of us. They don't even care to fight against us anymore. They got somebody in place, these immigrants from various backgrounds. I ain't gonna call them Spanish or whatever because somebody got mad at me for saying that the other day and I had to apologize. So that's why we got to get on our high horse now. We're facing extinction, not to the level that ain't none of us gonna be here, but eventually, whatever political power we have, if they let these people keep passing us by, they'll have that power that we didn't use to the fullest extent of our voices. They're going to stop coming into the community to talk to us. Because they got to go to the people that have the voting power. And by the shred of a thought, we still have some, but that's diminishing. And that's why I stress to each and every eligible person in this room to vote. Do so. I know we can go with the narrative, they're going to do what they want to do, but put something behind it. Accountability for whoever this candidate that you're going to vote for. Because if you sit on the sideline, it's a vote for the other party by default.
Yeah, I had to teach myself how to speak in the corporate sector, because they would always say, "Chantella, you're not in trouble," because I'm a passionate speaker, right? And I'm doing the presentation, right? So then I started having
Oh
little white.
man, yeah, that's that world famous. You're
Yeah, that's
not
the
in
world. And then
trouble.
so I started having the little white girls that knew me, and they'd be like, "Before we get the meeting started, we're gonna allow Chantella to come up here, and oh my God, she does great work. Her work speaks for herself. But we just want to let you know." So they would do these disclaimers. She's a very passionate speaker, so get your pens out and get ready to go on this ride because I guarantee you it's gonna be full of energy and it's gonna be full ride. And I started looking at it, and I was like, you know what? They really fear us, like our energy, the way we speak, and then they would say, "Oh my God, Chintella, you read so good." Like it's like I'm not supposed to know how to read. Like you have to listen to this stuff, and it be little bitty stuff like that that lets you know we're saying teaching each other don't move in fear. They really fear just us having a conversation if we get in a group with three people.
No,
So I did have to.
don't forget, oh, you speak so well.
Yeah, you speak so well. What did you go to school? The church. Mama had us at church 7 days a week. But I didn't say that, but I'm just I had to realize like they really fear even when we can get in front of them and we can our communication skills we don't lack. You know what I mean? We can change different tones and we can get a little hood and we can get professional. Black folks say we sounding white. Well, we just it come from those ass whoopings from your mom saying, "Don't you take your ass in here and embarrass our family." You know what I'm saying? That's where it really comes from. It don't come from us trying to act white. Your mom is just saying, you hear your mom in your head saying, you got to carry this flag for everybody because of the stereotypes that are already out there. And you see who they put on the news first. They put our people that's going through mental stuff, that's on crack. They put out people that really can't speak that well, and they make a mockery, and they did it for so long. So then, when they get somebody like me, or other females, or other guy, or other men that can speak really well, they try to throw little slugs, and you have to know how to throw slugs back. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I can read. I read better than some of those hillbillies that stay in those trailer parks. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? They don't want that shit. So I'm just saying, it's kind of it hurts you sometimes because you're like, man, did she just ask me can I read or I can speak? Like, we haven't been here, this long where we can hold the conversation. The stereotypes, y'all gotta stop it with the slugs, but I take them. You know what I'm saying? And I just overtalk them and overspeak them or whatever. But I did have to um I had to look at the crowd I was speaking to, and I seen the fear in their eyes for me just doing my presentation. So I had to say, if I'm really trying to reach certain crowds or whatever, my delivery is gonna have to be a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of unfortunate. I had to adjust. Now another white girl came behind. White girl came behind me. She was very aggressive, and she looked like a big old German woman, right? And they accepted her aggressiveness. They accepted all that. They made a comment and said, "Oh, that's just the German woman." But the black woman, you better change your voice. You better talk softly. You better not make us feel like you are above us. That's pretty much what it is. And I knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? And that's when you are great, when you know the difference. But you do what you gotta do, get your little paycheck. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got something we can listen to for a second. Shout out to CMB, everybody on the stage. I've been rocking, teaching Tuesday. All right, here we go. How close the racial wealth gap through real estate? How to close? I'm sorry. How to close the racial wealth gap? Here we go.
Yes, sir.
To another episode of the Black Real Estate Dialogue podcast. If you're on YouTube, make sure you like this video, share, subscribe. If you're on audio, make sure you leave us that 5-star rating and review. It goes a long way. It helps us out a whole lot. Very excited for today's interview. Today I have with me Tawan Davis. Tawan, thank you so much. Hey, it's good to be here. Taking some time to join the show. How are you feeling today, man? I'm good. Good. I'm good. Definitely. Yeah. So, Tawan, let's jump right into it. Sure. So, if you could just introduce yourself to the listeners, let them know who you are and a little bit more about your company. Sure. My name is Tawan Davis, CEO of the Steinbridge Group. We are an investment and development firm. Right now, we have about $500 million, roughly $500 million of active developments around the country, and we're growing that to about $1.2 billion over the next 12 to 36 months. Definitely. So take us to the beginning of starting the company. Sure. I know you were in various roles prior to starting Steinbridge. So we'd just love to hear, one, why you decided to start the company and how the investing strategy has evolved since. Sure. Well, I started the company. We invested about $900 million in various office buildings around the United States, the most notable of which was the famous Watergate office building. That was the subject of Nixon's impeachment. We did that in about 2016. 2018 comes along. It's clear to me at the time that office isn't a growing part of the real estate space. That was even prior to COVID. It became clear that most office tenants were taking smaller footprints. They were competing with WeWork at the time, and there was already an early work from home movement. Mm-hmm. And so we found that having a longer term, that most of the tenants were taking smaller and smaller office spaces. And so that became clear that if I started the business, I was 35 at the time, and I wanted to be in the business for 30 or 40 more years. And it was clear that the office space wasn't an ideal growth part of the market for that period of time. And it became more apparent that of all of the things that the United States was perennially and perpetually underhoused, and that the real demand in the United States for real estate is in the housing space. We have underbuilt homes for the American family for at least a generation or two, and that's where the real opportunity and the need emerged. Definitely. So you mentioned underhoused. Do you mean like single family, multifamily? Tell us right now we have 3 active strategies. One is single family rehab, where we we'll go to a city, we will buy a cluster of homes in a neighborhood, we'll rehab those for rent, and then over time we will sell them to homeowners. Second is we have a build to rent strategy, where we partner often with community institutions, nonprofits, sometimes churches, sometimes universities, and we will help them redevelop their land into economically productive uses. And we do that in large scale, and that's a build to rent and again, eventually sale. And the third is an urban infill strategy, where in the larger cities that may not be single family home cities like Manhattan or Harlem, for example, we will build, we'll do urban infill, multifamily, and other similar product types. Yeah. It's interesting you mentioned the single family strategy, because I'm sure like a lot of people are like multifamily or nothing. Like, why would you buy a single family and all this stuff? What's your take on that? Well, the single family actually is the American real estate business. So there are 133 million housing units in the United States. Of those 133 million housing units, 84 million are single family homes, roughly 62%. And so almost 2/3 of Americans live in single family homes, unlike Europe or Asia that are more multifamily markets. Of those 84 million single family homes, 22 million are for rent. Now, the FHA and the HUD include anything that is 4 units or less as a single family. So of those 22 million single family homes, roughly 3 or 4 million are duplexes to quadruplexes. So there are, again, 133 million housing units in the United States, 84 million single family homes, 22 million of those single family homes are actually rental units. So it's in fact the largest investable asset class in the United States. Wow. Second, and certainly the largest investable asset class in the real estate space. It's second only to, I think, U.S. Treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. But as far as equity investments are concerned, single-family rental is the largest. It represents roughly $4.5 trillion of total investable assets. There are about $2.5 trillion of total apartments in the United States, and there's about 1.5 to 2 trillion office buildings. So if you aggregate all of the rented single-family homes in the United States, it's actually the largest investable asset class, which is why there's been so much institutional capital allocated to that space since the 2008 financial crisis, because it is, in fact, the largest part of the real estate business. Definitely. So from your opinion, how do you think the 0809 crash has impacted the lack of housing that we have now? Do you think it's related? Oh, I think, it's interesting because we are experiencing another economic challenge, right? We've got, historically high inflation. We have historically high and rapid increases by the Federal Reserve to the interest rate. And what we are finding is that home prices for the last 2 months still increased. Why? It's because of this basic supply and demand. Yeah. Despite the fact that interest rates mortgages are now 40% more than they were a year ago, despite the fact that there are that it's more difficult to build a home and to buy a home for someone, housing prices have actually gone up. And that's counterintuitive because in general, basic economics says that when interest rates go up, housing prices should come down. That actually happened for a relatively short period of time, but it's gone up. Why is that? It's because there aren't enough homes out there. Yeah. Because it is harder to build, it's more expensive to build, and the borrowing costs to build are higher. And so what you now have is what I call the trifecta of challenge for the American homeowner. The home prices are going up. They're not making as much money, and interest rates are up. And so basically you have these three challenges there that are really making it more difficult. Definitely. Yeah. It's an interesting time. I mean, a lot of folks feel pretty discouraged with just, the interest rates and the home prices and all that stuff. It's an interesting time, to say the least. Yeah. It's interesting. My thought is that, first of all, we have to change our focus. Mm-hmm. So I think as African Americans, and we have to get away from being income focused to being wealth focused. So that's step number one. That's mental transition number one. You cannot pass a salary on from generation to generation, right? So So the difference for us is we have to become focused on wealth creation. So that's number one. There was a great one of the old Greek philosophers said that for any two folks to have an intelligent conversation, they must first define their terms. And I use that to say, what do we mean by wealth? Basic definition of wealth is what do you own minus what you owe. Whatever is left over is your net worth. That net worth determines your wealth. So that's where we are. I think that's the first step is to refocus ourselves away from being income and salary focused to being wealth focused, which means net worth. So that's number one. Number two is to understand some basic stark realities in the United States. So there's one basic stark reality is that the average American family has a net worth of about $950,000, whereas the average African American family has a net worth of about $340,000. So there's about a $600,000 difference. It's a roughly 3-to-1 difference. But that doesn't even really tell the story because that's the average. Mm-hmm. And, I'm an economist and finance guy by training, so I'm a bit of a nerd. Averages are easy to manipulate because what you have is the averages being pulled up by the outliers, by the billionaires. So you need to take the median. The median is actually the number that tells the story, and it determines if you bump into a person on the street or at church, what is the statistical likelihood of their net worth? And for that number is actually $24,000 for African American people and $189,000 for the rest of the country.
All right, let's stop right there. Everybody with me? Everybody with me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, Joe. So you say the average black person in America is worth how much, Joe?
300,000.
No, that's the average. We said without the billionaires, because that number is including the billionaires, so it brings the average up. You say you take the billionaires out of there, it's 24,000. 24,000, dog. Average
You all
black
hear what that
man.
man just said? 24,000, 12 months, that's $1,200 a month. That ain't enough to even pay most people rent. Wow.
Hey, MVP. Now you see what I was talking about this morning?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's like that, bro. That's like a McDonald's check, man. That's
Man,
crazy.
shit, 24,000, bro. That's $300 a week, dog. All right, we're gonna keep this thing running.
So here's the fact that that statistical person that you bump into every day is 1/8 as wealthy as their non-African American counterparts. That's the fact. So that's the stark reality. That difference is about $164,000. And here's some basic math. African Americans arrived to the eastern shores of Virginia in 1619. If you had given every African American $1 every time they hit the eastern shores of Virginia and came to the United States, $1, and if you had allowed it to grow at 3%, the rate of inflation, from 1619 to today, it'd be worth $153,000 today. Why is that important? Is because time is money. The biggest thing that African Americans lost is time. We had 400 years, 350 years, during which African Americans could not participate in ways in which people make, save, and pass along money. The United States economy started in 1619. It's 400 years old, but the African American economy started with the Civil Rights Act in 1964. So the African American economy is only 60 years old. So that gap that we see in the net income is actually a function of time. It's simple return on the dollar, right? Yeah. So what we find African Americans trying to do today is we're trying to catch up on 400 years of being excluded from the basics of the American economy. And that's why real estate is such an important part of that. Real estate is an important part of that. The whole GDP, real estate and related activities are worth roughly 15 to 20% of the American GDP. It is the biggest way to get yourself out of poverty in the United States of America. It's not having a good job. It's owning real estate. Now, I'll add to that. You take that 20%, every American family, roughly 30% of their net worth is in their home. Yeah. And they can pass that along. So I appreciate the fact that you're doing this. I know that you've had some very important and impactful men and women on this show. And the reason it's an important conversation is because we are trying desperately to close a 350-year return on cash gap. That's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to get rich quick. We're not, African Americans are just as smart and just as hardworking as everybody else. What we lack is time. And we know that in order to make money, it takes time. So, the most straightforward way to do that in the American economy is real estate. Not all of us are tech geniuses, but everybody can own a piece of real estate. Definitely.
All right, let's stop it right there. What y'all?
Sound good. Sound good, dude. Solid points through and through.
It sounded good. We are way behind the starting line.
No,
400
I'm
Rich,
saying
Sunday.
it
man, you
sounds
heard
like he
you
really
heard
got a
what he
good
said.
grasp of what's missing. You know what I'm saying? Like I
That's
think,
real good info. I like them
yeah, good
statistics, them
information.
housing
Man.
statistics.
Yeah, right.
Well, you heard what he said. We only started 60 years ago, brother. So we just lacking time. We not invested. Think about it. 60 years ago, we wasn't even in the stock market, dog. So
That's
we
crazy.
yeah, and I know we done talked about this before. I got an uncle. He died in Vietnam, right? When I did some research on Vietnam in the days, I found out when he came home, he couldn't even buy a house, bro. Because at that time, a black person couldn't even get a mortgage. And this is in the 60s. So now you see why the wealth
Couldn't
gap is
take
so fucked
advantage
up.
of the GI Bill. Couldn't
Yeah.
take advantage of the VA loans. None of that.
Right. There you go, creative. Now you see, so this a and that's how most of, like, when I be going out to these countries and they be having these 50-acre, 100-acre lots, their grandfathers bought these lots after the world wars and shit. They had the bread, the soldiers gave them the money, you know what I'm saying, and a loan to start these these plots of land. We wasn't involved, so that's why we so behind now.
So now we are behind, and we can accept that, and that's what I mean. Just accept what we already know where our faults are, right? That's one of our words. You understand? That's our, but it's also our superpower as well, because that should be that brought out the S word. I'm gonna say the SLAVE word because that should be banned as far as our community concerned. Real talk. But that since that period of servitude is what we'll call it, look where we come with boot on neck, right? And so now with those statistics, 122 million single family homes, and any 4-unit home can be considered as a single family unit. So that 300 some odd $1,000 house, you just, that 300 some odd thousand or $400,000 or $500,000 prison you just bought, you get what I'm saying? With 5,000 square feet and 10 bedrooms and 100 bathrooms, right? When you could have just built one big property, 4 units, right? The same thing. They're going to consider that as one family, a single family. You can get the same loan, the same 350. But guess what? Now you can make money off of this single family property. You get, even if it's from your kids. Hey, don't move. That's what I'm doing. Don't move. I don't want you going nowhere. You stay here as long as you can. I got enough of land. We'll build you. I'll turn the garage into an apartment. I'll build onto that. We'll build up our house. Don't take your genius and your money somewhere else. I told you this is deliberate. I'm not excited or geeked about you leaving. Stay here and invest into this legacy. Then we'll figure out what other legacy we want you to, or we'll all come together as a unit, what we're going to put our revenue and our genius into. We can't just keep giving it away and then they act like we didn't do nothing, right? Certainly you brought a medium, a platform of hip hop, soul music, a way to distribute our music or whatnot. Certainly you did that. But now we are far years removed and have a lot of knowledge and know-how to know that we don't necessarily have to bow down to nobody no more. And if we don't jump off the porch and take the risk, shake some change and what you say, throw some chairs, move some furniture, that shouldn't be the only way we maneuver. We don't have to throw no furniture if we already playing in the game. We already maneuvering and we don't have to be loud and chest out about it. You don't find out about the Rockefellers and those type of individuals, years later. In the day, they were the truth, but we still know about them. But what's more importantly is they still making money off of us years later. Their families, they're generational, that wealth, they still generating revenue. So if we were armed with that knowledge, how many people would now go get 4-unit homes instead of that one home for 300,000? You would actually have an apartment building built with several units in it that's paying for you to live for free and paying for your entertainment. We playing catch up. So shit, I'm just thinking, well, all right, well, you 3 times ahead of me. That means I got to be 4 times ahead in my game plan.
Yes, indeed. You cooking, my brother.
We can. Granny should not be figuring out where she going. I'm just speaking from what I'm dealing with. I didn't live, a half a century. You understand? And so I'm here enough to know that okay, what I've learned over a half a century should be beneficial to somebody at least a quarter century, right? And then what they learn is going to be beneficial to somebody half their age. And then that's what they're going to carry into adulthood. So what are our children carrying into adulthood other than figuring the only way that they can succeed is to go work for somebody else? That's one way. I'm not saying don't do that, but I say and I also. It's like you stop right there. All right, I got a great job. Whew, boy, I'm done. When in fact you should have already been prepping before you went and gave your genius to that job. You were already set up with good credit. Like we put our kids on our as users on our cards, right? So to
Authorized
build they
users.
yeah, so they could build their credit by the time they get 18. When we hand them some money, now when I hand you this money, it ain't for you just to go blow. This is for you to use if you decide not to want to go work for nobody else. You take this revenue and you figure out, since we've been doing this, I just showed you how we work with money. I just showed you the real estate game that daddy do, right? We just showed you the insurance game that your mama into. You see what I'm saying? So either way, you have a different several means of how you gonna get out here and go get it. You don't have to go work for nobody else. But if you do, that has to be an and a also. It cannot be the only. So when they decide to let you go, your whole world is now crumbled. And you're trying to figure out to something that somebody else is going to accept you into, their company. They're going to accept you into their company, right? So that you can still make that 100 plus or six figure salary that you was making. And that's more than not the case. The competition is fierce, which is why a lot of people don't leave those jobs. And it just come down to work ethic, man. It ain't. I'm here now working on one of my. I'm working on one of my houses. Certainly, I can go hire whoever. But if I'm gonna pay somebody $20,000 in a month, right? I might as well risk me learning something. I'm not doing nothing no way. And like I'm just that busy. So I might as well learn something. And then when I learn, I'm like, damn, I come to find out it really wasn't that difficult. And I feel so damn near ticked off about all the money that I've given away over the years when all I had to do was get out for a couple of hours and force myself to learn something new, challenge myself. Again, it's not for everybody. But once I get into it, then my wife figures out, well, dang, well, what you doing? I'm over here doing this. Let me see what? That's it. And now we both down here doing floors. And we just really thought it was going to be, that difficult when it really wasn't. I just wasn't exposed to it. We just used to just, paying people, hey, what does it cost? And we'll just pay you and you go on about your way. And now we got the Migos. We dependent upon everybody else to provide us with services that we should know just off basic knowledge. Just because you're a woman don't mean you can't hammer or nail or build. I don't think it's just been the pressure hasn't been there for them to learn that. The pressure is this construct of you need to sit at home and cook for me and just basically be my dependent. That's been the construct, the leading construct for most. Just sit here and cook, clean, have my babies, make sure my kids is cool. I'll make all the money, right? And then when I come home, then we'll go from there. Now when he gets hurt or he has to go off to war now, ooh, now what? Things change. Women get a little taste of what it is that we've been doing all this time, and then it's hard to go back to normal when I've had this liberty. It's hard to go back to normal and listen to what you're saying, even though I know what you did for me. It's difficult because I'm free. It ain't a dog that you let loose that want to get back in that cage. So us coming together with this different knowledge of this really having, he just gave, that was so much valuable knowledge in such a short time. It's ridiculous. Those housing numbers were remarkable because that's what we need, statistics. He's talking statistics. Hey, 122 million of them out of 80 million of them are actually mortgaged off or habitable or whatever he said. Those are good numbers. We want to know that. Overseas is more apartment based. Over here is more single family based. See, we talking about generating revenue, right? How are we gonna do this? Well, we need to seize other markets. We need to be involved, engaged with other markets. Having that information, data, these apps we provide data, right? We can go now and go to salesgenie.com and I'll type in exactly what I need. Let me get black folk in single family homes, ages. Give me that. And then I can shoot straight to them. I'm hitting them hard, directly. Our conversations got to change. So where also I feel like can be a benefit is being online. So right here, right now, if we was Facegram and whatnot, if it was live and whatnot, I can show you exactly what I'm in here doing. You can see exactly what I'm doing right here, right now. I was in Clubhouse, and that's what I did. I'm doing it. We'll go on the Telegram, and then they can go live. Just between me and my team or whatnot, and they can see exactly what I'm doing, and then grow with me. I ain't just telling you about real estate and telling you about all these great numbers and showing you how I benefit. Nah, that ain't what people want. That's great to hear, but let me show you how your money gonna turn into more money physically. What this stuff is, if you're really interested, I'm gonna show you. This is coming from somebody just like your brother. You can understand. I'm gonna give it to you in a way that you can understand, that you can comprehend. I'm going to give you resources that are going to be available for you in your city that you can utilize. Resources on Amazon and eBay that you can utilize to make this affordable for our community, the same way everybody else does. I ain't saying it's going to be free, but it's definitely going to be advantageous.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and finish a little bit more of the video, my brother. Appreciate you. You was cooking though, my brother. You cooking, you cooking, you cooking.
Yeah, I agree with that. Something I tell people sometimes is one house can change your life. Imagine, someone who has a home and they're able to pass it on to their children and so on and so forth and leverage it and do. There's so much. It's unlimited what can be done. Sure. Starting with one piece of real estate. So, I think, it's important what you're doing as well to make it possible for more people. Sure. I mean, what our focus is. So, we control roughly $500 million worth of real estate today, which seems like a large number, at least, from our perspective, to try to manage and to produce. But we think of it one house at a time, right? So we're thinking of it one family, one house, and then helping people walk the path from rentership to ownership. So we recently started a relationship with PNC. That collaboration allows us to help people walk the path from rentership to ownership. And PNC provides low down payment loans. They provide down payment assistance. They will give financial literacy courses. They provide buying support. They also waive certain requirements like a series of fees that they often have. And one of the bigger things that they do as well is they waive the deposit requirement. So usually you have to have 6 to 12 months of deposits in the bank to get a mortgage. And they waive that requirement. So as long as you can make the minimum. And then if all of that fails, we have the resources to lean forward and close the financial gap. So that was important to us, is because it helps people walk the path of rentership to the path of ownership. Definitely. Is it starting with like your current tenants? It's actually no. Probably roughly, I would say roughly half of the folks that have signed up in our initial pilot in Philadelphia have rented from us in the past, and half have not. Yeah. Half have, found out about it through the discussions we've had and through the brokerage network, and have reached out and said, we'd be interested in participating. So it's not necessarily limited to our tenant base. Definitely, I love that. And Philly was where you first invested when you transitioned from the office space, right? Mm-hmm. What was some of the data and trends and things you saw in that market that made you want to start there? Sure. So Philadelphia, if you look at, one of our focuses, one of our foci, I guess is the word, is to identify neighborhoods that are in transition. And again, as you can tell, I'm very analytical. So we looked at the last 3 decades of census data, and we looked at where in America the neighborhoods are in rapid transition, to the extent that the folks who are from those neighborhoods can no longer afford to be there and are being quickly displaced and aren't being able to participate in that rapid change. Well, there are a few zip codes in Philadelphia that always make the top 10 or 15 of all of the zip codes in the United States for those transitions. A couple of neighborhoods are Point Breeze, for example, Brewery Town, University City, all of those areas that are about 1 mile to 2 miles from the center of hospital, another area called Graduate Hospital, about 1 mile to 2 miles from City Hall. And those neighborhoods with such rapid transition. And we thought, man, if we could figure out a way to build a bridge to that transition. Yeah. I don't know that we have the resources, the know-how, the political power to stop gentrification. But what we can do is build a bridge to transition and allow the people who are in those neighborhoods to participate and stay if they'd like, and then own a home in that very same neighborhood if they'd like, while the value of that neighborhood increases. Definitely. I love that. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the way you all structure things with your tenants is that the rent doesn't exceed 1/3 of their income? Correct. Yeah. So we don't do rent to own. Mm-hmm. It's rife with all kind of challenges. So the rental contract is a lease like all other leases. Mm-hmm. But if that person expresses an interest, we will help them to make a transition. And that's when they start with our brokers in Philadelphia and with PNC. But our goal is that uh, according to HUD and to the FHA, if you pay more than 30, maybe 33% of your income in housing costs, you are rent burdened or housing burdened. Mm-hmm. And so we try to structure our homes to where no one is paying more than roughly 30% of their income in rent. And that's true not just in Philadelphia. We have a development in Texas. We have development in Virginia and other parts of the country, and we have the same target there. Yeah, I mean, I think that's important because a large reason why people can't save to buy that home or to do different things or to just get a break is because they're paying so much in rent, especially in these larger cities. The prices are just going up. 50% of people in the major cities are housing burden, which means that they're paying more than 30 to 35% of their income in rent. And then the challenges. I mean, again, getting back to the net worth numbers, African Americans have a median of $24,000 in net worth. Non-African Americans have a median of $188,000 in net worth. But 20% of African Americans have a negative net worth, which means that they owe more than they own. And so if you are constantly
20% of African Americans have a negative net worth because they owe more than they own. How y'all feel about that?
To be honest, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? Like how, like you said, like we in the household 4 years, 24. So like niggas ain't never had nothing for real. So like sometimes we'll go to that extent just to have it. So a nigga go get that car, go pay that high car note just to have it. Then boom, he ain't making that much, so he can't maintain it. So there you go. That's you in debt with the whip just cause we came from there and we wanted it. We wanted to see how it felt. That was the cost of doing that business.
That says a lot, my brother. Well said. All right, we're going to keep this thing rolling.
chasing that on top of your housing costs, it's very difficult to get out of that hole. And so we think that, and if you add to that the fact that African Americans were particularly challenged by the 2008-2009 housing crisis, we think that our focus is to help people kind of overcome those particular challenges in the market today. Definitely. So one thing I want to ask you about is raising money. A lot of people have a hard time doing that. It's nerve wracking, and I'm sure you've had to raise a considerable amount to keep things going. So talk to us about just your experience with raising money and any tips you may have for someone who aspires to do the same. That's a great question, and one that I was not expecting. So let me give you a thoughtful answer on that. I've learned a few lessons. Yeah. Lesson number one: always be raising money. Always. Good years, bad years. Business going well, raise money. Business going poorly, raise money. Have a team, a structure, a strategy around raising money. Just like you have a team, a structure, a strategy around producing a podcast. You have a team, a structure, a strategy around finishing the house. You don't just go out there and start swinging a hammer. You hire a
Stu, can you pause that for me
contractor.
real
You
quick?
might need an architect. You might need an expediter. You might need what? You might need.
Yo.
Hey yo, CMB, CMB. I heard that. You need a team to structure how to make money. We got to, we got, we got, we got. For instance, we got these shows: Money Monday, Teaching Tuesday. You gonna learn something today, bitch. Wednesday, Theory Thursday. Ain't nobody safe. Anybody can get it. It's people behind and working behind the scenes to make these shows work. So guess what? When CMB get in the rut, we need a team of people, you know what I'm saying, to make us help make everybody some money. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes,
y'all
indeed.
Talk
know
good
we
talk,
you
Brick.
know
Talk
we
good talk.
you know what we talk about in our meetings. Know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we need a team together that's going to structure ways on how to fundraise and make money for CMB. Yo, he cooked. Yo, I've been sitting back listening, bro. Like he been cooking, and like some things you can just take mental notes of, and that right there, that whole little spill right there, that was a mental note right there. I'm lying. Go ahead, Stu.
No, salute on that though. Salute.
Yes, sir. Well said, my brother. Well said.
The roofer, you just don't go out one day and start swinging a hammer at a house. In the same way, you have to have a strategic, deliberate plan around raising money, and you have to do that every single day. And what I found is that participation in the capital markets for us is the hardest part of the business. When it's interesting, we can get our hands on some great real estate that no one else can get their hands on because it's in our neighborhoods. We're working hard. We're nearby. We understand. We have great relationships. We can get good crews together because we know where the good workers are. We know who the good contractors are. We've been in the neighborhoods for a while. But the challenge often for African American developers and real estate investors is where do we get the capital? And that is, you have to have as sophisticated and as strategic and as persistent a plan around capital raising as around anything else. We have literally raised tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to bring our company from where we started. Matter of fact, hundreds of millions of dollars to bring our company from where we started to where we are today. And that is in part because I've learned the lesson early that, and I made a mistake. For about 2 or 3 years, I stopped raising capital. I said, "Oh, we're doing well. We're going to prove this point. We're going to, round trip this investment. We're going to demonstrate our success." That was a mistake. As soon as I raised that capital and started putting it to work, I should have gone out to the next batch. You should always be raising money, and I think that is the one thing that I find that most folks are not doing. Mm-hmm. They're thinking of the capital raising as an after the thought. Let me get a good idea. Let me get a good piece of real estate. And our counterparts don't do that. Yeah. They raise $500 million and don't own a single piece of property. Don't have an idea, don't have an architectural plan, don't have anything under contract. They go and raise the money first. Now, it's harder for us. We don't have all of those relationships. There isn't as much capital swashing around in our individual networks, but there is enough to get started. So my thought is you just have to be as deliberate about capital raising and as sophisticated a plan, program, and team around capital raising as around anything else. Definitely. I appreciate that. So one of the themes that I'm picking up in our conversation is just that you care about people. Mm. And obviously we're in America, we need to make money. Sure. But it doesn't have to be without caring for people. And when we first spoke last week, one of the stories you told me about was your grandmother. Sure. When she moved to Oregon and bought property and things like that. So I would love if you could share that story. Well, so I grew up in Oregon, and of course everybody's going to say, well, I didn't know there were any black people. I was one. And my family, when the Great Migration, when everybody else, lots of families moved from the South to the North, people went to Philadelphia and to Detroit and to New York. My family went from Arkansas to Oregon. And in fact, if you read a great book called The Warmth of Other Suns, it tells the story of the Great Migration. And it has a particular section that talks about the migration of folks from Arkansas to the Pacific Northwest. That was my family. In fact, I didn't meet anyone from Virginia or whose grandparents were from Virginia, or whose grandparents were from South Carolina until I went to college. Everyone I grew up with, all of our ministers, all of our barbershop owners, all of the hairdressers, all of the African American business leaders and political leaders, they were all had roots in Arkansas because that's the way the Great Migration spilled out onto the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and Washington. So that was my family. So in the 1930s, my great-grandmother, who was a sharecropper in Arkansas, her grandmother had been a slave in Mississippi. And they began to make these trips from Arkansas to Oregon. And they had to drive the long way. They couldn't go the diagonal from Arkansas to Oregon because at that time there was an unknown there were unknown places in the middle, like Utah and Idaho, right? And so they didn't know how friendly or unfriendly those places would be to people of color. And so they drove a route that they knew hostile nonetheless, but it was at least a familiar road. So they drove west. They got to Texas, drove through Texas, and then they drive up the I-5 corridor to California. They did that about twice a year. And they would go back and they would get family members and friends, and they would bring them back to Oregon. My grandmother bought 4 or 5 houses. Her sister bought 3 or 4 houses. Her other sister bought 3 or 4 houses. And so these women between them owned somewhere between 9, 10, 11 homes in the neighborhood. And they'd go back, they'd get folks from Arkansas. They'd bring them back. They'd let them stay in these homes until they got on their feet. And then they would help those folks get on their feet, buy a home, and then they go back and get them the next batch. So they did that for 20, 30 years, right up through the 1960s. I still meet people, often seniors, who will bump into me and say, oh, I stayed at your grandma's house when we first came from down home, they call it. When we first came from down home, we stayed with your grandmother up on Cook Street or on Cleveland Street was where my great aunt lived, which was walking distance from the first, and so it was a powerful example of collective progress. And I grew up with some just amazing women. I knew my great grandmother. Wow, who was born in 1896, and she was the youngest of 11 children. I just had amazing women who really showed me the right direction. Definitely. I mean, I'm sure they'd all be very proud that you're carrying on the family way and continuing to help other people. Appreciate that. Yeah. So that's that. Definitely. So what are the future plans for Steinbridge? Well, it's interesting. We hope to. Right now, we are in the process of growing quite a bit. We have active projects in Texas, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York.
I'm gonna stop it right there, folks. There it is. I'm from Arkansas, and I ain't know about the migration from Arkansas to Oregon story like that. We always heard
Ain't
about
that ain't that the
the
trailer king?
Mississippi.
That
You
was
We
said
always
ain't no migrating to Arkansas, or
no. He said migrating from Arkansas to Oregon.
nah? I would stay in Arkansas, right there in Pine Bluff. Plenty of potential.
No,
Ain't
no.
all
I'm
of
just
this.
saying I'm from Arkansas, and I never heard the story about this. So that's 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 good to know when you from a state and you didn't never even we was never taught that. We was mostly taught them about the Mississippi migration.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm actually supposed to be in Arkansas sometime this summer to teach some of the youngsters. It's called youth critical principle or y'all critical thought. What is this? Critical mindset. Their critical purpose is what it's called. Yep, they're in Arkansas, and with the initiative is for us to come together and we want to show the youth the trades. Like I just want to show it to them. They just need to know. And so we're doing like a summer camp thing. If everything goes right, we'll be like a summer camp type situation. And implemented is we'll like build the houses and sheds and go around maybe fixing up some of the properties that are that actually need repair. So maybe some of the youth that may have a granny who owns her home and it needs some basic repair. They're gonna supply the materials, and then I'll go through and show the young men, real time on what to do to get it together.
Nah, that's dope though. That's dope. We're about
So right now, we haven't gotten Arkansas Pine Bluff is not that big. So we looking at. I'm not too familiar with the area, but I think and they said something about. I think it's Zone One, Zone Two, near downtown, and kind of a little further out south, the south side, southwest side. I think is where it is.
I kind of I mean I know about downtown Pine Bluff. I think But I know Pine Bluff get a lot of revenue every year just off the homecomings alone.
I know y'all land is cheap there right now, affordable, especially in Izard County. They really pushing Izard County. I don't know where that is in proximity. I think it's a little further northeast of Pine Bluff, but they really pushing land, a bunch of land ownership in that area. And Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff is really affordable. You know, that's what even put me on. We were looking for property outside of where we at, and I just something for whatever reason. Pine Bluff just got me. I think it's because it's just blackety black black. That's probably what got me. It's black on so much potential. Mount, I don't want to say Mount Mississippi is another one where just a bunch of these black towns where we really could migrate to and just take clean over, bring our genius, our revenue, you know what I'm saying? Get the Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi's and all that set up. You know, now this is our opportunity to bring in some of these brands or just build new brands and go.
Nah, that's dope though. I get what you're saying.
Pine Bluff, y'all need to get to South Carolina, kid. That's the fastest growing nation right now in America.
Come on down, my brother. Come on down.
What they got going down there in Pine Bluff? I keep hearing my man say Pine Bluff. What's
Yeah,
going
he
on
look
down there?
Pine Bluff is a historic uh black town. It has the HBCU down there that they faithfully pump money into and resources into, and alumni is basically I say the top of the food chain in Arkansas that represent the black people, and they come all out from all over just for to represent Pine Bluff and the HBCU down there. Um, only thing, like, when I was staying in Little Rock, only it was only one bad thing that I was hearing about Pine Bluff, unfortunately. And other than that, it was uh it was all good. Unfortunately, I ain't want to say it because I ain't want to put no darkness on your light about Pine Bluff has a high rate of HIV/AIDS uh, pandemic in Pine Bluff. Uh, I don't know. It's been like an untold story about this situation in Pine Bluff about that, but majority of all my friends and stuff that stay there, they all admit to the same stories, and as well, uh, females as well that I interact with that's from there. unfortunately. Other than that, but yes, Pine Bluff is very rich in with the black community in Pine Bluff. Yes, that's definitely a fact. Now I wonder, since I've been gone for these for a while, have they started more like better outreach programs for that situation in Pine Bluff? I think they have, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, that's in the county surrounding that area. Yes, there was there was a bad situation in the following counties around there, and they statistic wise for that area. Now, what up with the CMB was
CMB, what's going on? Where we at? Where we going? Where we going? Where we at? Where we at? What up? What up? What up? Teacher Tuesday, man. You gonna learn, bet. What's up, man? What we doing, man?
Yo, yo, yo. What it do?
Yo,
Y'all rocking, man. Y'all rocking. I'm over here repairing this 120-year-old Georgia pine floor. Wish I had somebody to teach. But you know, I'm teaching and talking to myself and listening to y'all. Y'all rocking, man.
Shit, bro. Record that shit and sell it, goddammit.
Man, our bros always get on me talking about that content creation, man. I'm just so, I'm so pro with it, man. When I come in, scope the job, bring the tools in, I'm getting busy, man. Sometimes I don't even take before and after pictures, man. I just gets busy, gets up in and out of these people's houses. You know what I mean?
Man, don't do yourself no disservice, brother. Shit, you know what the fuck you doing. You didn't put that time in, you know? Shit, put that time in. You done perfected your shit. Now let them motherfuckers know, hey, goddamn, if you want your shit nice, I can get you right. Crazy part, you ain't gotta do shit different, bro. You know what I'm saying? Same shit you always do. Just, record yourself in your element. I used to do similar shit too, because I used to work for Sears Carpet and Upholstery. So we'll go through all the houses in the city, you know what I'm saying? Uh, Cleaning flows, cleaning air duct systems, cleaning furniture, cleaning, specialty rugs and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I used to do the same shit, stretching out carpet. You feel me? Laying carpet down, water extractions, all that shit, bro. And I wish I was big on my content creation when I was on that shit. Cause now, I'm still early 30s, so that's some shit I'm thinking about picking up, like on some little side business shit. Cause I had like 6, 7 years of experience doing that shit. So hell yeah, bro, don't shortchange yourself. Let them know what you're working with, G.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm gonna give me a little tripod, set it up. That'll be part of bringing in all the tools. By that tripod and that camera.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the crazy part. This social media era, bro. Once it's online, they gonna call, bro. They gonna pick their phone up. Every fucking issue that we got a solution to, bro, is somebody with that problem, bro. And social media done made it where it's easy to get your solutions to these problems. So shit, hell yeah, bro.
I ain't forget about you too, pro. I'm gonna be over that bit in a hot second. Tell you.
Yes, sir.
yeah, shout out to everybody, man.
The good way or the other way, Joe.
The good way.
Okay, okay. I gotta check.
Nah, yeah, I've been rocking though. Salute, yeah, for real though. Salute the good way.
Hey, I do want to touch on a point I heard Creator was talking about earlier. We were talking about, you know, turning the garage into a little apartment, right? And I definitely agree with because I seen it. It wasn't just with our people; it was with different ethnic. And just to see that, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, because you know how we is, bro, we'll make something out of nothing, right? So the thing is like, you know, if it has to be like that, you know, don't look at it as a bad thing because we ain't the only people that actually do things like that or use our resources to our extent or, you know what I'm saying? Just do things out of the abnormal that ain't normal because,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because when I went in there, uh, you know, it was a regular nice townhouse. But the thing was, because I'm a pest control technician. So when I went in the garage, nigga, I went in the garage. Nigga, they got a couch set over here. The whole thing is carpet. They got the couch over here with about a 75-inch TV. You look to the left, the bed and everything over there. You look in the corner, the deep freezer over there. You look over here where the bed at. It's a refrigerator in that joint. So to see that, it's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? We ain't the only ones that be handling business like that. really be using our resources like that. So I did want to touch on that because, you know, when sometimes when, like I said, we'll say things like that and people look at it as a bad thing. Oh, you're black, you do this. Nah, bro. It's actually using what you use a little bit to get where you're going, bro. So, you know, shout out to you for bringing that up, Creator. And shout out to Teaching Tuesdays, man. That's what we here for. Yes, sir.
So now I know how to build homes, right? And build them for the low. You get what I'm saying? We can build them. We can build them affordably. I don't say for the low. Let's just say affordably. And primarily the affordability comes we doing the work. That's what your biggest expense is going to be, your labor. Now, if I'm an electrician and I show you what I know, right, and we do house one, house two, three, four, five, six, by house 10, you a pro. I can leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? So now house 11 through 20, you doing on your own. And then you show that same game to somebody else. Same with the electrical, same with the framing, same with the roof, the HVAC, everything else. If we know how to do this stuff, now we just go buy the materials. You get what I'm saying? If I know how to, instead of me going to buy a shed, if I know how to build a shed, I know that that shed and materials really cost me less than $1,000. You get what I'm saying? And then I take the time to build it. Well, they say it's great save me another $6,000 because that's what it's gonna cost you if you went and bought it out the store. Just having such knowledge, man, is bro, is just vitally important. And I just think that's my thing is the community just got to know this. It's just got to be like common knowledge. With that common knowledge, you'll see more of our properties being built, being improved on, being remodeled, rehab, being kept longer, values increase. Track in the movement, track in the bumping.
Hey, that's a fact too, because before I was in the position to have responsibilities. I used to, when people started getting to talk like this, it was like a tune out, or I ain't want to hear all this shit because you ain't in that position. You know what I'm saying? To have them type of responsibilities to even when somebody talk about this information, like it, you don't want to retain it because you just don't know about it. But when I started actually understanding, like, okay, you know what I'm saying? I'm paying for this, but let me get down to the basis of it. Like, how was it built? You know what I'm saying? Like, because me looking at it, like you said, bro, I'm paying X, Y, and Z right here in Walmart or whatever case may be. But them niggas doing the same thing. They going to get the materials. They're doing it themselves, and they putting a price on it. Supply and demand. So who's to say that we can't do it too? That's pretty much what they don't want you to do. But man, you can't suppress a nigga for so long, bro. But it do be starting with us, bro. Like actually wanting to understand the information. Like even if you ain't in that position to have them responsibilities, you know what I'm saying? So I love the information, man, because you know just having somebody else to take care of, bro, and it ain't just yourself. It's like, hold on
You need
now.
that extra. I need my uncle to give me the game. Like, certainly I can go to school for the next 4 years, right? But I got mouths to feed right now. I don't have no time for that. So it's either
hmm
I'm gonna bust a couple of heads, or you gonna show me help your man's out, man. I'm not asking you to give me nothing other than knowledge.
That's it. And me knowing what I know, I pay for it. I pay for it. I will. Ain't no scam to me. Scam what? The knowledge. Come on, man. Man, certain knowledge. Hey, I don't know. I just look at it different. Sometimes you gonna pay. Either it's money through your time, because sometimes it don't gotta be money, bro. You gonna pay, bro. But it be worth it, bro. It sure be worth it. I'll tell you that. From what I like. But yes, sir, yes, sir. Shout out to Teaching Tuesdays, man. Yeah, with the CMB, man. Critical Minds building. It's always a blessing to have people in here to give us knowledge and just keep us on our toes, especially with the information that we get to make sure that it's valid and facts. And that's what Critical Minds building is a part of, man. It's building and actually having facts to back it up. Don't just go off our word. You know what I'm saying? Actually do your research as well, because the universe gonna reassure you the information that you really looking for, man. So shout out to everybody, man. It's Critical Minds building. Hey Joe, are you able to play a video?
I can play it, but I'm kind of worried about my background. Yeah, I can. What?
Just a little video, basically how to start market work, so people get a little better understanding of how it works. You busy though, it's cool.
Yeah, my background kind of crazy right now. Hold All right, what's the name of?
I'm about to send it to you. I sent it to the ground. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my the device I'm using. I don't have Instagram on it. But I'm looking at it on my phone right now. You send it to, but I can't. Yeah, if I was able to play it through the phone, it's totally different. But I can't. I don't got Instagram on this other device.
all right, let me see if I can put it in the chat.
Man, if it was on the two, that'd have been there. Man, big shout out to Southern boy down there. Big way.
Yeah, shout out to you, Claire. And it's Teaching Tuesdays, man. It's J Rock.
Well, damn.
I don't know if you got Facebook though.
Now, if on my other thing I be playing, I only do stuff off of the tube and Chrome. Unless hold on, unless I can just get it off the main web. Hold on.
Don't worry about it. I found the video on YouTube. I'm finna put the link in the chat because it was on Facebook and I had saved it from there, but I looked it up on YouTube. It's the same one. Yeah, man. So just in the video, it basically just break down how your money works, and basically break it down to its simplest form. Uh, so basically, if anybody would ever want to invest in it, put their money into it, it basically just give you a whole rundown on how just everything works. So yeah, man, it's Teaching Tuesday, man. For people on game. Shout out to everybody though.
Yeah, background compromise. I don't know what the fuck going on outside.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm finna play that bit in a second, right? Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah, my bad, right?
Nah, that's good.